yesterday, huh? Played 36 at Paco?
No, not 36, 37. We're like 29.
I lose a lot of balls out there.
I did too. I lost more balls than I lost on this year.
On behalf of Steve, Mike, Dan, and myself, and the whole crew at Tenpins, so much for being here all weekend long. Look forward to seeing you again in 25 and many years beyond. The cards are coming up on your screen. Once you have a full set of pins and your letters look good, you can continue the Mexico Open Finals competition. See family and friends, how we're giving these guys a nice hand for getting this far, huh? That was an 8 a.m. round of applause. I got you. Gentlemen and ladies, good luck. Go get 'em.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 20th annual New Mexico Open. It is match play time, and we are on the way to finding out a champion, $13,500. And J.D. Nance just got himself a very nice break overall. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. I got my main man and the best bowling apparel alive. He'll give Kyle Troop a run for his money. Mr. Jim Tillery is joining us here this morning. How you doing, Jim?
I am great, Emil. Thank you for having me. Appreciate that. How you doing?
I'm well, and even better now that match play, we made it.
Whew, I'll tell you what, it was a long 2 days of grind out there, but we definitely have the right 32 players here in the finals.
It's going to be an interesting watch, too, is, you know, this format is double elimination, 2-game total pinfall matches, and there are 2 matches per pair. So we're actually going from 1 through 16. Yeah, 1 through 16 are on the lanes. We've got, of course, 5 through 8 in front of you, and then at the bottom right of your screen, we've got 9 through 12. We'll periodically go 9 through 12 full screen. 1 through 4, of course, also in play. Cannot see. Actually, no, we're going to. Yeah, definitely can't see from the camera perspective. 13 through 16. We'll update you on matches as best as we can. If there's a particular player or match that you're looking for, as we get at least through one game, we'll try to keep all of the tallies as best as possible with the help of tournament director Jeff Hemer. Jim, out the gates, what do you anticipate now that we're in match play? There are a number of lefties, of course, who've advanced, and now, you anticipate that they will see each other's transition a little bit more often, perhaps, here on some of these pairs. So it could really, I don't know if there's anything we can predict, certainly this early.
Well, I think the bottom line is some of these guys bowled late last night. They're going to come in a little tired this morning, but they're also going to be a little amped up. The adrenaline and the nerves and the excitement and all this, even though there's some champions in this squad, they have to deal with that. And getting settled down for some of these guys is going to be a challenge, because you got some Goliath matches here where you've got some real underdog guys bowling some champions. And I think just how they settle their adrenaline down and their nerves and calm their mind a little bit is going to be one of the aspects. The second thing is we're bowling on a brutal lane condition. And having a chance to bowl on it Friday afternoon and practice Thursday, I didn't see anything easy for all 8 games. And so it's going to be an interesting transition. I think, like you said, we do have 9 or 10 left-handers out of the 32 in the finals. And having them all in the same area might change that side just a little bit today, because they were pretty spread out and qualified for the 5 squads. So we'll see what happens today, but I think between the nerves, the pressure, and then the tough lane conditions, I think you're going to see some really interesting 6-7 counts like we've seen all week. You might see some matches 170, 160 early today.
I certainly would not dispute that at all. Let's go over some of these matches that we have in front of us, okay, and on the scoreboards. And thank you to Jason Shinholt here, who works here. We talked about scoreboard colors just to try to give the best one that appears good on camera. This one is pretty solid overall. So thanks to him. All right, so we've got in front of us Robert Marion, who is letter A. Marion, of course, is taking on the #1 seed, J.D. Nance, who on Friday morning, which seems like an eternity ago at this point, and plus 248. Plus 248 to lead overall. Out the gates. First squad, plus 248.
All I can say is, wow. I didn't bowl till the squad after that, but that morning, J.D. lined up on the edge. That's right in his wheelhouse, and he took absolute advantage of it. And there wasn't been anybody close to him the next 4 squads. So he obviously likes his condition, and I think his first match is going to be a challenge for Marion.
I do agree. But Robert Marion, I talked about him yesterday. He's always in or around match play at this tournament. I think this is second, or at least consecutive appearances, and it could be 3 that he has made match play here. If he gets a look, he can get going as well. Also on 7 and 8, David Haynes, who looked like he was maybe just dealing with a grip or something to make sure his feel is correct. Haynes is facing Nathan Sabatos Trujillo.
Right.
And been learning a little bit about Nathan from Colorado, we've gathered. But man, he's come in and just, he looks like he's been here before. And I think this is his first time bowl.
Well, and I'm not real familiar with him, so he has one of those tough matches cut out for him. But I had a chance to bowl next to Haynes Friday at 2 o'clock squad, and with him, and he struggled early on that squad.
Yeah, he did. It was a roller coaster for him.
Yeah. I think he started 140 something, and then it was up and down. But right here he left an ugly shot in the first frame and not a great one in the second. So it might take Dave a little bit to get going. You know, in this format, if you don't get going pretty quick, you might be in a little trouble. So.
Yeah, and that's why you can't really rule out or even assume even the number 1 seed, J.D.
Sure.
Nance, would just, you know,
Yeah.
just roll him over based on obviously how he got going. We all know it's match play, so things are going to be different
Right.
no matter what. I always find it interesting here that you get a couple of matches on a pair, which makes things can transition a little quicker.
Exactly. Well, and it, sorry to talk over you there.
Yeah, you good.
It looks like David did move out. You know, the other day when I was bowling next to him, I think he started in. And so today he looks like he's using maybe possibly some urethane and moving farther right. And so I think he's kind of attacking him a little different than he did the other day in qualifying. Just to see if he starts off a little better.
And that's not a bad play. Uh-oh, look out. Early trouble for J.D. Nance.
Get a double on the board. And, first open frame. You never know. You give guys life in this format, and they start believing it. It becomes dangerous. And it doesn't matter if you're the 1 seed or the 32 seed.
Then over on 5 through 8, D-Ron Booker. I believe D-Ron is letter A, but D-Ron is facing
Brad Harvey.
Brad Harvey.
And
Nice matchup there.
That's kind of cool because Brad and Zach Harvey, the Harvey boys, you know, they really look up to D-Ron. And they went out and watched the championship TV show, The Masters in Vegas.
Oh, how about that?
When D-Ron was on there. So this has got to be a really a cool matchup for Brad, and one that he certainly wants to compete in, but at the same time, it's got to be kind of an honor bowling against one of the guys you're looking up to right now.
Art Uzinian. I forgot the name, or Handpay, I believe it was called. The Handpay legend. He led the squad last night, which was squad 5. He's taking on Juan Garza, one of the seniors who advanced to match play here. Juan really steady, nice simple game. And he was actually leading the squad for a couple games last night as well.
Well, that's a good matchup for both of them because I think both of them are being a little older. Both of them maybe a little more inexperienced in this situation. Coming off a late block last night, early morning, I think both of them are trying to get loose. And it might be a good first round matchup for them. We'll see. Might be a good draw for both of them.
Question about Francois Lavoie. Francois is on the lanes.
He's on 1 and 2 right now.
He's currently on 1 and 2, bowling against Jason Silva. So we'll try to keep you updated down there on what's happening on 1 and 2.
And the other match on 1 and 2 is David Tolson. He's bowling against Steve Klompkin.
Oh, that's a great matchup.
So that's a good pair right there. You got good matchup on that pair.
And over on Marion crosses over 9 and 10. Ben Perry is on 10. So we go to my trusted bracket here. And if you go to the bracket, should be on Tenpins and More Facebook page, by the way.
And Perry's bowling against Brandon Knowles in this first match. And I had a chance to bowl with Brandon Friday, and he's kind of one of my sleepers in this group right here. He may not be a sleeper to a lot of people, but he matched up pretty well on Friday. In fact, he led that Friday afternoon squad.
He did.
So he's on that pair, and it looks like Noah Gallegos is also on that pair.
Bowling against Tim Eichhorn.
Eichhorn, yep.
And Tim had a Verapapa 300 between, I forgot which games, might have been games 3 and 4. Went 278 on 13 and 14, and started with a double. He had 13 in a row across the 2 games. And shot 238. Then he had a late game, or a tough game late. He told me, he almost gave it away, as he said, but it was easy to do.
Well, it was very easy to do. Every single game from pair to pair was just a battle. And you said he had strung 13 in a row at one point. I strung 3 in a row together at one point on Friday. I'm thinking of 13. I'm going, how in the world? JD, he likes the speed. You know, he's going to throw it firm out there, and he's going to throw it up the edge. And sometimes on this fresh stuff, you get it going a little fast, and you're going to leave some flat, some weak 3 pins and stuff like that.
This is double elimination. Every participant will bowl at least 4 games. But there will be some players inevitably who will go 0-2. If you lose your first match, again, you drop into the elimination bracket. And then that first elimination bracket, I believe, is still 2 games. Then every match after that in the elimination bracket is 1 game.
Correct.
Then the winner's bracket always remains 2 game.
2 game set.
Total.
Yep.
Kevin Jenkins down there on 3 and 4 with an early 4-bagger. Again, mentioned the number of lefties. They will, at some point, do we have any lefties bowling one another? It's a good question off the bat.
I haven't seen that yet, but that would be, and it might be happening on 3 and 4. I see.
Got 3 of them over there.
Hugger down there, yeah. 2 of them got to be bowling each other. And gentleman on lane 3.
That's Hunter Mays.
Hunter Mays, Calvin Hugger down there on 3 and 4. You said Jenkins on 3 and 4. He's bowling Eileen Linares.
Gotcha.
The only young lady in the field today, and Eileen bowled here at Rio Rancho High School when I coached at Cleveland. And she was really an integral part of that Cleveland, or that Rio Rancho program, bowling for Dana Miller. And she's one of my 2 sleepers today. Now, she's got a pretty tough job bowling Jenkins in that first match. But, you know, Eileen can play up on the edge and use that urethane out there and come up the back of the ball. And she's got a really nice role for what was out there.
This shot from Art. If you have any questions, again, we're about midway through game 1 if you're just joining us, so you have not missed much. There will be some consolation sweepers and squads available for those who missed match play, so still an opportunity to make some money. I believe we paid down to 41st outside of the top 32.
Yep, paid 41, and so anybody that didn't make match play, so 33 all the way down. If anybody wants to come in and bowl some extra sweepers on this challenging shot, if you just didn't get enough of it the last 2 days, we've got a 10 o'clock sweeper on the high end, and I think there's a noon and maybe even a possible 2. I mean, Steve Mackey's all in it to make money, so he's going to open those lanes up for anybody who wants to come in.
Yeah, that's yeah. If you hadn't had enough punishment,
yeah,
go come on down and. But I think it's 1,000 for first, something like that.
I think that's what Steve had mentioned yesterday. I think that the payoff is pretty good on those sweepers. He's got some good sponsors here because they got a lot of side money, a lot of high gain pots on the pairs, a lot of extra money for sweepers. You've got the high seniors, high super seniors, high female that are all out of the cash. So there's money incentives all the way around. At full pro-ams, Friday night was a huge pro-am here.
Sponsors indeed are vast. I think a total of 40, but 4 main, of course, Innovative Auto Solutions, Pabst Blue Ribbon, Principal Financial Group, and Shamrock Foods. And Principal adds money on the Friday squads. The top 5 get a little extra bonus.
Well, part of the reason I like bowling on Friday squads is you have that opportunity. And
oof,
another light one there. This match is interesting, that's for sure. There's going to be some close ones. But Friday squads with that added money in the top 4 or 5 places is always an incentive to bowl. And boy, that second squad, we had some pretty good names in that squad. Ooh, that was better. Just couldn't rattle out the 7.
Yeah, this Haynes Trujillo match, we just don't know.
That's a toss-up right now. Have you ever seen anybody as smooth as Deron Booker? I mean, his ball, you very rarely hear it hit the lane. It is, wow, that was close there. I think early morning nerves is part of this, and I think you're going to see some spares that are going to be a little iffy here and there until guys settle down. I was doing that through game 6 and 7 the other day. They were still iffy, so I don't know if it ever gets easy.
Speaking of spares, just saw Tim Eichhorn just miss a 7-pin next door.
Yeah. That one was missed badly in the gutter. The high end of the house, I can see some players. I see some reactions. I just can't read the scoreboards. But I know you got players down there. You got Dennis Brown down there. You've got Brian Skidmore down there. Some guys that I'm pretty familiar with that I've bowled with for many years. I know Jacob Buttriff's down there. Tyler Masterson. So there's some good matches going on. We'll get some updates after they finish their first game here, but a lot of good matches across the house right now. Wow, that was a great shot by JD right there. Looks like he slowed it down just a hair and tightened it up a little bit. That ball hit dead flush.
Yeah, well, there are enough. There's enough X's on the board right now to suggest that we might have a few high-scoring matches out the gates.
Might.
Brandon Knowles has got 4 in a row.
4-bagger. He was one of my 2 sleepers coming into this. We talked about it before we went on the air. Had a chance to bowl next to him the other day, and I was amazed. You know, the 2 hands and the amount of revs and how he could get the urethane coming off the edge like that. But he does it really well.
Tyler Masterson down on 11 and 12, taking advantage of his opportunity. He wasn't sure he was going to make it. Minus 74, watching the whole day. A couple pins obviously away from what ended up being the tie for 32nd, which originally was, I thought it was Tyler, but it was Robert Marion tie with Kyle King.
Oof. That ball almost made it back. Was out there a long way, and that slow roll almost got it back.
Jacob Buttriff having a nice start. 9 spare, 9 spare, what looks to be a 6-bagger.
Let's see who's he's bowling. Let's see. Buttriff is bowling Mason Robinson, young man out of Colorado I'm pretty familiar with. He bowls up in Monte Vista with us early April every year.
Eileen, I believe she was on a 3-bagger.
I think she was on a turkey and just bucketed, but she's going to give Jenkins all she has. That young lady right there is talented, and she's got a good head on her shoulders. She's very quiet, very soft-spoken, but what a sweetheart she is.
So Dennis, hello Dennis, good morning by the way. Mentioned Francois bowling Jason Silva. Francois, the defending champion, of course. He started front 4. What looks to be a couple of splits. Striking the 7th, and he just left a 7-10. So he's going to trail early by just a few pins as they get near the end of game 1. Everything is pretty close. I spoke up Jacob Buttriff, and literally as soon as I talked about him, he split in the 9th.
That's the kiss of death, Emil. I heard you and D-Ron talking about that last night. He said,
I do.
He said, don't say anything about me today. I said, I ain't saying a word.
Yeah, that's right. You talked about him being smooth. I can't even comment on it because I don't want anything bad to happen to him.
I know.
But he is
oh my gosh,
exponentially smooth.
I mean, just the release of the ball and getting it down at the foul line and consistently.
Same game plan too that he mentioned yesterday.
Absolutely.
committed to that game plan, and it's so far working out very well here.
Using urethane out, soft speed, and nothing too crazy. It was hard for me the other day when I was bowling to know when to go from urethane and move from out to in and try to go to the resin, because it was such a different reaction. And I finally did it in game 6 and tried to outfox the fox. Had to have a game or two at the end there to make it, and the fox got me. But that's okay. At least we took the chance. You know, hindsight, I should have stayed with that urethane 2 more games. But by the time game 6, 7 rolls around, there's some guys inside hitting them with some resin, and you think you can do it, and you question yourself if you can't. And so, but I got a feeling that most of these folks are going to stay out as long as possible today, and they might actually benefit each other by staying there and creating that hold pattern. So,
yeah, the scoring pace might be better overall, just because of everyone. Generally speaking, no matter what side of the lane you're on, you're probably going to do the same thing early.
That's what I'm thinking, especially with 10 left-handers. You know, we got a pretty similar amount, and you know, if they all stay out, it might set up well for later on.
If Buttroff strikes again down on 13 and 14, he's going to be in the 240s, but he might be trailing at the end of it because his opponent can shoot 247.
How's that for a match? We were talking 170s to 160s. We might have some of those, and we might have some 240s to 230s. You never know.
Buttroff is bowling Mason Robinson.
Robinson, yep. And Mason just struck.
He's in the 230s currently. So at the moment, still with the lead early. J.D. Nance.
Big strike there.
It feels like he needed that one early, too. It's early, but it feels like he needed it. Because Marion's not going to go away.
No. And you know what? He's going to fill frames. He's not doing anything fancy. He's going to keep the ball in play and fill frames. And on this condition, that'll win some matches. So, win a lot of matches.
Interesting to watch Tyler Masterson down on 11 and 12, bottom right of your screen. Good start. He's going to be clean. One more puts him in the 220s. He'll have a lead. But his game plan, I think he said about game 3 or 4, he made a move left and realized his goal was to just try to get it through the front part of the lane using his hand, or really lack thereof. He just wanted to float it through the front part of the lane. And boy, it got him. It got him there.
And he's bowling Wolf. Wow, tough first round matchup, but he's yeah. Oh. I thought that would get back for D-Ron, but it just floated out there a little bit. Left a pesky one. Scoreboard says 257, but it's actually the it's actually the 278 and a half, if we can go there.
Yeah.
A little off spot, but that's what it is.
Hello to Amanda checking in. Good morning. Good morning to everyone watching here. Multiple bowling tournaments going down. We got bowling going on in Iowa. To Inside Bowling and the 11frame.com Open. Handling business there. We are here for the 20th annual New Mexico Open. KJ just doubled on 3 and 4 as Eileen Linares left to 4-9.
Ooh.
That's the 8th frame.
That's a tough break, especially after a bucket. Coming off a bucket, you know, it's a real casual adjustment. And to leave the, leave a 4-9 after that, that's just bad break. And I can't quite see the Tolson-Klompkin match on 1 and 2. I can't see the scores, Dennis. I know Dennis Helmick was asking about that, because I think Frankie and Steve are both staying over at the Helmick Hilton this week, Dennis's place, and so he's curious about that match. Hi, Amanda Paris.
Frankie did strike again in the 9th. His max is 211. He will have a lead, or he should have a lead with a mark. If he marks in the 10th, he will have a lead no matter what. It could be a 5-pin lead, or it could be a 15-pin lead, for example. And then in the
Tolson-Klompkin match
yes,
there.
Thank you. I can't figure out who's B or D on that lane.
Frankie's finishing on 1.
Frankie's he's A and C.
So he's, yeah.
So he's up top.
So that's got to be the Tolson and Klompkin on the bottom, but I can't read the scores well enough to see. That was a big shot right there. Marion, good flush shot for a double. Turkey, actually.
Yeah, first one of the 10th. So
yeah.
He's got 214 out. This could be a one-pin match after the first game. Speaking of Marion and Nance. Again, if you're just joining us, top of your screen are the player across from one another on the scoreboards. That's who's bowling each other. So A versus C, B versus D. When we get to game 2, they will not erase the scores. They will simply add another letter, so you can keep track, essentially, of and the players can keep track. Really, everyone in the building.
The pin differential
can
between
know what the differential is and do the quick math that way.
Wow, JD says take that one. He took the strike and then he gave one back. So you know what? These guys are having a battle right here. It's a great shot by D-Ron. After that 2-7-8.
Got it right to the half. It looked about 30, 45 feet or 30, 40 feet down. Nice
How about
job.
that?
Robert Marion not throwing urethane as a righty. I don't think he threw, at least when I watched him yesterday, I don't think he had that in his hands during that time either.
A little resin with some surface on it, just kind of rolling it end over end off the outside. Eileen Linares coming back with a strike in the 9th. Wow, these two guys are having quite a battle here. JD with the turkey now. Yeah, you never know when the fill ball is going to be crucial, but these two guys right here, pin difference, they're it's an important fill ball.
In this situation, Jim, you know, I get a chance to work on the PWBA tour, and at the U.S. Women's Open, Liz Johnson said she never makes ball changes on fill shots at the Open because you don't want to give away pins.
It makes sense, you know.
In this situation, match play, 2-game total pins. Sometimes it's difficult not to make a switch, especially right if your look is not good, you got to do it, right? But
I think so.
Would you do it even if you feel like, okay, I got a decent, my look is decent, good to decent, I would say. Brandon Knowles, unfortunately, that's guttered on the fill. Speaking of fills,
right?
But would you be more apt to try something on the fill, or would it be purely situational based on the match?
I think it's all situational. I think JG just looked at that. He looked up the scoreboard going to his fill ball, and I don't think he's going to. I think he would have tried a different ball here, but I think he looked up there and saw that pin differential and said, nope, we're going to stay with what got us here. So I think if there's a match, it's over. If it's pretty lopsided, I don't think it hurts anybody to try the fill ball and try something to try to get him back in that. Wow, speaking of fill ball, JD just got a 6-count bucket on the fill ball right there.
Those hurt because
so
he's not going to have the lead.
No, he's down, what, 214 to 11? Yep, 214 to 11. He's down 3.
All interesting how it plays out.
And D-Ron shoots, I believe that's 206. And Brad Harvey is in at 182, I believe.
Yep.
So he'll have a 24-pin lead.
Francois down there was he shot 211. He does have an early lead. His opponent shot 186.
Ooh. Wow. You're looking at 9 and 10, and you're looking at Gallegos and Eichhorn, and you got about 9 pins left on the deck between the two of them here.
Yeah, that's the
wow,
the slower or lower scoring match going down.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Trujillo trying to hang around with David Haynes.
You see some pretty good deuce matches, and then you'll see a lot what we were talking about earlier, some 170, 160 matches. Uh-oh. Ooh.
Art made that one close. Juan Garza struggling out the gates.
He's going for a double flat tens.
Again, 2 game total pins.
Wow. Did you see that?
I did not, but
Eichhorn had the big 4, and we were just talking about testing a fill ball. He changed balls and tested a fill ball on the shot, and he got 0. He went 6 out in the 10th frame in a low-scoring close match. Now, those 2 pins might come back to bite him down the road, but that was a surprise.
yeah, that was tough all around because he missed some single pins. He missed 3 single pins in that match. So if he makes those, he's leading.
Yep. Yep.
So the fill, you know, and not without, you know, fully intentionally watching his ball reaction, but that's tough to overcome.
It's like David Haynes ends up with 205 here. He's going to have a lead over Nathan Trujillo, who can spare here for 168. So he's going to have about a 30-pin-ish lead going into game 2.
See, I talked about the scoreboards expanding, as you can see up top. Emil Williams Jr. with Jim Tillery. $13,500 to the winner tonight, or this afternoon, I should say.
It's like the Linares Jenkins match is just finishing up. Jenkins shoots, I believe that's 232, if I'm not mistaken. And Eileen's going to shoot deuce herself. A couple big scores there. Wow. JD overturned that one on the first frame. Kind of a little bit of a help after that bucket. It's a break and leaves it 2-4.
We only have one lefty-lefty matchup here this round. That worked out that way, possibly. But the Mays-Hugger match is the one that stood out early, especially the couple of games. 208 to 182. I believe Mays with the early lead.
There are 3 left-handers on that pair out of the 4. Uh-oh. Oh.
You knew it right off his hand.
I'll tell you what, we're making some close here.
You knew it right off his hand.
You get these 2 or 3 pin games, and all of a sudden those spares start looking like toothpicks down there.
Again, Nance, your #1 overall seed. But of course, seeds simply. Where are you on the seeding when you get to a match play scenario? Like, to me, most of the time in a match play in a bowling tournament, I mean, most of the time, unless it's just someone who is just really new or just completely inexperienced to a degree, like a lower seed to me always has a chance against a higher seed in bowl. Most of the time. There's some instances like college bowling and other instances like that, but the singles tournament sometimes the seed once you get to it, I don't know if it really plays a big role or has like a mental edge. In some capacity.
It's a twofold question right there. You got the champions on this squad, and they're bowling. Sometimes they're bowling on the lesser known guys. They're bowling against some of them, and so everybody says, "Oh, well, the champions got the advantage. This should be an easy match." And then you got the other side of the coin where you got the guys that have nothing to lose.
Absolutely.
And they think this is a great match right here. This is my opportunity to knock off one of the big dogs. And so all of a sudden they take they give them their best shot. And so it can work out both ways mentally. And the intangible here is the lane condition. You got these brutal conditions where 190s are a good score. And it doesn't matter if you're the 1 seed or the 32 seed, you got an opportunity. And as long as you believe that, doesn't matter who you're bowling. But bowling, unlike the NFL playoffs where there's seedings, home field advantage, you don't have quite that. You got you against the lane condition, and as long as your mental game stays focused, I don't think the seedings are that important here. As long as you make the top 32, you're in. And that's kind of the consensus talking to most of these guys is, hey, we're in. JD on the light 7-pin. He's working hard. He's keeping it close.
Got a tie match over there between Buttriff and Robinson, by the way. They both shot 235.
Wow.
Out the gates, and Buttriff's got the front 4 out the gates against Robinson. Chris Clerk, the number 2 seed, he bowled really well toward the end of squad 4. He's bowling against someone he won an eagle with. And with Kyle King.
Wow.
Somehow the Phoenix crew always bowls against each other in the tournament. Always.
Well, you get enough of them in the finals. It's kind of inevitable. You're going to get somebody that one of your buddies at some point. Tell you what, we got quite a match right here between J.D. Nance and Marion. These guys are just a couple pins apart, and they're both hitting the pocket, but not a lot of carrying right now. It's a better spare shot from JD.
Rio shot 167 to David Haynes' 205. So Haynes again with the lead. If you're just joining us, just give you an update on these matches again. Nance and Marion separated by just 3 pins. The game 1 scores are on the screen. They're at the top. All right, so letter A, you see the score. Then the next letter is their game 2, which is currently happening, so on and so forth.
It's a really neat way to do it, Emil. I haven't seen him do that before. It's kind of cool to be able to show the audience first game and then what's transpiring in the second game here as well. And both Marion and Nance are both on a couple of spares to start this second game. So it's who's going to flinch, who's going to catch one here, carry one. A lot of things can happen. Wow.
Last year, if my memory is correct, Nance was the top seed.
I do believe you're right. I do believe. Made it all the way to the finals and ends up losing the title to Francois.
And of course, true double elimination when you get to the finals, the top seed does have to lose twice.
Correct.
And it is not 2 game total pins. In the finals, it is a step ladder, but the number 1 seed does have that advantage. Should they lose match 1, we will go to the if necessary.
We've seen that a few times, haven't we?
The last couple.
I remember when I did a show with you with Dylan Taylor bowling against Francois a couple of years ago. Went down to both games.
Lacey, yeah, Eileen is trailing by 32. 32 pin differential between her and Kevin Jenkins. Someone asked about Dwight Burns. I'll go check in on Dwight for you, Steve Decker. Good morning, Scooby. Appreciate you tuning in, as always. Jim, hold down the fort for me. I'm going to go fill in some blanks on some of these matches.
Sounds good. I'll watch them and
I'll come back and update us all.
all right. If you find a breakfast burrito down there, you let us know,
I
bro.
got you.
No,
You like red or green chilies?
that's the question in New Mexico. I'm a red guy, but you know what? If Steve Mackey's buying, I'll take whatever color it is. It doesn't matter, red or green. So while Emil heads down and checks some scores on the high end down there, we got some scoreboards down there we can't quite read, but we're going to go down and update you on some totals because there are some good matches going on the high end as well. This match right in front of us with J.D. Nance and Marion are just a pin or two apart, and both guys are working hard to try to carry, but boy, the corner pins are being stubborn this morning. Steve Klumpkin on lane 2 with a flush shot. I think he's leading Dave Tolson at the moment. There's JD with a carry. We got one of them on the board with a strike here the second game. Uh-oh. Eileen Linares just missed a 4-pin left on lane 4. It's the first hiccup I've seen from her. She's such a good bowler. Goes D-Ron in the 4th frame. Working on a single, trying to get a double on the board. Wow. Light 7. So he's on a Dutch 200 pace, and it looks like Brad Harvey's doing the same thing. Well, no, Brad hasn't opened on the first, so strike, spare strike after that. Guys, I think the standings for this, I know last night I went on to the Tenpins and More Facebook page and clicked on that page, and I was able to see all the squad standings for each squad. My guess is you'll probably be able to see the match play standings on that same Facebook page also. Just go to Tenpins and More, click on that box, and they should have some standings updated on there. Good cover. For those of you that didn't get a chance to come out and bowl near the New Mexico Open this week, I was able to get here on Thursday and practice for an hour and a half or so on Thursday, and bowled the second squad on Friday, and I didn't see a lot of change in the conditions. And I tried to throw urethane, pitch black, out as straight as I could, up, 2-3. And practice session, it was decent. The tournament was a little tighter on the gutter, and I couldn't quite get it to roll up as much, so I had to point it a little bit. And then later in the block, I was 50, 60 under, and I needed a game or two, the last two, to get there. And so I ended up changing to a weaker resin ball from Storm, and ended up moving it a little bit and trying to play 10 to 5, 10 to 4, and I certainly didn't do it very well. I ended up shooting 170, 150 the last two. So it's one of those things you take a chance, and maybe it works and maybe it doesn't. As it was, that's why I'm sitting here with the booth today. So there's D-Ron. Wow, that is so smooth. So he's on a Dutch 200 pace right now. He's had some good shots on the left lane, just no carry to show for it. Marion, that's 3 10-pins in a row for him. It's good balls. And JD going for a double here, could take the lead in this match. Well, Brad Harvey threw a great shot there, needed a double, and ring in 10. We'll watch JD here. This is a big shot for him. Holy cow. That's a weak switching 5-10. Now, Jim Tillery can leave those pretty easy, but not JD Nance. So that's a surprise right there. And Marion just keeps on sparing. You know, he forces JD to have to double. He's not making a mistake. Something tells me JD's gonna make this. We'll see if I'm right. Well, that's one. That doesn't usually happen for me, but it's one for the good guys here in the booth today. So this match stays very, very close. As you guys are watching, there's still a lot of splits, a lot of washouts, a lot of 6 counts out there. Just nothing easy. Sending a shout out to my buddies out in Kansas and Minnesota. They're checking in. Appreciate you guys getting up. I know it's a little later there, but hope things are going good for you on this Sunday morning. Wish you guys are out here with us. Emil, did you find some standings over there?
All right, here we go. So
Updated. All right.
just an FYI, the standings, or there won't be any, well, first of all, if you want standings, regular standings from qualifying, everything still is at Tenpins and More Rio Rancho Facebook page. So that's where you can go to find standings from all squads.
Okay.
And certainly the combined. So if you want full standings from all squads, again, Rio Rancho Facebook page is the, I'm sorry, Tenpins and More at Rio Rancho Facebook page for full standings. Then from the match play scenario, I'll just kind of start from lane 1 and work our way down.
Okay.
So on 1 and 2, Francois Lavoie leads Jason Silva 211 to 186 after 1. Then David Tolson had a 4-pin lead over Steve Klumpkin.
Wow.
177 to 173. So, of course, obviously a close match there. Then on 3 and 4, Hunter Mays shot 208, 26-pin advantage over Calvin Hugger. And then, as mentioned, Kevin Jenkins, 32-pin advantage over Eileen Linares. And then, of course, in front of us on 5 and 6, D-Ron shot 206. Brad Harvey out the gate shot 182. 24-pin lead for D-Ron. Art Ozunian, very nice start. Got some help from Juan Garza, 46-pin advantage for Ozunian. Garza shot 146 or 142. Of course, Nance, JD Nance, trailing. He's the number 1 seed, trailing Marion after 1 game. Actually, and they're still tied. Essentially this game, so it's still a Marion advantage when you think about both games and where they are currently. And then David Haynes, 205, Nate Trujillo, 167. Then on 9 and 10, Noah Gallegos. Gallegos, 177, Tim Eichhorn, 146.
Wow. Uh-oh.
And Nance.
That's a big spare right there, bud.
Uh-oh. Also, Brandon Knowles, 228. Ben Perry, 199. Advantage in favor, of course, of Knowles. Eichhorn starting to make a little bit of a move over there in his match against Gallegos, though, after giving away some pins. On 13 and 14, Tyler Masterson with 30-pin advantage over Brett Wolf entering the game. He shot 229 to Brett's 199. DJ Neifel trails Brian Skidmore, 203, 196.
Close match there.
On 14, what did I say? 11 and 12? Oh yeah, this should be 11.
Okay.
Either way, Kane and Andrew Kane and
Dennis Brown.
247, 226 out the gates.
Wow, big scores.
Yeah, so high scoring match between Brown and Kane, and they were still striking while I was down there. It's 21 pin lead though for Andrew Kane, obviously not a lot. And then Jacob Buttriff and Mason Robinson tied at 235. So essentially whoever wins this game wins that match. Chris Clerk had a sizable advantage over Kyle King, but Kyle King started front three spare double down there in game 2, so he was working his way toward maybe taking the lead in that match against Chris Clerk and Mason Edmondson, who is left-handed, by the way.
Mason is?
Yeah.
Is that the young man from Amarillo?
He's from Oklahoma. He is from Oklahoma,
okay.
But he is left-handed, two-handed left.
Gotcha, okay.
48 pin lead over Dwight Burns.
Wow, okay.
Dwight shot 169, Edmondson 217 in game 1.
So that's our second lefty-lefty matchup.
Yes, Burns
Gotcha.
and Edmondson.
Gotcha.
All right, Linares, for those asking, again, 200 even. She trails by 32 pins, or trailed by 32, entering game number 2. And some of these matches moving right along much quicker. A few more strikes going down on the high end. Actually, 15 and 16 is going to be done first, I think.
That's what it looks like. Looks like they're striking a little more on the high end than the low end. Something to keep in mind as we progress through this.
Yeah, and I think some of the players echoed that during qualifying.
Right. Well, that's what it felt like. It felt like you had a little bit more bump, at least on the right side. And as we moved to the low end, it got a little tighter and got a little touchier. It's a big double chance right here from Marion.
Dang.
Wow, I'll tell you what. He's putting pressure on JD right here. If JD missing that spare in the 5th, he's almost forced to throw a double back at him right here.
Thank you, Lance. I thought he was from Oklahoma. So Mason is from Amarillo.
Okay.
You are correct.
Okay.
Who is from Oklahoma?
Well,
somebody good is from Oklahoma. Young player. Was it Trey? I didn't think it was Trey. Trujillo. Great shot. That's what he was doing all of last night.
Wow.
Let's see if he's got a run left in him. The players from Colorado certainly have been representing well. You got 3 right here, just between to our right, Knowles, 9 and 10, Trujillo and Marion. Eichhorn trying to make a comeback.
He's working.
Tyler Masterson is just trying to go ahead and move on in the winner's bracket.
I'll tell you, I'm sitting there watching David, and David's not enjoying this reaction he has right this morning either. He didn't like it the other day when we started, but he got better as the block went. He was able to move left and open it up. And
yeah, but it took a while.
It took a while. In this format, you don't really have a while. You got to jump in and go.
No. Thank you, Lance. That's right. Trey is from Oklahoma. Well, Dennis Brown has rattled off 6 in a row. Make it 7. Wow, 7 in a row for Dennis Brown down there on 13 and 14. And shoot, he is all but knocked up a win. Let's see,
he was 21 down going in.
Oh yeah. Andrew Kane, the best he can do is shoot, I think 2-0. 2-team? Yeah,
He's
205.
He's in trouble. And Brad Harvey's just about done here against D-Ron. He needed that double right there, and he split. And D-Ron's just keeping it clean, shooting 2-0, 2-team. Marion with a sleeper 8 count on that double. This is it's a huge shot for JD right here in this match.
Jordan Nasberg, hello, good morning to you. Jacob started with the front 4. He had 1 open in the 7th. He's looking at 2-0. He can shoot 226. That's going to be a Buttriff win.
Big shot.
Buttriff's going to win. Big double there for JD Nance. Matches are coming to an end in round number 1. So as they hit the bracket, oh, we already got one. We already got one final that has been called by Jeff Hemer. Buttriff, as I just told you, has mathematically locked up his match, so he will advance. He's going to face what looks to be now Dennis Brown after coming back to defeat potentially Andrew Kane, but that is not final yet. Mr. Garza. Man,
He's got a.
Juan needs a lot of help, need a lot of strikes here.
Yeah. Eileen's still hanging in this match. I think Jenkins just opened a minute ago. This is a big double shot for her. A little fast.
As everyone enters the broadcast here this morning, first of all, thank you for joining us. David Haynes with the strike in the 7th. This one is not over yet. Trujillo, if he can throw 2 more, he's going to be in business. But hit that, smash that thumbs up for me if you wouldn't mind. And subscribe as well to Bullstream TV. David Tolson, single pin conversion in the 9th. He had a 4-pin lead over Steve Klumpkin. So he can shoot 211. That's his max. Steve with a strike in the 8th. Looking to double in the 9th. So Klumpkin has the advantage here late in that match.
JD coming up with a chance for a turkey. Marion just got a single strike.
And finally, somebody gets a light shaker 7 to fall.
I think that's the
for a righty.
I think that's the first one I've seen D-Ron get, because he's left a lot of 7s that are shakers.
Yeah, they weren't falling for right-handers. The new pins. Here's Nance.
Oh, he went to a little different ball there. He went to that purple one, a little more aggressive, and that one had a chance.
Ben Perry trying to come from behind in his match versus Ben Perry is bowling Brandon Knowles.
It's a double right there for David Haynes. Can you see that Klumpkin match finish up down there on 1 and 2? I know that he's in the 10th. He just spared.
Yeah, they're in the 10th frame, and Klumpkin did not strike in the 9th, but he did make the spare. And right now, it is a tie match.
Wow.
Steve leads this game by 4 pins.
And he lost the first game by 4.
He lost the first game by 4. It's a tie match down there. So it's coming down to the 10th frame.
And 1 and 2's notoriously here a little bit of a touchy pair. You know, 1 tends to hook a little more in, and 2 tends to hook a little more out. But I think it depends on what you're finishing on here.
Kyle King has come from behind to defeat Chris Clerk. I don't have the match total, but King will advance. D-Ron Booker will advance.
Wow, King was 40 down from Clerk and came back to win that match.
Yeah, he probably shot at least 230 or 240. When I was down there, he went front 4, spare, strike. He was well on his way to making a comeback, and his opponent, of course, was losing ball reaction. And Chris Clerk. Oh wow, Jason Silva just made a huge
2-4-10.
What looked to be a split there.
Yep.
That could be the difference. Holy Snikes.
Is he going to beat Francois on this one? It's going to be close. Francois up on lane 2.
So Francois just struck for 185. He's got 396. Yeah, Silva needs, what he's got, 214 left? I think he needs 7.
You got to have 7 to win a match. Holy cow. He bucketed. He got 6.
Wow, that's a tie. I think they just tied. $210, right?
That's what it looked like.
Yeah, they tied at 396.
Holy moly. Goodness. Talking about fill balls.
So Silva made the 2-4-10 to give himself a chance to win.
And then buckets on the fill ball to tie.
Oh, that's huge there. That's gotten the attention of a lot of the players certainly in the field right now too. Other winners, Mason Edmondson gets the win over Dwight Burns. He will continue on in the winners bracket.
Okay.
So they'll have to finish up the matches on 1 and 2 first. Tolson and Klumpkin, and that was a close match. They were tied going into the 10th frame.
And Klumpkin just 2-pinned. See what Tolson's doing here. He struck. That might be a winner for Tolson over Klumpkin. I don't know. Steve's working hard on the 2-pin here.
Yeah. He makes the spare. I'm going to try something here real quick, folks.
Marsha, I'm sure she's watching Steve back in Utah. He wanted me to send you a shout out and say hello and good morning to you.
All right, so the scoreboards are going to look a little different right now.
Okay.
They won't look as crisp as they have been. I'm gonna do something real quick.
Wow. Tolson on a flush 9-pin right there.
All right, so this is 1 and 2. On your screen currently. We'll get you back to 7 and 8 really quickly, actually, because
Marion on a turkey.
Marion's on a turkey. Let's do the quick math there real quick. All right, so Steve can shoot 204 with a strike on the fill. Puts him at 377. He does strike.
Yes.
And now
Tolson.
he has to make this to win by 1.
He's got to make the 9-pin to win by
Gotta
1.
wait. Not only he has to make it, if he does not make it, they're going to have 2 ties on the same pair of lanes.
How ironic is that?
To start.
Covered the 9.
All right. Tolson wins by 1.
Wow.
Robert Marion just washed out. Second shot in the 10th.
That's after a turkey. I still think, right now, I still think he has his match in hand.
214. Actually, 211. That's 426. Yeah, he's good. This one's in the books.
Doesn't matter what JD does here, does it?
No, 211 and 215 only gets him to 426. The magic number here for Robert Marion was 213. And Nance is going to find himself in the elimination bracket. All right, quickly back down to 1 and 2, then I'll get some crisp scoreboards back for you.
Francois up on lane 1.
This is, I believe it's a 1 game. I'm sorry, I think it's a 1 ball.
Just 1 ball?
I think. And that is 9.
He got it left to week 10 there, didn't he? Yeah, Jeff Himmer's down there talking to him.
Yep, it's going to be a 1-ball roll-off. David Haynes over on 7 and 8, by the way, just struck. 205, Haynes already in the books with. He can get to 191. 396 is the number for Haynes if he strikes out. And he has locked up that match. All right, so Silva, strike to advance in the winner's bracket. 9, we do it again. And he got 9.
Brooklyn 6-pin. You know what? He didn't want to leave a bucket hanging out to the right again. We're at 2-4-10.
Okay. This is bonus coverage, if you will. What's happening here, folks, is both players, Francois Lavoie and Jason Silva, tied at, I believe it was 396, I think I said. And so now they're in the 1-ball roll-off. Silva made a 2-4-10 in the 10th frame. And then Francois struck on the fill to get to 396, which meant Silva simply had to, well, not simply. But, I think he needed 7 to win. He got 6.
6 to tie.
Now they're through 1 sudden death roll-off here. Both got 9. The defending champion looking for 10 and has it.
He got 10. So Silva's got to have 10 to keep this match going.
So now it is Silva who has to strike to continue this roll-off. Other matches that have concluded, well, Jeff Hemer's down there handling the roll-off, of course, so the bracket not yet updated. There you see Hunter Mays off to your right. He's cleaning up his match versus Calvin Hugger. I'm going to do the quick math there. That one might not be over yet. Meanwhile, Jason Silva needs a strike. Nearly the roll of the 2.
Ball game.
And Lavoie will win in 2 sudden death roll-offs here in
that's what defending champions do, don't they? They have an opportunity.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. And it looks like this match in front of us just finished. Looks like David Haynes is going to win this match.
Oh, excuse me. Let's get back
over Trujillo.
Get back to 1 and 2 real quick. Let me just do the quick math over there for on Hunter Mays. Hugger did not strike, so that one should be over. We can only get to 192. That's 374. And yep, so Mays is going to advance. There was some trouble for Kevin Jenkins. 407 is the max for Eileen. And with that big 3-bagger, Jenkins' magic number was 176. And he is just about there. 19.
Yeah, he was in trouble for a bit, and then he pulled out that turkey, but it might have saved him. Eileen was just giving him all she had.
Jimmy, how you doing, bud?
I'm good, you? Lots of folks coming to the bowling center now. A lot of spectators back here and a lot of friends, and so we're getting a lot of comments back here with friends as we update the brackets. But folks are moving around, waiting to see what lanes they're on, and we got a couple matches just finishing up here on lanes 3 and 4. And we'll give you an update on Eileen Linares and Kevin Jenkins' match going to the 10th. Looks like Jenkins is going to hold on and win that one. Only 6 pins. Does Eileen have any chance here in the 10th if she turkeys?
Let me see.
Is this one just about over? She doubles.
There is a, yes, she does still.
She has a chance still.
If he does not make this, 6 and 9, yeah, that's 175.
Big spare.
Well, they could tie as well.
Wow.
If he chopped that, if he would have chopped it, she could have struck out to tie. Or if he'd have missed it completely, because she could have struck out to win. So now it's official. Jenkins will win.
He's going to win.
Well, that's a nice first round.
I'm telling you what, look at that. She throws it really good. If she can point it off the gutter like that with a hand up the back of the ball, wow.
She missed 1 single pin.
She missed a 4-pin left early in the game, and that's going to come down to cost her, and she's going to remember that. I'll tell you what, he He threw that football out there on the edge. I'm thinking, wow, you're flirting with danger.
Well, thankfully he mathematically
yeah,
had it locked up by 2 pins, but
I'm going down the middle if I'm him. There's no chance. I'm throwing that thing straight at the head pin.
KJ strikes me as someone who already did the quick math in
Yeah,
his head.
yeah.
So
He's been there before. That's a good match, though. Wow, a couple of 400s.
all right, folks. So 1 and 2 is kind of the bonus, if you will. I got a camera down there, obviously, but because of I'm trying to make sure 5 through 8 scoreboards are as crisp as they can be. So if I need to periodically move out of 1 and 2 or 5 through 8 just from a score to get you 1 and 2 action, I'm going to do that just so everyone is aware.
And we've got the winner's bracket bowling right here in front of us on the low end, I believe, and I think the consolation starts on the high end. Does that sound right, Emil?
I think we might have a little bit of both.
Kind of a mixture?
Actually, no, I think you're right.
Okay.
Because yesterday Jeff I think he wrote the wrong lane. Yeah, he scratched it off. Yes, so winners brackets will be in our area.
Okay.
Consolation will be down, I think starting at lane 9.
Well, and we'll try to sneak down there. I'll get off the headset a little bit and walk down and do some numbers on the consolation bracket because we got some folks out there looking for that as well. So.
What a contrast in voices.
Yeah.
Steve is more on our my even keel bass level.
Right.
And Jeff's about an octave higher.
He's walking around with that mic and he is on it. That's for sure.
He made me jump when he started his
I saw that.
And stays those letters for both games of this 2-game total pinfall round 2 match.
All right, we're moving into round number 2, folks. So there will be some individuals eliminated after the following this upcoming round, I should say. So important individuals in the consolation bracket right now. Mr. Jim Tillery.
Well,
JD Nance. In fact, who's Nance bowling? That's important.
Oh.
Nance is bowling Nathan Trujillo. Okay. Now I can see Nathan bowling a little, and not that he bowled bad here on 7 and 8.
Right.
But with a match underneath his belt, kind of win or lose.
Settling down a little bit.
Now I'll be able to settle down. And it's one of those, okay, win or go home, right? So it's like, well, it's been a great tournament.
Sure.
Let's see if we can keep it going.
Right.
And so his level might be a bit more even, and not that it wasn't. But I think same thing for JD to a degree, right? Now he's in a little bit of a situation where, kind of back against the wall for him, and obviously someone who can certainly win the title. He wants to win the title.
Right.
So it'd be interesting to kind of keep an eye on what's happening down there on 11 and 12. What we'll do is we'll go over these matches. In fact, you go over those matches for me.
Okay.
We'll check on that burrito.
You're going to go check on the burritos? Okay. Well, right here in the winner's bracket, we've got Francois Lavoie, defending champion. And I believe Francois is bowling, I think Dave Tolson, but I'm going to double check for you here. Yes, he is. And on this same pair here on 7 and 8, it looks like Mason Edmondson.
Just one shot per bowler per lane. Do not surface. Kind of step back when you get out to it so we know we're ready to go.
There's a bowling king right in front of us. Then to the left, you got Tyler Masterson, Dennis Brown, Jacob Buttriff, and DJ Neifel. Warming up on 5 and 6. On 1 and 2, I can see down there, it looks like D-Ron Booker. Is down there, and he's bowling against Well, we can't see them. They're all in the back right there right now. But we'll give you an update once we get them started here. I know Marion's on 3 and 4 after beating J.D. Nance. David Haynes is on 3 and 4 as well. And in the consolation bracket, starting on lane 9 and 10, 9 through 16 are the first round losers that are bowling each other in the consolation bracket, and that is for an elimination match. So there will be several players eliminated after this match on the high end of the house. I am looking for Brian Skidmore right now. I'll give you an update on him. He did not win his first match. He is on the high end right now in an elimination match. He's on the very end pair. Wow. Emil Harris just walks in with breakfast burritos. That is a buddy for you right there.
Well, you know, I can't.
That's a pal for you, man.
I can't pay people yet, but I can buy you food. I can buy you breakfast.
I can make a mess with this burrito just to see.
You want one too?
She might be eating half of mine. You never know.
I will say it took me all day yesterday to eat that.
Between talking and seeing matches,
yes.
and yeah.
So I'm normally someone who can get it done in a setting, in one sitting and be done. And I got through about a quarter of it, and I was like, okay. Then the Chili's was like, oh, I forgot there's Chili's in it.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You don't get a lot of that in Chicago, do you? The red and green hot chili?
No. I do appreciate when I'm on this side of the country. I can get some red or some green chilies.
Ooh.
In fact, you know Brandy Silva very well,
yeah.
right? So
yeah.
when I first met Brandy, she introduced me to red or green chilies. I used to live at their house in Texas when I lived there, and she would have a little stash every now and then, and she'd put it in there, and I'd be like, oh okay, I see what the deal is.
Yep. I saw Brandy earlier this week. In fact,
she was here.
Ironically, I took a record over to her house.
She posted about that.
I did. Yes, she did post it. I took a Huey Lewis and the News over to her for her mother. And then when I was over there, she gave me a Michael Jackson Thriller. She gave me a Queen, and she gave me another Huey Lewis. And so I framed those for her as well. So,
so she already had the albums.
She had the albums given to me. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep. And I've got some more for you, too. I've got your Michael Jackson Thriller that you already have.
What else you got? Do you got Jimmy?
I've got some Jimi Hendrix. I've got a couple new Snoop Dogs in, which is kind of cool. And I know you asked me about those, and
absolutely
some R&B. So I've got several things. I've got some Tupac and some 50 Cent
now
stuff
we're
like
cooking.
that.
Now
Yeah,
we're
50
cooking,
Cent.
Jim.
I got some stuff like that in. I've got some folks down in Carlsbad and Lubbock area.
Hype?
There's all kinds of good stuff. I've got a few Slipknot and some Metallica records to make for some guys down in Carlsbad this week. But
real quick, just so the viewers understand what we're talking about, Jim, what do you do in the kind of the vintage framing world? So we just hear people hear us talking about albums, and
right?
artists,
They're not sure where that's coming
from. They don't know
from.
what's happening.
Well, several years ago, I've been teaching school for 28 years, and I decided, you know what? I loved it, but I'm tired. I just want to bowl. I want to sell gems. I want to go out and hunt gems in the mountains, and so turquoise and amethyst and crystals and anything. I'm going to go on a topaz hunt in Utah here in about 2 weeks. But I've been doing a lot of gun and knife shows selling gems. I don't own a gun or a knife, but by God, I got a lot of gems. And so I go to these shows and sell those. And the second part of those shows are framed vinyl records. And they can be old vintage stuff from the Temptations to Chubby Checker, all the way to the new stuff that you got here with Evanescence and Avenged Sevenfold and things like that. But you get a lot of people that like the classic albums, the Queens, the Michael Jackson Thriller albums, the George Straits, and so I've got thousands of albums at home right now, and I frame them, and I take requests if people are looking for a certain album that they want to hang and display in their game room or their den, or if they want to play it, they can take them out of the frame and play them on a record player if they still own a record player. But that's something I've been doing for the last few years, and it's gotten quite busy. You know, got people looking for all kinds of things, and so the first one I sent to you was the Michael Jackson Thriller album, but I've got some more that I'm going to get made for you. Just give me some titles, and I know Hendrix is one of your boys, and so
Yes, definitely.
I'll find some more.
Actually, we had a game night at our house, and we had kind of just got our basement kind of together, and we put up the album, put it on the wall.
Did
and
ya?
Someone said, "Hey, where'd you get this?" And I'm like, "I know a guy."
Yeah, I know a guy.
I know a guy. So there is a Thriller request. Just
Okay.
FYI.
All right. Well, I come across some Thrillers from time to time, and I've got a couple more at home, and some are in pretty good shape, and some have been played, you know, out of the darn jacket. That jacket is worn out.
Sure. All right, good people. So we've got round 2 officially now underway. Each player got one shot in or one ball in each lane as they get to their new respective pairs. So from we'll just start with 5 and 6. So on 5 and 6, Jacob Buttroff, who is currently on the right lane. Buttroff is facing, I can tell you as soon as Jeff Hemer is out of the way.
It's either Neifel or Masterson or
Good shot. All right, so it's not DJ.
oh,
Jacob is bowling Dennis Brown. That sound right?
yep, that does sound right. I saw Dennis on that pair, so yeah.
And then, of course, DJ Neifel versus Tyler Masterson. Then on 7 and 8, defending champion rides again. More Wichita State love, of course. David Tolson, who has become a pretty cool guy to chat with and talk about bowling with. He is facing Francois Lavoie. So any tenants or residents currently at the Helmick Hilton, you got you a first-class view of Francois here on 7 and 8. And then Mason Edmondson will face Kyle King. How about David Tolson coming out, firing away with the early 3-bagger?
Yeah, Tolson firing it. You know, he's bowling good. He bowled good in a Colorado tournament last week I was reading about on Facebook, and he came out here with nothing to lose, and he's rolling a urethane that looks like outside and down and in. He's throwing it good. Francois not going away. You know, he doubles himself, so.
No, you'd expect this one to go down.
Yeah.
To you know, Steve might have two of the, or both of them really might have the closest matches in the first 2 rounds,
right?
Because obviously the Lavoie Silva match went to 2 sudden death 1-ball roll-offs for a winner to be determined, and then Tolson and Clinching, that was a 1-pin win for David Tolson. 1 pin.
Yeah.
He had to make a 9-pin to win. If he misses it, they tie, and they're going to a sudden death roll-off.
He made it look pretty easy too. You know, sometimes you get in those situations you haven't been in a while, and all of a sudden those single pin spares on a tough condition become a little tricky. Wow.
I just saw something online, actually from a cousin of mine who I don't know what they were talking about, but they posted and said, you know, it basically the answer was if you prepare properly, you're going to your anxiety is going to be lowered. Meaning, if you're properly prepared, be less anxiety, you won't feel as. And same thing, you know, you shoot a gazillion 9-pins, so just use what you've learned in the past, go through your process. And make the spare.
That muscle memory in the body, you know you made it, and it's just a matter of relaxing the mind and going up and making it. And you know, that's a big key. Dennis Brown on a light 5.7. Wow, that doesn't happen very often. He's throwing urethane in a little bit, and that ball didn't hit very well. That was Lavoie for a turkey chance here.
Francois Lavoie.
He does it. Wow, this is going to be a good match.
All right, so I'm gonna run through the bracket for you once I write them all down on my paper.
I haven't seen Tyler Masterson in a couple of years, and he came up and shook my hand a minute ago, and it's good to see him. You know, a lot of these young kids we bowled when they were younger, and now they're all grown up, and they are tough as nails. Wow, Tolson on a shaker 7-10. So Tyler started off a couple of spares, but keeping it in play. It's good to see some of these guys again.
I saw Tyler on his way out last night, and of course, obviously, you know, happy he's able to advance and get some bonus bowling in. And he was going to get food. He was talking about he's going to bring his equipment home. I think he's staying at with the Hares,
Okay.
Brian and Adrian, and do some surfacing. Do some surfacing and get some fresh surfaces on his equipment. And so he was thinking ahead already. All right, I'm going to run down the bracket here in 1 second, folks. Let me just write them all down on my paper. I'm almost done. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it right here. I can see it now. I got a clear view. All right, so these are winners bracket matches only. Starting with lane 1. D-Ron Booker facing Art Uzunian on lane 1. Also on lane 1. Hunter Mays versus Kevin Jenkins. Another battle of lefties. On lane, I'm sorry, I should say 1 and 2. On 3 and 4, Robert Marion, who just defeated top seed JD Nance, versus David Haynes. Tim Eichhorn, who came back to win that match, if you were correct.
Yeah,
he
was
3
down
single pins in
first
game 1.
Yep.
Which is almost, just don't hear that.
He
right?
was 30 down.
He missed 3 single pins and he came back to win that match.
Yeah.
Right? He was trending in the right direction. You could just see it.
He had to. He had nowhere to go but up, brother.
Well, you know, and he was a little bit upset at himself. And,
Yeah, he was.
Rightfully so.
He was.
And so he handled his business to get things done. So we've got Eichhorn versus Brandon Knowles on 3 and 4. Then, as you can see on 5 and 6, as we mentioned, Tyler Masterson, DJ Neifel. Then on also on that pair, of course, Dennis Brown, Jacob Buttroff. To the right on 7 and 8, Kyle King and
Mason Edmondson.
And then Francois Lavoie, David Tolson. Then to the right, that begins the elimination bracket. On lane 9, Chris Clerk taking on Dwight Burns. Also on 9 and 10, Jason Silva and Steve Klumpkin. Then on 11 and 12, JD Nance versus Nathan Trujillo. Noah Gallegos versus Ben Perry on 11 and 12 as well. Then on 13 and 14, Calvin Hugger Jr. versus Eileen Linares. Also on 13 and 14, Ben Harvey and Juan Garza. Then on 15 and 16, Andrew Kane versus Mason Robinson. Also on 15 and 16, Brett Wolf versus Brian Skidmore. So I know there were 2 questions about Brett Wolf, 1 for Brett and 1 for Brian. They are bowling each other.
Tell you what, there's some good matches going on, and there's some good players that are going to get eliminated this round. You know, they're in the consolation bracket right now. Ed Petrie asks, do I know how many seniors there are in the field? Peach, I'm going to guess about...
I think there are at least 3 in match play. Juan Garza, Steve Klumpkin.
on 1 and 2. Gentlemen bowling against Iran.
I don't know if Art is
maybe
technically a. I'll go to the standings from last night.
Dennis Brown. He just snuck over that 50 mark.
Is Den okay? Dennis is So Dennis, Dwight, Juan Garza. Is Steve Klumpkins technically? Is Steve fifth?
I think technically, but you know, just
I don't
barely.
want to be aging my
Just
guy
barely.
like that.
Yeah, I know. Ed Petrie, I think there's going to be about 4 in this field of 32.
By the way, Ed, I didn't realize it was you until I watched you bowl. like, oh, that's Ed from like the Open Championships, Ed. So good to see you, Ed. Good to see you bowling too.
Ed used to bowl with me at Nationals back in the day. Good to hear from you, Peach. Hope you're doing well, brother. I missed you yesterday. I qualified Friday and Friday afternoon, and I took yesterday off and took a lot of ibuprofen and rest. My brain and my body were done. Wow, not something you see too often. D-Ron missing a 10-pin down there.
Well, we know we already had some observations on missed single pins and how they come back to. But we've also had one story that is someone overcoming that.
Right.
And Tim Eichhorn. I mean,
missing 3 and still making up 30, 40 pins. Yeah.
In the world of percentages and stats, you know, what do you think the win probability was for Tim Eichhorn after game 1, especially knowing you missed 3 single pins?
Knowing he missed 3 single pins, knowing how tough the condition is, and knowing how lost he was shooting 140, I would have said the percentages were about 5%.
He was trailing by 31.
Yeah, and he made that up and found a little something, and here he is in the winner's bracket. Now that right there might have gotten him a little confidence, might have gotten some nerves out of the way and given him a little rejuvenated energy here. We'll see how he bowls in the second match.
So the players who are in the winner's bracket right now, Jim, did anyone stand out? And obviously we didn't see every match. Like Kyle King, for example, bowled a big game to come back and win his match after trailing early. You know, Jacob Butcher, to me, always kind of turns it on in these moments as well. And it's just, he's always somebody you got to watch in these moments. I feel like Kyle King, though, as Mason cannot get the 7 to fall for an early 6-bagger. I feel like Kyle King, there you see Butcher, was just on cue, man.
Right on cue.
I tell you, Jim, like I watched him in Cactus Classic, you just get him in the match play, and he just gets to another gear. Like, he's that kind of player where the whole light switch thing, it's like it's not a thing. People turn it on, turn it off.
Right.
Butcher just can turn it off.
And, you know, I think once you get into a rhythm and once you get the right ball in your hand and the right feel and the right line, all of a sudden you can turn your brain off and just go on cruise control. And that's what some of these guys are doing right now. And I'm watching Francois do that on the right side. You know, Tolson's got a good reaction here, but he's behind in the match. And, you know, I'm seeing that with Edmondson here in front of us. You know, Buttriff, D-Ron, I think this is wide open right now.
Got Keith Ubert in the chat saying, Keith, are you calling Frankie or Buttriff for the overall win today? You're saying one of those 2 players will win the tournament, and if they do, it would be historic if either one wins. I think Jacob would be, or either one would be the second 2-time winner of the tournament.
Right.
And then Francois specifically, if he wins, he would be the second to win it in back-to-back years.
Correct.
But John Young holds both of the cards.
I was there. I lost to John Young the first year. Well, I lost to Carl Chavez, who eventually lost to John Young on the show, and then the second year, I lost to him in the first match. So you go back 20 years, and there's a younger Tillery that could actually bowl. Right now, I'm trying to squeeze every ounce of life out of what I have left. But you're right. That was the first back-to-back winner, and I don't think John's been bowling much anymore. I think he's had some knee issues, and then you know, these guys that are back-to-back, Buttriff and Francois, I think that would be quite an accomplishment. I'm not going to, you know, I'm going to throw a name out there that I might be wrong on, but after watching Marion as straight as he can play, soft, end over end, after watching how he bowled against J.D. Nance, he might be a surprise in this winner's bracket. He might sneak up on some people, and right now, I think he's bowling another right-hander down there on 3 and 4, which, you know, the discrepancy with the right and the left right now, I'm thinking some of these guys, Mason Edmondson and Kyle King and Buttriff, they're starting to get loose on that left side. It's looking better.
Yeah, and that was a really good shot too from Tolson. The book on Frankie right now is he's won 3 tournaments in a row. There were some folks in the chat asking about it. He won the Jonesboro Trios professional event, PWBA, PBA, PBA 50.
Correct. I saw that with Tommy Hess.
Tom Hess and Brianna Klimmer. Then he won the Super Regional in Denver.
Yep.
Last weekend. And now he's back in match play in the winner's bracket, round 2 as the defending champion here at the New Mexico Open. And Jacob Buttriff, super washout conversion.
Wow.
He's turning it on, Jim Tillery.
I'm telling you, that was a big cover right there. Any 5 counts you don't want to see this week. I don't want to see any 7 or 8 counts this week, but you can cover some of those. You're going to be all right. And he's got some strikes on in front of it, so he's going to be okay.
This lane condition is going to make for a good show, no matter who's in it.
Absolutely.
You know, the only thing that you will think about, and this is obviously we got a long way to go before we get there. When you get into the 1-game scenario, you know, I mentioned earlier how the lanes are transitioning faster because there's 2 matches on a pair, right? That won't happen later on. So there will be a little bit of a difference earlier once the lanes are redressed. See some folks in here ready to bowl already for those Consolation. So my guy Steve Novak, he don't mess around. I respect Steve so much because if there's an opportunity to make money,
he's there.
You know, he's probably still disappointed that he just missed this thing. He made the finals last year, of course, but he'll take full advantage.
Oh yeah, and he snuck in for a check last night. He held on for. He almost made the finals.
The number was coming back his way. He was at -88. And
I bowled next to him all 8 games the other day, and I'll tell you what, that guy throws the ball good. Wow.
I'll keep you updated on our elimination matches. I know we got a lot of JD Nance fans, not only in the chat, but certainly in the building. It's interesting, you know, watching this tournament unfold last year and watching JD in particular. And just the fans who have no relation to JD, New Mexico, the tournament, nothing. But because they followed him the last 2 years watching the tournament here on Boldstream TV, they know, like, okay, JD's got a chance to win for the first time in 3 years. He's been the runner-up twice. Like, they know that he's a hometown. Like, they know all that. It's pretty. He's developed a cool story, and it's actually gone further than just New Mexico.
He is the sentimental favorite, you know, the local guy, and on top of that, JD is one of the most genuine, nicest guys out here. There's nothing fake about JD. He loves everybody, takes pictures with everybody, he laughs with everybody and jokes with everybody. And so when people have somebody like that to root for on the lanes, they're going to root for him. You know, D-Ron has kind of taken the city like that since he's moved here. He's done that, and he's embraced the city. The city's embraced him.
He talked about that last night.
Oh, you get 2 guys with that kind of personality, and it's a solid game they have. It's hard not to root for them. You know, I love those 2 guys. They're both good guys. You know, D-Ron and we drilled a couple bowling balls a few weeks ago over at Starlight Lanes, and primarily to get ready for nationals a few weeks ago, and then the New Mexico Open. And we have such a good rapport as far as bowling balls, surfaces, and weight blocks, and conditions, and he knows my game pretty well, so he drilled a couple for nationals, and I threw him here this week, and I did what I could do with him. I really did.
Was that lightning blackout?
I threw the pitch black, and then I threw that the lightning blackout. Oh, yeah, it's a strong surface, but a very weak shell, and I threw that late the other day. And I really like the ball. It's a good cover right there.
Nice job by Dwight Burns.
Covering the 3-7.
But Dwight came out yesterday during, shoot, I think he bowled 7 a.m. Yeah, I think he bowled squad 3, 237, 242 out the gates. And thought he was about to put on a show. Ultimately, he did more than enough, obviously, to advance. But early starts on this pattern really have been important, I think, for a lot of people. Put the pins with a little bit of cushion built.
Well, and that's always nice. If you can get off with a 230, 240 start, and you can get plus 70 or 80, it's a real reprieve, especially when you know the scores around you and that have already been bowled are terrible. Truth be known.
Yeah, they were not good.
No, and so that gives you some reprieve. But boy, you can't take a second off. You start taking a frame or two off, you can look at 130, 140 in the face, and you can lose everything you worked for. So.
That's what made Steve Plumkin's journey so interesting to match
Gosh.
play.
He
went
was
241, 118, 136.
Yeah, very frustrated. And I bowled with him on game 4 or 5 on Friday, and he shoots 226 after those 2 bad games. And he was, his mind, he was tired already, and he's only halfway through. But one thing about Klompkin is he's just a stud.
Yeah.
Bottom line, you got a game
100%.
like that. Oh my gosh. You know, he's not going to quit, and he, even though he finished 55 under, he went to the golf course yesterday and hit some balls with David Haynes for 36 holes, and here he is bowling again today. So you can't count him out ever.
That's where I got to get to. I got to get in this golf game
Oh.
so I can get out there on the links, make a bunch of strikes again, get out there, relieve a little stress, play a little golf. Lose a little money.
I lose a lot of golf balls is what I
Lose
do.
some golf
Yeah,
balls.
I would have gone out with those guys yesterday, but I was sore and tired, and I didn't have enough golf balls in my bag. They went out to Paco Ridge and out here in the canyon, and whew, there's a lot of trees out there, and nope, too tough for me.
Jim, when you take a look at what's happening on 7 and 8 right now, okay, Francois get to the 260s. Kyle King can get to the 250s. Mason Edmondson, if he strikes here, he can get to the 260s. Any rhyme or reason to why we see so many strikes here at this point?
I'm sitting here watching it in amazement because I'm not seeing it on the left or the right of me, but what I'm seeing is guys that have the right ball in their hand that are matching up to the pattern right now. The right side, Francois and David Tolson. Even though Tolson's behind, he started out with a turkey, but he's left a switch in the 7-10s, some ring
he
in
hasn't
10s.
missed the pocket really.
No, and they're playing. They're squeezing the edge of the lane. They're squeezing that 1-2-3 board, and it looks to me like they are bumping it. And if they get it in, well, that one he got in just a little more than the last couple. But if they get it in a little, it's sitting, but they are having some bump out there on the edge that I haven't seen on some of these other pairs.
It's interesting too, right? Because this is lane 8.
Right.
And lane 8 traditionally has been a bit more tighter, as we've talked about this weekend, in comparison to lane 7. This is where I think having a couple of matches, 2 matches on a pair, comes into play.
Right. It's making a difference.
It's a quicker transition. You can get to that spot much faster.
Correct. Well, and that's what it looks like, and it looks like, you know, all 4 of these guys are lined up with the right ball in their hand, and they're just they're making it look easier than it is. Everybody's back home watching this on TV going, why were the scores so low? Well, if you're watching D-Ron on 1 and 2, D-Ron just washed out with a 1-2-4-10, and you know that pair down there, you're struggling to shoot deuce on, but you come right here and you're gonna see some 240s, 250s, which is pretty amazing. I think that was what was interesting this week, is from pair to pair, lane to lane, they were all a little different. You know, some individual lanes were tighter, some bounced a little more. The high end tended to produce a few more high scores than the low end, but you still had to play in that same general area, but you had to do it with some different ball choices and surfaces. It definitely made it a challenge. Mike Miller and I were talking a little bit during practice on Thursday, and he was asking me about where I was playing, what we were using, and things that we were trying, and he was learning as a lane man too, what was easier, what was tougher, and I like that. I like that he was learning. I said, you know what, Mike? I said, when you sign up for this tournament, you know coming in what you're coming in for.
Right.
And if you're not here to make spares and grind, then don't enter. Stay home. You know, you can average 230 on a house shot, but you're not going to average 230 here.
Unless you're...
Well, unless you're J.D. Nance on that first squad the other day, and he made it look very easy.
you know, what I've learned And to me, and you know him better than I do, but just in the years I've had a chance to work with Mike at this tournament, he is open to listening and understanding actually what the player's point of view is. And then, you know, he's not going to make them easier, but he is going to at least take in the feedback.
Sure.
And so, you know, I'm sure he'll do the same thing for this for next year's pattern,
Yeah,
of course.
absolutely. And you know, he's mentioned, he said, yeah, were they too tough? And I said, no. He said, because I can soften them up. I said, no, because if you soften them up and everybody comes here expecting them tough, then you got the other side of the coin. You got people frustrated that way. I said, let them play, let people make spares, let people grind. I said, everybody that's in this tournament knows what they're expecting.
Correct.
And so, you know, I think if you change it now, it's more frustrating than if you leave them like this.
What a matchup we've got here between Kyle King and Mason Edmondson. And Tolson, if David can figure out ball reaction just late, you cannot, of course, anticipate Francois to lose his look. And he's a player, obviously, where you know you got to come out and bowl a big game against Francois
Correct.
to even have a chance. But to that question, Andrew, the pattern is as I like to call the Mike Miller special. Mike Miller designs it for the last 20 years. And we will continue to do so, of course, until this tournament is off and running. And so there's no graph, there's no nothing. I'm sure he could generate one for you, but the likelihood of that happening, because then he could get out there to the public. It would be a great pattern to practice on. It would be a good. Someone mentioned earlier yesterday, I think it was Ben Canfield, head coach at Ben Canfield. Or I'm sorry, at Grand Canyon, excuse me, and Juan talked about that too as a team trials pattern. If you were at a college team, it would be a good team trials pattern. 278 for a young Mason.
Wow. Well, and to follow up with that, Andrew, you know, having a chance to bowl on him this week, you know, the middles will hook. There's not much in the middle, and so when you start wanting to go left and get resin that's shiny, which is what most of us want to do, and then loop it, the middles hook immediately, and you're liable to go. You're happy to hit runaway Brooklyn, because there's a lot of 4-pins been hit in the face this week with guys throwing reactive stuff inside. So it kind of, the way it works is it's kind of forced you to play out until late in the block, and then you can start moving in, but you don't want to move deep in. So that's why you see so many guys that are playing out. Right now you got more oil outside, but a little bump on the edge, and then you when you start moving in, if you move deeper than about, I'm going to say 8, 9, then it starts getting touchy. Then it starts wanting to run away from you. So a little bit of a reverse block there where you got a little more oil right and a lot less oil left, and so it's made the scores lower.
In the Marion Haynes match, David Haynes is going to have a early lead. Haynes over there at 191. Marion can strike out for 172. Back-to-back 8-1s, which we talked about those. Slow start there for Robert Marion this game. Kyle King finishes with 233.
How would you like to shoot 233, Emil, and be down 40 plus pins right now on this pattern? That's just not something that is expected.
That's why match play is like, you never know completely where you're going to get.
Boy, D-Ron's working hard on lane 2, and he left another washout. Can't see his score down there, but boy, he's struggling.
D-Ron is on 1 and 2, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he's going to get another ball. The good news, if there's good news for him, is he could still have the lead despite the struggles. Art Ozunian can only shoot 162.
I'm telling you, that pair is a tough pair. It's a tough pair.
All right, so again in front of us, Francois Lavoie out early over David Tolson, 248 to 176. Again, 248, sorry, to 176. Is that really 72 pins? Is that right? It is 72 pin lead
Yep.
for Lavoie, and then Mason Edmondson, big 278 out the gates. He leads by 45 over Kyle King.
Wow. And Kyle threw a good game that time, too. He bowled well.
Plumkin and Silva over on 9 and 10. That's a consolation matchup there. I'll do the old walk here in a moment. Silva can get to 212.
Plumkin finishes with 212.
Wow, it's gonna be another close
How
match.
about 212 to 11? Does that work for you? Is that right?
That's unbelievable. Out the gates.
One pin.
Unfortunately for Steve, he opened in the 10th to get to 212.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he went. He split in the 10th, so he's got a 1 pin lead as opposed to a 21 pin lead.
Ooh. And D-Ron does not make that washout.
All right, so Booker in there with 158 and Ozunian 136. So despite all of that, D-Ron with a 22 pin lead.
158, you got a 22 pin lead.
And the interesting thing too, of course, on that pair, Jim, 2 lefties are also on the pair, and they're not having any trouble.
No, they're making it look easy down there. I see strings of strikes.
Hunter Mays is got the back 5. Kevin Jenkins, no, it's Kevin Jenkins, excuse me. Kevin Jenkins now has 6 in a row, and Mays can still shoot 217.
Wow.
And the 2 righties are having their issues.
Struggling to shoot 160. Yeah, I understand.
Hello, Dale. Dennis shot 171 out the gates. 171. So let me adjust that scoreboard for you. 171 for Dennis. All right, Jim, I'm going to go make that walk.
Okay.
Be right back.
Sounds good. We'll give you some updates as the second game of these elimination matches are taking place. And again, you can see the letter A in front of us here on 7 and 8, which is Tolson, and the second letter A is his second game that he just started. So same thing on letter C for Francois. You can see his first game, and then letter C, he started with a double. Gives you an idea on the 2-game total. There are a lot of up and down matches here. There's a lot of, I'm not going to say a lot. There's some 240s to 230s, and there's a lot of games that are going to be, you know, in that 200, 190 range, and then of course you're going to have those 160s and 70s games. Those matches. It's like Dennis Brown just changed to a bigger ball and moved left, and that ball jumped immediately. I think Tolson was trying something else out on the gutter too, and he went through the nose. And I know when you start moving pair to pair, at least in qualifying the other day, it was real touchy. You think you'd want to stay the same with the same ball in the same location, but you might shoot 221 game, and then you might shoot 150 the next, and you didn't change much. Uh-oh. King got it out just a little bit. It hung on him for a 2-4-10. Dennis has got to get going here. He's in a bit of trouble. Wow. Edmondson just got the right speed, and he's got the right amount of turn and the right ball in his hand right now, playing the right line. You get lined up like that, that's pretty important. Butt trip teasing him a little bit. He's on fire. He's got a little fever. Uh-oh. Tyler Masterson. Looks like he didn't come out of that one real good. Have to wash out. Wow. Francois just looks locked in right here. He's lined up. Starts his second game with a turkey after shooting 240 the first game. Uh-oh. Elimination match on 9 and 10. Steve Klompkin starts the second game with a spare, and Jason Silva opens with a washout. And I know Klompkin was up by 1 going into game 2. It was a better David Tolson shot right there. Wow. Boy, they're having a tough match on 1 and 2. I keep seeing D-Ron wash out. That's his 3rd washout of this match. And he shot 158 the first game and was ahead on the scoreboard the first game. And it doesn't look like this match is starting off any better for the 2 righties down there this match. Wow. Buttriff got that one out to the edge. I thought it was going in the gutter, and it actually went back and came back through the nose. Brandon Knowles with a double down on 3 and 4. On the right side for the right-handers, I had Brandon Knowles and, well, obviously D-Ron's going to be in contention. And the other one I like today is Marion. You know, Marion just beat J.D. Nance just because of the way he rolls the ball. Left side it depends. You know, it depends on who gets hot. Right now, Edmondson's got a real good look, and Jacob Buttriff's bowling pretty well. And so we'll see what happens on the left. You know, 1 and 2, the 2 left-handers down there bowling each other. One of them's going to get knocked in the consolation bracket here in a minute. But they're making it look a little easier early than the right side is.
Okay, Mr. Tillery.
Emil, what'd you find out, buddy?
Okay, so from left to right. Actually, you know what? We'll do it this way. We'll start with the winner's bracket. All right, so on lane 3, I'm sorry, 1 and 2.
Okay.
Kevin Jenkins did finish with 232. Mays 207. So 25 pin advantage there for Kevin Jenkins. I mentioned the 22 pin advantage for D-Ron over Aldo Zunian, even though it's low scoring, 158, 136. On 3 and 4, David Haynes with a 191, 167 advantage.
Wow.
Over Robert Marion. 24 pins there. Tim Eichhorn out in front of Brandon Knowles early, 213 to 192.
Okay.
21 pins, the difference there. Tyler Masterson on 5 and 6 as we watched, 202, 182 over DJ Neifel. 20 pins, the difference there. And of course, Jacob Buttriff, 220 as mentioned. Dennis Brown, 171, and open in the 10th frame. That's a 49 pin lead for Jacob Buttriff. And of course, Francois Lavoie continuing on his hot start this match. 248 game 1, 72 pin advantage over David Tolson, who shot 176. Then Mason Edmondson, as we saw, 278, 45 pin lead over someone who shot 233, which is Kyle King. And then, all right, so that's the end of the winner's bracket as Edmondson strikes again. Excuse me.
He's got such a good reaction right now, Emil.
Took him a little while to get going yesterday during his qualifying squad, but he got better as the block went on, and especially as he kept moving right, his scores continued to go up. And now he looks really good.
Yeah.
I mean, if he and Francois were bowling each other right now,
Be a heck of a match, right?
It would be, and that's not just like Kyle King, because Kyle King shot 233.
I know.
It's just solely based on score. All right, in the losers bracket, Dwight Burns 178, Chris Clerk 198. Clerk with a 28-pin advantage to Arizona natives, and Chris Clerk just made a 210 on the right of your screen. Jason Silva, the 1-pin, he trailed by 1 pin, excuse me, to Steve Klumpkin, 212 to 211. Good match to keep an eye on there.
It's close early on that one also. Both of them trying to figure out the pocket, and nobody really going anywhere.
J.D. Nance, the #1 seed, who lost to Robert Marion in round 1 this morning. He has a 50-pin lead over Nathan Tabado Trujillo. On 11 and 12, Ben Perry shot 190 in his losers bracket match against Noah Gallegos. 25 pins, the difference there in favor of Ben Perry. There are a lot of 20 to 25 pin leads. Eileen Linares with a 20-pin lead over Calvin Huggard, 189, 169. Brad Harvey, 1-pin advantage over Juan Garza, 193, 192. Brett Wolf, 230. Brian Skidmore, 203. And Mason Robinson, 214. Andrew Kane, 195. And those are our game 1 matches.
Wow, there's some big names in there that are in trouble, that are with a game to go.
Again, good morning to all of you. We've got match play in the round 2. We're kicking this morning, folks. We got some really good stuff going down right now. Again, hello Dale, Amanda, Debbie,
Hi,
Randy,
Debbie. Hi,
Keith,
Debbie Brown. Yep.
everyone who has joined us this morning. Even if you are not chatting, we appreciate you. You can hear the sounds of our voices. You're making breakfast or handling things around the house, and you've got this on. Certainly appreciate it. You wouldn't mind to do me one favor is when you get a chance, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Thumbs up, and appreciate the subscribers this week as well. Lavoie, he's so good, man. You know the one thing about Francois, Jim, and that's when you know things are going well for you. Didn't like it at all.
He didn't like it. It didn't
Not-
come off
not
good.
one
and
bit.
Where did it hit?
Not one bit
Dead,
did he like that
dead
shot.
flush. Yeah, dead flush.
So Francois went through an item, a little thing on tour years back, where he wanted to try to change his game up a little bit. And, you know, of course, at the time, right, rev rates and things were really prominent, of course, and they still are.
Right.
And so, you know, Francois, you know, it would be closer to the traditional one-handed style, right?
Sure.
Lower rev rate, can do a lot of things with his hand, make changes and do whatever he needs to do, but, you know, he's not going to out-rev somebody.
Correct.
So he was going to make a little bit of a change. He was working on that and just wasn't seeing the results. Ultimately decides to essentially just go back to being himself. I think he made a couple of like fit changes and different things like that. And then I think this was right before his second U.S. Open win, I believe. He won it again. And I think that always stood out to me. I remember talking to him about that. I don't remember the year, but I remember having that conversation. And it was just you know, for me, and just looking at the way players, especially at his level, right, are always trying to make sure they're competitive.
Right.
Right. You don't want to be, you know, for lack of a better term, run over. Right. You want to be in contention every week, and then, or it's dependent on what pattern's out, whether or not you're going to have a chance that week. But now, man, he's just back to being him. He can bowl on anything.
And you know, he makes it look so easy.
So simple.
And when you're looking at the game state, you're looking at all these young two-handers that are coming up, high rev rate. Everybody wants to do that. And when you're looking at Francois, you're thinking softer speed, not a ton of revolutions, good spare shooter, but he can play anywhere between the 1-2 board all the way to the 25 board, you know, anywhere in between. And he doesn't change the game. And so it's kind of interesting to watch him because that soft speed, you think when he'd get deep inside, that soft speed would hurt him. But I have seen him carry strikes like you wouldn't believe in there, and I'm going, wow. There's certain guys can do it. He is one of the rare ones that can do that.
Most of our matches look to be somewhere between frame 3 and frame 7 in game 2. So this round is coming to an end pretty soon here. Well, that's an interesting point, Solar, that is indeed the case. It actually makes sense on the surface in that regard. Once you get comfortable with the spare ball, right,
you don't want to change.
That's your bread and butter.
Right, right.
David Tolson trying to make it at least maybe
Respectable, yeah, get it close.
No matter what here, the winners, of course, will not be eliminated. All right, for those who do lose. Now, in our losers bracket, the losers down there will be eliminated from the tournament.
Looks to me like, looking down at 1 and 2, Deron went to some resin. And he's got a little, he moved in a little bit. He's got a little more bump now than he had. And he's stringing a few strikes. We'll see. I can't quite see that match and what is coming out, but they're finishing that right now.
Pretty impressive. Did you see Tyler Masterson bowl at all during qualifying?
A little bit, but I'm familiar with Tyler. Tyler's, I've known Tyler for several years. I haven't seen him in a while, and so I came up and shook my hand earlier. I haven't seen him, and I thought, wow, he's going into the young man, and he didn't bowl like that. When I knew him, he has gotten pretty dang good. Tell me about what you saw yesterday from him.
He literally would get to the bottom and just have his hand open to just solely get it off his hand, no tilt, less to try to use the least amount of rotation.
Kind of flat,
possible.
kind of up the back.
Yeah, just so it could, literally get off his hand. Just
Right.
trying to feed it through the front, kind of glide it to the spot,
Right.
and allow the pattern to just take over.
Right.
And that was he felt that was his best way. I think he started doing it maybe game 3 or game 4, he said, which is really difficult because the way it would look, I'm like, he's doing this intentionally.
Right, right.
Because he's not trying to catch it at the bottom whatsoever. And he made that thing happen. In fact, I think it was 3 and 4 or 1 and 2, one or the other. He went open and then like the next 6 or 7 and then just a stone cold 7-pin. It was much like Kyle King's 7-pin last night. And then I think he split in the 10th. Of course, it was still just enough. But if he doesn't get the 6-bagger, he's not bowling.
Well, that's true, and he did it on 1 and 2, which is notoriously one of the tough.
It was 1 and 2 or 3 and 4.
Oh, it was 3 and 4.
Remember.
You're right. You're right. Because I don't think they had 1 and 2 on a late squad.
You're right. Correct.
But yeah, and I noticed that in my own game. You know, I want to come up the back of the ball, like the Eileen Linares, like Tyler Masterson, way out. And whenever I get excited, you know, I tend to want to turn it.
Oh, sure.
And when I turn it and tug it, the ball's going left, and it changes the tilt, changes the roll. And every time I did it, it was a 7 or an 8 count.
DJ Neifel, he went through a stretch during his qualifying squad too, where it was like, oh, well, maybe DJ Neifel is about to kind of go on that 230, 240, 250 type run. And for a couple of games, he was really, really good. Managed to maintain a good pace throughout the block and, of course, advance.
Right.
Even what Tyler's doing right there, subtly at the bottom with your thing.
Just
he wasn't even doing that.
Wow. Wow.
Well, it was almost like it was like a suitcase, but not quite. Right. You do everything to get at the bottom, and then you just off your hand. Don't even turn your wrist.
Right.
Hey, Rick. David Haynes just tossed one in the channel.
I saw that, and he was on a strike, and he's in a tough match. You know, Marion, I can't see scores right now, but I think Marion's got, I think he's coming back. I can't tell.
That was a simultaneous restart or stop and restart situation by both Tyler Masterson, who was on 5, and Hunter Mays,
wow,
who was on 2.
That was crazy, wasn't it?
So
talk about psych. I'd have hurt myself right there.
I don't know, you know, if Tyler just, you know, needed to restart, And then as probably maybe Hunter was going on too, he caught Tyler stopping, and so then he stopped.
They stopped, yeah, exactly. That's what it looked like.
I mean, if this was a true double jump, right? No one would they would be in the proper space. Like
right.
No one would have been walking up on anybody. So I think it was just something that Tyler needed to restart. And then Hunter said, "All right, well,
I'll do it too.
I'm just gonna stop too." It was a good.
It worked out for both of them.
Good decision.
I'll tell you what, David Haynes, after that gutter ball went through the nose and left at 3-6, he went 0-8. And Marion doubled right next to him. So that might be a.
Yeah.
And he was down in that match. It might be a swing right there.
Yeah, Haynes was up 24. That is a swing.
Yep.
And it's a big swing. In fact, and Marion, he's going front 3, 9-spare double. That's a huge swing.
That's a big one.
Dennis Brown. He's going to need some help from Jacob Buttrell. Chris Clerk on 9 and 10. And then in front of us here, it's been the Francois Lavoie and Mason Edmondson show here. Now Kyle King struggling to get him to go through the pins the right way. He had that issue last night. Buttrell, indeed.
With the turkey. That match is about in the books right there.
Buttrell's ball speed, of course, right? So watching him, you know, kind of, he can get like 5 or 6 steps backwards, waiting for his ball to get to the 1-2. It's funny watching Jacob Buttrell bowl. Meanwhile, Steve Klumpkin over there in
big
that
double.
one-pin match.
Finally got a double.
No, that's his. No double for Steve. Silva can double.
Oh, gotcha. Got that. He finally carried one. So Silva with a chance at a double right here.
Hello to Kimberly.
And he got it.
He delivered.
He got it.
Right of your screen there.
Wow.
Actually, bottom right of your screen. 9 through 12, folks, is on the bottom right of your screen. If some of these matches on 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, actually the ones on 7 and 8 are just about locked up completely. The Neifel Masterson matchup is not decided as of yet, but we'll go over.
This could be a big shot right here for Neifel. Wow, that could have been worse.
20-pin deficit for Neifel coming into it. Ball change there for Frankie. Getting a look at some reactive.
You know what? When you have a match in hand, you can do that. We were just talking earlier. When can you do it? Well,
oh gosh, Jim Tillery. Robert Marion just crushed an 8-pin
on a double.
Over on 3 and 4.
Oh,
again, he's trailing in the match, or was at that point, by 24 pins. We'll do some quick math here in a moment.
Wow, that one might have clinched that match right now.
Yeah,
it's still within 10.
One quick note for viewership: the losers bracket after this round, so beginning with round 3's loser bracket, the matches will be 1 game only in the losers bracket. Okay, very important to keep that in mind. After this round, when we get into more losers bracket play, the matches will go from 2 games to 1 game. The winners bracket will remain 2 game totals throughout the entire term. D-Ron Booker over there. And D-Ron has picked it up. Ozunian, though, has been slightly better. D-Ron just left a 9-pin on a 3-bagger in the 9th frame on 1 and 2. And he had a 22-pin lead. Both he and Ozunian have been very good here in game number 2. Yachty, good question on Eileen. She's down on 13 and 14. And she's got a lead still. She had the lead after 1 game, and she's still got the lead right now. Ozunian just doubled. Oh, man. What a turnaround this is for Art Ozunian. Down on 1 and 2. From shooting 136, he could shoot 256.
And his last shot I did see was Runaway Brooklyn. He turned his back on it and walked away, but it ended up carrying.
All right, so let's do the quick math over in the Booker matchup here. Haynes does get the carry. And how about David Haynes?
That's a big double.
All right, so let's start on 1 and 2. So D-Ron can max at 226 this game. That will put him at 484. 90, 20, 256, 136. That would be 392. All right, so let me make sure that's right. So D-Ron cannot shut out Art Uzunian. Boy.
It's in his hands, isn't it?
Yeah, he can max at 384. Ozunian needs 249. So he's got to get the first one. Actually, no. 90. Yeah, he's got to get the first one in the 10. That's if D-Ron strikes out. So it depends on who goes first. But if Art goes first, he needs the first hit in the 10 to basically lock it up.
I'll tell you, no guarantees. A lot of people down there watching that match right now.
If he does not get it, D-Ron can step up and then double get count to win.
Wow.
Francois looking at a couple of different bowling balls.
You know what? You just pull one out. It goes straight to dead flush. Pull another one out. Dead flush. What's that like, Emil?
Let's see. Brandon Knowles about to step up down on lane 3. He's in the 10th frame. And he's got a chance to lock up a match, too. He was trailing by a little bit. Uh-oh, didn't stick the landing. Oh.
Ooh, shaker 4. He got a break.
Nice. Dennis Brown, unfortunately, won't have enough. Buttriff is going to advance in the winner's bracket, Dennis to the elimination bracket. And then same thing here with, Masterson is looking pretty solid as well. Ozunian, oh, wow. Well, he missed the head pin left.
He almost did last frame. And that one is,
whoa.
And that's choppable. I hate to say that, but you know, the 1-2 going away when you're playing inside right now is not an easy spare.
Right, so if Ozunian makes the spare, they'll put him at 234. He shot 136, so 370 is now the max, which would make D-Ron's situation a little bit better. And he missed it. Wow, Ozunian missed the spare. He didn't stick the landing. He actually hopped at the line. He took off the 3-pin.
Hung it out to the right. He'd missed left on that lane the last 2 shots. And so I think that was just an over-adjustment. Let's see what D-Ron's got.
Well, now D-Ron is just needs 5 pins.
That's all he needs?
Yeah, just like that. The match completely flipped. 5 pins for D-Ron.
Ball game.
And D-Ron Booker is going to advance.
Wow.
Holy snike.
Holy.
It only takes a couple minutes, folks.
The things we see in this game.
Wow, that went from Art Ozunian
putting D-Ron into the loser's bracket
in the first one in the 10th to put D-Ron in the loser's bracket to Art Ozunian missing a spare to ultimately put himself in the loser's bracket, unfortunately.
Yep, and that was, that was the 1-3. And we talked about anything like that, the 5-9, 5-8, any of those combos right in the middle of the lane, which is pretty much a gimme for most people, are not gimmies this week. D-Ron doubles just to finish her out.
Kyle King not eliminated. All right, so the story on the Robert Marion situation, and Marion, he can shoot now he can shoot 224. That was 391. That's his max. It's going to force. It's going to force a double. Actually, it might be a double and 9
for Haynes right
here.
For
David Haynes.
He's got to have it.
I think he might need them all, actually.
Wow, how did he make that one look? That would look pretty easy. Tough situation.
All right, so quick note here. JB unfortunately just lost one in the channel, but all is well.
That match is pretty much in the books there.
Yep. So what I'm going to do, I'll do this, see if I can do it quickly here. All right, so we'll be without some scores here momentarily on this particular pair. Looks like Marion did make that.
He did make the spare.
All right, so I'm going to go without scores. Then we're going to go look at this here. Oh, we had a scoreboard bump. If Haynes, 40-70, yeah, he needs all of them. Oh.
Is there a 10 there?
Yep.
Uh-oh. That might be a match right there.
Yep. That's it. If Marion had struck here on the fill, 201 was the number for Haynes, which means he needed every single one of those.
Yep. And I think Masterson right here on 5 and 6, I think is.
Yeah, let me put those back up.
Ooh.
Real quick. About to make a change. Now Tyler Masterson, just to be sure here. Masterson gets a 194. That's 396. And his opponent will not have enough as well.
So Masterson will advance. Yeah, I like Tyler. I've known Tyler a long time, and he's another one of those good kids that's just happy to be here. And when you're happy to be here and bowling, sometimes temperament and attitude make a big difference.
So 391 to 381. Marion wins.
91 to 81. Wow.
All right, so.
And I think Masterson wins. So there's 2 in the book.
Yes, Marion wins. Masterson wins. I missed the, I think Brandon Knowles did hang on. He did. Brandon Knowles got the victory. That's one of your sleeper picks this morning.
That's one of them.
All right, so now that these matches are in the books, let's move over to what we have on 9 and 10 that's left. Someone bumped my camera. I'm going to go fix it.
So right now, I'll read the board as Jeff writes them down. Emil, you got Marion, bowling Knowles, and this is in the championship bracket. You got Edmondson bowling Lavoie, Francois. You've got D-Ron Booker bowling Jenkins. And Buttriff is waiting on one more to come in. It's right here.
I don't know, who would it be?
It would either be.
Well, we got Edmondson. He's in.
Huh. And he's bowling Francois.
Oh, it's got to be Tyler Masterson.
It had to be. Yeah, it is Masterson.
Okay.
That's who it is.
All right, so here in the losers bracket on 9 and 10, Chris Clerk is going to eliminate Dwight Burns. That's on. Clerk is 9A. Oh boy, looks like Steve Klumpkin.
I think did he just lose to Silva?
I think he's going to run out of frames.
That's what I think too.
Back-to-back opens in frames 8 and 9. You can only get to 187. So Steve can only get to 399. And yep, that one is mathematically in the books. So Silva is going to advance. Then over on 11 and 12, that's on the right of your screen. Nathan Trujillo, he's got 160, but he's not going to advance. So J.D. Nance.
J.D. advances.
Will win that one.
You got to be careful. Let him sneaking through. You know what? It's not over till it's over.
Well, I tell you what, in a one-game match, which is what the losers bracket's going to be,
but
knowing that JD's look never really is too bad, he'll be tough to beat still in a one-game match.
I agree. I agree.
Eileen Linares over on 13. Yeah, she's going to get a dub too. So Linares is going to advance over Calvin Hugger. Noah Gallegos. Who's Noah's bowling Ben Perry. Noah is not going to have enough. Noah just didn't like he had a good ball reaction here on the fresh.
He just didn't look good, did he? He didn't look comfortable today.
did not look like he had what he was looking for early. All right, so he will be eliminated. There you see Steve Plumpkin. One of the better individuals, not only I would say in the world, but certainly the bowling industry.
Wow.
Steve's going to fall here. Jason Silva, who's I learned this week that his parents on a bowling center. Silva Lanes.
Silva Lanes over there, yep, sure do, here in Albuquerque. Practiced over there many times.
All right, so again, as Jim just mentioned, here's what we have on lane 1. We'll have Robert Marion, the 32nd seed, by the way. Robert Marion was in a tie for the final spot. Has won his first 2 matches. He's going to take on Brandon Knowles on lanes 3 and 4. Tyler Masterson will face Jacob Buttroff on 5 and 6. We'll have Mason Edmondson and Francois Lavoie. Then on 7 and 8, D-Ron Booker will face Kevin Jenkins. So we'll have the Booker Jenkins match and the Edmondson Lavoie match on 5 through 8. And then on the 9 and 10, we'll have J.D. Nance and Kyle King. Oh boy.
How's that for a match? Elimination match.
Oof. In 1 game?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. Better get lined up quick.
Nance versus King. Wow. Okay. Then also on that pair, looks like Hunter Mays versus Andrew Kane. Has Hunter Mays bowled a right-hander today? I'm not sure he has.
I don't think he has. That may not be the one you want right there. He's coming off a pretty good set.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled a right-hander yet. Every match Hunter Mays has bowled is going to be against the left-hander.
Wow.
He's going to face Andrew Kane. Then also, no, I'm sorry, 11 and 12, we'll have Art Uzunian versus, no, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Art Uzunian's going to face Andrew Kane. Oh, but still, it still rings true. Brett Wolf is going to take on Hunter Mays.
Hunter's probably going, isn't there a right-hander I can catch somewhere?
Tolson without an opponent yet.
Probably going to be either Linares or Silva. Let's see what's written in here.
I think it's going to be Ben Perry's going to face David Tolson.
The Miller Memorial and Courage Award.
Okay.
We're going to do an award now.
Okay.
So Steve Mackey letting us know that they're going to award the
Dee Miller, Dana's mom, and Mike's mom. What a good lady she was. Did you ever chance to meet her?
I have not.
Oh my gosh, she was just like Dana. You know, Dana is a mold of her, and Dee was a sweetheart. Didn't matter who you were, where you bowled, how good or bad you were, Dee was a sweetheart. And if you want to see a chip off the old block, you come see Dana, because identical to her mama. And I loved her. I thought she was a sweetheart. And so this award is a really nice memorial dedicated on her behalf.
This is and this award is given to one person from the tournament who has shown a similar fortitude in the face of adversity. Dana and Mike's mom, as Jim just mentioned, trailblazer of the family to get into the sport of bowling. She passed away 10 years ago, displaying great courage and a fighting spirit in the face of a long illness and much daily pain. So again, the award has been given out since 2014. So this will be the 10th winner of the D. Miller Memorial Courage Award. Eric Forkel has won it. Marcus Medina, Stony Berg Jr., Robert Lawrence, Ricky Schlissler, Jeff Heemer, Dwayne Mellinger, Cortez Schenk, and Gary Hadley. So it could be a player, it could be a person, staff member, etc. I believe it was John Strong.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Let me see if I can get down there real quick.
Yeah, the D. Miller Memorial Award presented by Dana and Mike and Steve to John Strong, and that's a very worthy recipient. John's gone through some adversity, and he continues to bowl with us, and is working hard and very well deserving. So I'm proud of John for winning that. That's a pretty cool. That's the right person for it, for the award. That's for sure. Saying hi to some of you. Hi, Kim. Down in Pottsboro, Denison, Sherman area of Texas. How are you? Debbie Brown, Lacey Duran. Boy, a lot of familiar names. Glad you guys are tuning in with us. We're Emil and I are winging it, but we're winging it the best we can. And so we've got some great matches coming up in both the elimination rounds, and they're now a single game. And we have some really good championship round matches as well. For those of you that are paying attention, in the championship bracket, we have 3 left-handers left out of the 8 in the championship bracket. The other 5 are righties. And the elimination round, we've got some big names bowling each other, and this is a 1-game elimination, so there's going to be some heavy hitters that step out of this tournament here real soon. Amanda, I adore D2. She was a good lady. Ed Petrie, the number of seniors in the top 32 is about 4 out of 32. In the field itself, there was a good 20, 25, maybe a few more than that, but I know that Emil and I counted 4 or 5 here in the top 32.
I'm missing 1 scorecard from the previous elimination.
Thank you, Debbie Brown. Appreciate that. I hope you're doing well up there in Colorado. Miss you. I'll see you soon. Rick, it's been a long time, my brother. I haven't seen you in a while either. I saw you on last night with some comments when I was watching D-Ron sitting here with Emil and listening to some of the commentary. And I said, man, that's the name I haven't seen in a while, but it's good to see you. I'm still throwing the bowling ball. I'm not going to say I'm throwing it well, but I'm working hard. I want to go out and bowl a few senior stops this year, but I've got to tweak the game a little bit in the next few months and go from there. Hope you're doing well.
Yes. You may service 1 through 16. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. You may service before your first ball is scored.
Everybody taking their warm-up shots right now in both the consolation match and the championship bracket. So we're seeing them warm up. They get 1 shot on each lane as they move to that pair. We got some great matches right in front of us. Francois and 5 and 6 Lavois bowling against Mason Edmondson in a righty-lefty matchup. Ironic, D-Ron Booker on 7 and 8 bowling against Kevin Jenkins in a lefty-righty matchup. On 3 and 4, Tyler Masterson's bowling Jacob Buttriff in a lefty-righty matchup, and the lone righty matchups on 1 and 2, and that is between Marion and Knowles. Emil, welcome back. We've kind of run down some of the championship matches here, and got some really good elimination matches too.
Anything that stands out to you, just kind of right off the bat?
Well, some of these guys have made it look easier than it is on certain pairs, but now that they're moving, you know, I don't know. You know, D-Ron's going from 7 and 8, where he hit him hard, or no, I'm sorry, he was on 5 and 6. He bowled pretty good there. Then he went to 1 and 2 and struggled, and now he's back here to 7 and 8 right in front of us, which has been a pretty good pair for both the righties and the lefties. So it's going to be interesting to see what he changes to, and now he attacks him, but he's bowling against a hot left-hander right now, and we just saw what Mason Edmondson did on 7 and 8. So it'd be interesting to see what Jenkins does on 7 and 8.
Any match that if you actually had to choose a winner, you would say, I actually have no idea who could win.
You know what? I'm going to go to 1 and 2, only because I know how tough that pair is.
Yeah, that's a good
and
point.
you got the 2 righties, and we just saw some really good righties come off of there that made it look ugly. So I'm going to say Marion and Knowles on 1 and 2. I'm just going to say I don't know.
Good idea. Oh, that's right. We got some single games now. Gotta make sure do some adjustments on our scoreboards here. Hunter Mays.
Wow.
So yesterday I said, and you follow sports. So the baseball analogy where, you know, someone's ball or the ball just jumps off the bat, it's got a different sound. Hunter
absolutely.
Mays' ball when it hits the pins, it's got a completely different sound. It sounds like it's squared up off the barrel.
Hitting the sweet spot. You know
And
what?
that exit velocity was out the charts.
He's got speed, he's got turn, and he's got power. And that ball hits in the right place. It does. It sounds like it's a fastball coming off the sweet spot of the bat.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us, again, we are in the round 3 as Jim just broke down all of the matchups. If you have a question about a particular player or a match, please let us know. I will do my best to get you the updates and who's won, lost, etc., and so forth. Important note again, in the losers bracket from here on out, the losers bracket specifically, losers bracket 1-game matches only. Winners bracket matches will continue to be 2 games. Again, important note. Yeah, Clashing, I said that, and I told his dad this yesterday. I thought Hunter bowled kind of the most complete block that I had watched him bowl. And I've only seen him a handful of times, but I've seen him at the Agent Ong. I've seen him a couple times at the Cactus Classic. And he and Chris both, you can tell the talent is there. Small little things, all right, to just kind of continue to shore up. But man, both of those cats are just steps away,
right,
from being great for a very long time.
Oh my gosh, what it wouldn't be to be young and strong, and be able to do what a couple of these guys do again. Whew.
Any updates regarding brackets can be found at the Rancho, Tenpins and More Rio Rancho Facebook page. So the Bowling Center Facebook page has provided all updates. Jeff has been posting there as opposed to his website, which has had an issue regarding updates. So just FYI there, that is where you can find things. I'm going to go double check that as I say that right now, just to be sure. Please share it on across all of your social medias, folks, as well, if you wouldn't mind. Certainly would appreciate that.
Hey, Scotty Myers. Yeah, you're right, Frankie. He's going for 3 in a row. He's been throwing it good. He's got a tough matchup right here against Mason Edmondson, but he made 7 and 8 look pretty easy. But he's going to 5 and 6, and obviously the first 2 shots he didn't like the reaction on.
Again, winners bracket matches are still 2 games, so keep that in mind. Still 2-game matches. I'm going to share the most recent match play updated bracket. That was after round 1 or 2, I think. Once the next one is shared or updated, I'll share as well on the Bullstream TV Facebook page.
Emil, I'll tell you what, you got a few lefties on this on 9 and 10 in the elimination bracket, and JD Nance and that crew right there are making that left side look good. Look good.
Yeah, that's might be tough for Kyle King.
Yeah, he's over there all by himself wondering, what am I doing? Uh-oh.
And
that could change things right there. You know, those little things, those single pins.
Little things there. Single pin miss early for Hunter Mays. Again on 9 and 10. That's in the bottom right of your screen.
And Jacob Bucktriff just misses a 2-7 on lanes 3 and 4 to open it up for a little bit for Tyler Masterson. Or get him back in the match because they both got one open apiece now.
You know, at this point, Jim, Robert Marion, he's the guy that's going to stay out of the trouble the most.
I tell you, you know what? The end over end roll, pointing from the corner.
If he's just trying to hit the head pin.
I know.
And he's going to make the spare more likely than not. Let me look at the winner of the Marion Knowles match faces Masterson and Bucktriff, excuse me. Marion and Masterson would kind of be in a similar scenario.
Right.
But Tyler might still be throwing urethane if he were to advance in the winner's bracket. He could also face Jacob Bucktriff, who you know you're going to get the best from Jacob Bucktriff. This Final Four is going to be very good no matter what. I feel like we're moving very quickly.
We are moving pretty quick
here this morning.
Wow. Big open right there. He kind of leaked it out to the left. How about Masterson down there with a double? After Bucktriff opens, Masterson throws the 3rd and 4th frame strikes. On cue, I just watched Marion on lane 1 miss a spare. You know, on 3,
Broadcaster's jinx.
Yeah, we just talked about that.
D-Ron Booker. Thank you to D-Ron. He joined me last night. Sounds like you caught a little bit of that conversation.
I did. I had a chance to listen to some of that, and it just, I'm glad he had a chance to sit down with you here and talk, because it sounds like you guys hadn't had a chance to do that.
No, we have. We had been talking about it for literally, as we said, talking about it every time we see each other. Hey, come on to the booth.
Right,
you get a chance. And, you know, I don't spend a lot of time on the PBA tour. So when I see him, mostly it's either at an event like this or Cactus Classic or something on this side of the country. A lot of respect, obviously, for D-Ron. What he did, not just for people, but I'm going to speak personally for people of color.
Right.
For what he did in joining a very small group of players overall. And as someone who wanted to bowl on tour as a kid, watching him do what he did was phenomenal for me. I can now share D-Ron's experiences with my own kids if they want to bowl, and what it's like, and what you could do, what you could be, what you could accomplish.
Sure.
And so it's certainly personal for me, but on every level, because that's just a great dude.
Well, and you know what? I'm gonna say this, Emil. I'm a white boy. I'm just a white ginger. And when I'm looking at D-Ron, he did that for me too.
I appreciate that.
If I could throw that out there.
Absolutely.
Now, we texted each other all week during the Masters. Every time he advanced, there was a text, and when he got back to the room that night, he'd catch up on those 250 texts, and we talked about it. And he said, "Man, this is just unbelievable." And I seriously considered when he made the show. I know Zach and Brad Harvey, and there was a
trip out there?
Albuquerque contingent. We almost all went. I know he had a bunch of people out there. But it had a tear in my eye. My heart was pounding for him. You just can't imagine the magnitude of that situation.
I will say I was bowling league while the show was on, and everybody in the building stopped when we got to the 10th frame.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They're witnessing something that was so cool. And if you saw the gallery behind him after the show, he celebrated that win with everybody. And, I mean, everybody was included. You know, it didn't matter black, white, brown. It didn't matter about any of that. It wasn't about skin color. It was about character of the person. And he, the way he carries himself and the way he handles himself is such a class act. He's just one of those genuine guys that you can't help but love.
He's that dude, man.
He is that dude. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I tell you what, though. He is that dude, but he's facing another dude who who can strike a lot. And Kevin Jenkins, this is great, too. Someone ordered some food. And she's checking to see who ordered the food on lane 7 and 8.
We have to talk about that a little. Yeah, the snack bar waitress just brings green chili French fries down. And
it's an interesting dish selection at this point in the tournament.
Exactly. You want green chili right now in the championship bracket? Game 3?
I don't know if you want to be eating that.
No.
Depending on what your stomach situation might be.
I guess you got a rock hard stomach. You can get away with it.
I'd have to make a quick run.
I wouldn't eat it right now.
Between games.
Not a chance. I'm lucky to eat a payday right now, much less some chili cheese fries.
There's Edmondson asking it for it to get on up the hill and motor, and it did not.
The guys made some moves on some lanes, and all of a sudden they're not quite as sure. But
I mean, you could almost bet that KJ is not going to miss the pocket.
Correct.
And if he does, I think it's going to be a split. Like, it might just be a situation where maybe he misses slightly and pays the ultimate price like in the 4th frame. But he's not going to miss the pocket very much. So D-Ron will have to do the same thing. I noticed he made a switch to a different urethane.
Right.
He's throwing a pitch black
now. Yep.
Speaking of D-Ron.
Well, and he's had a split through the nose. And, you know, coming off of 1 and 2, I just think this is, again, talking about pair to pair, they're different.
Completely different, probably. And this is the pair that, you know, Kyle King was just on. Francois
and Tolson. And
Mason Evanson, Tolson. I mean, they were lighting this pair up. That's a good one.
That ball reacted great. Good smooth speed. Urethane off the edge.
He's such a patient player.
And that's one of his better virtues is he is patient. He's not, you know, he doesn't change that temperament from shot to shot. You're not living and dying with every shot. He's even keel. You know, another player everybody knows is Norm Duke. Norm Duke was a lot like that. Very patient, very methodical, rhythmical. I heard one guy, when Leisure Bowl was open here in Albuquerque, we had a PBA event here, and I heard a reporter ask Duke, he goes, Duke had to double in the 10th to make the top 24. And he does it. And the reporter asked him, he goes, man, how important was that double in the 10th frame? And I'll never forget Duke's response. He goes, if I don't have all those other ones from the last 17 games, he goes, that one doesn't make a difference. And I thought, that's an interesting analogy. I never thought about it like that.
Didn't want to put too much on that one moment.
Right, right. And that's the way he approached it. And D-Ron does that. He does that very, very well.
Tyler Masterson doubles in frames 6 and 7 in his matchup against
Buttriff.
Jacob Buttriff.
He had a double in the 3rd and 4th, a spare, and then a double in the 6th, 7th. Those two are pretty close right now.
There are some strikes being thrown in some of our losers bracket matches, folks. That I'll tell you in a minute on 11 specifically, but I mean, coming right out the gates.
Somebody's starting with a 4-bagger down there. I see that.
I saw Dennis and kind of Art pointing down toward the lane. There might be something either maybe in the gutter on 11 that they are, looks like, taking an opportunity to either be handled, etc. We'll find that out in a moment. Our first players have been eliminated in previous matches. So we are now into that, this is technically round 3 still. Is it? Yeah, are we in round 3?
We're in round 3. Yep.
2, 3.
Championship.
Yep.
We are certainly, wow, Francois on the 7-10 after a turkey.
I just heard that song. It's in my head too.
It's in your head. Who sings it? Uh-oh.
I have no idea.
Emil with a little bit of the.
You know, Rio Rancho or Tenpins and More here always has the classic rock, like XM Sirius station going on.
Right.
It's actually one of my favorite stations.
We're going to have to get you some records, man. That's all. We're going to.
I'm an old school guy, Jim.
I like that. I like it. You know what? I've got some Cool in the Gang. I've got some
oh, man.
MC Hammer. I've got some vinyl like that. I do.
See, I can't be buying all
Temptations.
the vinyl from you.
I got Earth, Wind, and Fire. I know you got to like some Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Come on, man. Come on,
A
man.
little September. Come on, Emil.
Come on, man. That's how we clean up the house on Sunday mornings now. We played with my mom and my dad would put the record on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I would do it. Run that needle and
it was easier when there was music, wasn't it? Yeah.
2-4-5 there for D-Ron, and
Wow.
he's in a little bit of early trouble. Not much, and it's magnified simply because of what Kevin Jenkins is doing. I told you he's not going to miss the pocket very much.
Right. That fourth frame, he just got a little fast and a little left with, and left that 3-6-7.
Good, the Edmondson Lavoie matchup after the open from Frankie. He's got two of those, two splits, and now an open frame there for D-Ron. And D-Ron now with two opens. He can only shoot 197 here in game number one. Again, still 2-game matches in the winner's bracket. Losers bracket matches are 1 game. Edmondson on the left lane. That's lane 5. Wow. He's had some trouble with his footing throughout this weekend, I've noticed. So hopefully that just, that won't come up and be a thing at the wrong time.
Tell you what, on 3 and 4, the Masterson Buttriff match is pretty good. They were both on 4-baggers going to the 9th, and Masterson just left a 2-4-5. But that's still just a few-pin match right there. And Francois, he's trying to come back after that pocket 7-10.
Did we ever answer Ed's question? I'm just not sure what he's referring to.
Ed Petrie, as far as the seniors go?
He said roughly 40, question mark. So, but you might have been
40
mentioning
seniors.
something.
He asked me how many were in the top 32, and we roughly said 4 or 5. And then overall in the tournament, I had guessed about 25-ish.
Gotcha.
And so he's thinking 40. So Ed, we're going to meet in the middle and say 32. How's that sound, my friend?
To Andrew's question, there were some youth bowlers who participated. Several of them actually bowled last night's squad during squad 5. Hold on, ball. Whoa.
It's not something you see from Francois very often right there.
Yeah, you saw it right off the hand. That was going right quickly.
That's a big spare because that was a 3-pin game right there.
Francois won his first couple matches, of course, just like everyone else in this winner's bracket. KJ. Ooh, wow.
Ooh, he leaked it a little bit left on that. It made it back, but that was a little farther than he wanted.
A spinny, what looked like a spinny 4-pin. Doesn't make any contact. Brett Wolf in his match. Brett is facing.
Wow.
Who's Brett facing? David Tolson?
Probably.
No, I'm sorry. Hunter Mays.
Mays.
Wolf and Mays going at it. And Brett Wolf, who finished second at the Cactus Classic.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Okay. Giving out some opportunities here.
You know, you got a guy shut down on the caliber of D-Ron Booker. That's not the ones you let get away.
Yeah,
those are the
that's
time
tough.
you need.
Those are the ones you look back on.
Yep, because that gives him life in a 2-game match. Ooh, Buttriff flushes the first one, rattles out the 9, and then goes to the nose for a big 4. So
Jacob, if you give him the count, he'll shoot 220.
220 even.
Masterson's on the board with 209. Marion and Knowles are in the 10th frame. Another good one here for KJ. JD Nance, spare double, 9 spare double, bottom right of your screen. The hook and stop.
Wow. How good does that look right there?
Well, he's got some work to do, obviously, if he is to get back. He's got to win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches.
To get there.
He's got to win 5 matches from this point on. From this moment, he's got to win 5 matches, including what he's doing right now.
Wow.
That's the same for every other player currently in the losers bracket. 2 players from the losers bracket will advance to the finals. 2
Wow.
of them.
2 of them.
2. And when we get to that point, the winners will be the 3rd and 4th seeds.
Okay.
How they break the tie on the seeds, I forget. Well, I'll ask that question. So we get to that point. There will be a re-oil too, which happens in about 2 rounds if my memory is correct. And they will re-oil, so there'll be a brief pause. We'll re-oil the lanes.
Uh-oh.
Oh, KJ.
Hey, that's back-to-back, same identical shots.
Every pin counts. All right, KJ in there with 211. Again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever you may be watching. New Mexico Open 20th anniversary. Big thank you to Steve Mackey, Dana Miller Mackey, Mike Miller, of course, Steve and Dana. I forgot how many years they've been married. We just talked about that. And of course, Mike, PBA champion, Dana, PWBA champion, and a Hall of Famer. And Steve, of course, from Australia, so well versed in bowling center management and certainly tournament organization. These 3 have been running this wonderful center for many years now. And another great event as that one came screaming.
Wow.
Screaming off the gutter. I believe that is reactive, and I think he threw that about a frame ago on the left lane.
That ball just absolutely bounced off of there.
Hard to tell what it is. It looks like either an IQ Tour or maybe an Ion Pro. One or the other. Don't quote. JD Nance to the right of your screen puts down another one. His family is in attendance.
Got lots of fans back here.
Much different scenario for JD. He's got to go and kind of do it the hard way, if you will. But it would be fitting in that sense if he were to kind of get through the losers bracket to get back to the finals. It would kind of just be another layer to his story of trying to win this thing as a local player.
Wouldn't that be ironic? He's been the #1 seed the last 2 years, correct? And lost both.
Definitely last year. I'm struggling with 2022. I just can't remember if Cortez
I think he was the #1. I think Cortez came
but
up.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think he was 1 and Cortez had to beat him twice. And so, if I'm not mistaken, I think Cortez in 2022, I think JD had a chance the first game to double in the 10th to beat him. And he went strike and then 9 spare to lose by a couple of pins. And then Cortez beat him after that. But wouldn't it be ironic if he came in from the losers bracket and ended up winning today after the last 2 years? Iran's making a ball change here. That one still bounced off there pretty hard.
He's in between.
Yeah.
174. Edmondson with 15 pin advantage over Francois Lavoie. I'll get the, it is a 7 pin differential between Marion and Knowles on 1 and 2. I'm going to go down there in a moment just to see which player was which. And then.
And I think it was about 11. Didn't Butcher shoot 220?
Yeah, that's. Oh, you're right.
So,
I don't know if he got the count.
He got 2.
He did get 2.
He
so
got
it was
2.
220.
Yep. So he's got an 11-point lead there.
Okay.
11-pin lead.
They forgot to just add the next letter as opposed to hitting next. And now Francois losing a little bit of ball reaction here.
He just made a ball change. Just tried that one. He tried that one here late and then went away with it and then came back over here. But that one didn't have a lot of hit power to it.
If he was able to stay on this pair, which wasn't going to happen.
My gosh.
Yeah, he probably shoots 270.
Yeah.
With any ball.
Here comes our snack bar girl again.
This is great.
Looking to give somebody.
I'm thinking that these people are, it wasn't me.
Were you looking for? Kevin Jones? Kevin, did you order something?
This poor girl waitress is asking all the all the bowlers that they're ordering breakfast burritos right in the middle of competition. And it's the fans back here that are ordering the burritos. Poor gal, she just doesn't know. Wow, some splits popping up around us right now. We've seen a 7-10 and a 6-8. And Edmondson on a 6-7.
Yeah, and got to keep an eye on KJ.
Wow.
As he's left a couple of 7-pins, missed them, and then starts with a split here. Kyle King seeing just something I think completely different. So balls are really starting to scream off the gutter now.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. And from pair to pair, they're a little touchy.
No count there for Edmondson. So still obviously got the early lead, but again, every pin counts when you get at this point certainly into the tournament. D-Ron.
Oh, that was a better reaction. It still bounced up there, but it was better.
Wow.
He's not out of this match.
No.
You feel that? You know, Jenkins let him. Wow.
Tyler Masterson just left the upper deck 7 again on the same lane he did it. I told you last night.
Yeah.
During his squad, or not last night's squad, but I think it was squad 4. He left the exact same hit he just got on the same lane.
Huh.
Doing it completely different today. Like, yeah.
Same exact result.
But same result. Unbelievable.
Goodness.
All right, the 1-game matches in the losers bracket. JD Nance is going to win. He's going to defeat Kyle King. So Nance is going to advance. And then Brett Wolf just needs to keep it on the lane. And he is going to defeat Hunter Mace.
How about over here on 5 and 6? Edmonton starting off with 2 splits in a row.
And then over on 1 and 2, both Marion and Knowles both start with 3 baggers.
Oh. He just can't get it to quit bouncing off of there. That ball just jumped. It's almost like instead of bouncing it off of that, he almost has to square up a little bit and go up the boards. You know, kind of like Francois was attacking it here. We watched him hit it hard, and he wasn't hitting that bounce out there. You know, a lot of the righties are hitting that bounce, and it's just, you can't slow it down. Francois attacked it where he was going up the lane a little more.
Yep.
And he could do it with a couple different balls.
I think Francois is throwing a, now help me out, all of my Storm Roto fans. Is that a hyper self-used? If you can tell by the color scheme, but I feel that this is a ball he keeps maybe not in the bag all the time, but for this tournament, because he threw something that looked very similar
to this
last year.
Right, right.
And by the way, Brandon Knowles was the one that trails by 7 in his match against Robert Marion.
See that ball, he got in a little and just rolled up, and he's not gonna like that reaction much either.
Emil Williams Jr. here with you folks. I got Jim Tillery. Thanks, Jim, for waking up early. And first of all, offering to sit in with me this morning. I think you know how hectic it can be based on these last couple of years. Sometimes I got to go pretty soon. You know, it'll get to a point where I've got to go move a camera.
Right, right.
That portion is coming, as well as we get to some pairs where there'll be some dead pairs in between matches.
Okay.
And need to make some adjustments in that regard. But thank you so much. Love being able to conversate, chat with you. It's funny when you meet people, sometimes you just know good people. And the first day we met, you bowled the first squad, I think, but you always bowl the first day.
I usually bowl early in the morning. This year I bowled the second.
You bowled
one.
right out the gates. And of course, Steve's here and, you know, welcoming me, and then you just hop right on. You two clearly had a relationship, and it was funny. It was fun to listen to you guys just kind of banter. Wow.
Well, you know, a couple of us, I've got a little more red in the hair still than he does, and I remind him of that. But
that's true.
You know, both of us being the redheads, we better be able to take it, because we're going to dish it out. And it's just funny, and we don't take anything over serious. But I've known Steen for a lot of years, and I knew Dana. Kevin Jenkins is running out that 7-pin or that 10-pin spare right there. But I've known Dana for a lot more years than I have Steve. And when he came here to New Mexico from Australia, I said, "Oh, thank God, another redhead." I said, "There's not many of us, mate." So we've been friends for a long time.
I love that story. Just a quick update. Robert Marion front 5. It's very similar to what D-Ron and Art Ozunian did on that pair. They had low games in game 1.
Right.
And then they started off super strong in game 2. It's exactly what's happening on 1 and 2 between those two individuals.
And that was my I don't know match down there with the righties, especially with that pair. But that's also the two of my sleepers from this morning. So they're bowling each other.
Well, Ed Petrie's still watching. How about Juan Garza over there? Juan can shoot 279 in a loser's bracket match. And he is going to defeat Dennis Brown. That's actually 2 seniors. This is the PBA 50 here in New Mexico.
Yeah, no kidding. How about that?
So Garza is going to defeat Dennis Brown. Another good tournament for Dennis. But Juan, he's already in the 240s. How about that?
That's a big score.
And he is slow ball speed. If we watched Juan last night, but he is throwing a purple hammer just right up the boards. And JD Nance looks more like JD Nance that we saw during qualifying.
Is he getting in a rhythm right now? That looked good.
Ball reaction, the hook stop. You can see the ball hook a couple times at the arrows midway through, and then it just labors and laboring in a good way because it does nothing at the end as the pattern handles the rest of the business.
Correct. Yeah, he looks in a rhythm right now.
269 for JD Nance.
Hey, how about D-Ron? He moved in a little bit.
He did.
And I thought he was going to square up a little, but he still bumped it, but he bumped it farther down the lane, and it looked pretty darn good. And this smash 7 he left on the right lane looked pretty good a minute ago.
Lavoie. Masterson.
He's on a 4-bagger.
Well, this is
turned out to be quite a match right there because Buttriff's got 5-bagger, Masterson 4-bagger.
All right, so let me.
And Buttriff's got an 11-pin lead, so. I'll tell you, this match right here with Lavoie and Edmondson is certainly not in the books. Edmondson has a lead, but he's struggling right now. Francois is not one you can give room to. He's too experienced of a player.
Robert Marion does not strike in the 6th frame. Good shot there for Lavoie.
For a double.
You know, I'm just watching Francois work through the championship matches last year. And there were some moments, you had ball changes and varying things, and very similar to how he's doing it here. Very patient, but you can tell, I think he's drawing on experience.
Right.
I think right now, based on the building, you know, what the pairs do, lane to lane, etc., what his balls tend to do in the building on similar lane conditions.
Right.
This is a big shot all of a sudden here for Mason.
Ooh.
He's got to find something, and
He's
something quick.
Just one pair makes a huge difference. He went from annihilating this pair to having air right here on 5 and 6. Buttriff still stringing. Uh-oh. He had six in a row and then 3-pin.
11-pin differential.
This is a big double opportunity right here for D-Ron. This might be a key shot. Get him back in this match. Mark Birkenbein, how are you, my friend? Another one of my Kansas buddies out there. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well.
Is the hotel or the Helmick Hilton? Excuse me.
Wow.
Great shot.
How's that? That's a great reaction.
Same thing, D-Ron. Like just talking about Francois' process, working through.
Same thing.
Working through the varying balls, understanding what he's looking for, just trying to get to that point to where he can see it maybe consistently.
Well, and for the younger viewers out there, if they're having a chance to watch Francois and D-Ron right here, you're seeing why they are who they are. You know, the mind is superior in this situation, and they can rely on that. They don't panic.
David Tolson had a very good tournament He was plus 53, I believe it was, for qualifying. Won his first match. D-Ron Booker quickly turns 2 into 3. Never blinked. And now got ourselves, of course, a match here. Meanwhile, Tyler Masterson continues to strike. He's got 5 in a row. Oh, this is...
That match isn't over down there.
This is serious.
Tell you what, Edmondson's in trouble right now. He's completely lost against Francois.
KJ will take his time. He'll take a moment. Francois will go up next. So what I'm going to do is here in, let's see, let me get that prepared. Uh-oh, wrong one. Scoreboards will look a little bit different. We're going to have 1 and 2 set up to catch the end of that matchup. Between, again, actually I might get them both. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. So while Emil goes down and adjusts some cameras, these matches are getting interesting. You know, Edmondson is completely lost right here this second game. He had a lead on Francois, and now Frankie's got a turkey going for a 4-bagger. And Edmondson still's not sure what he's getting ready to do. That's an untimely split right there. And Kevin Jenkins is in a little bit of a spot here. He's working hard for a double because D-Ron's now on a turkey and seems to have found something. Oh, through the nose. There's a 6-10. So this match has obviously gotten real tight and real interesting all of a sudden. And if you look on the 3 and 4, Buttriff and Masterson are in a close one. Jacob striking in the 9th. He's probably going to put that one away. That might have done it for that match.
How are you, buddy?
I'm good. You, friend?
Good, good. Better than yesterday. Better than I should be. Yesterday was a rude awakening.
D-Ron on the switching 10. It's okay. It was close. It had a chance anyway. Let's see what Edmondson does here. Through the nose again. Boy. He made 7 and 8 look really easy. He's making 5 and 6 look really, really difficult.
All right, so real quick, Mr. Tillery.
Emil, I'll tell you, Masterson, if I'm not mistaken, I think Masterson can pull this out with Buttriff if he doubles.
So, yeah, the word on the concourse was that he needed 1.
And he threw it in the gutter, didn't he?
Did Buttriff to shut him out? If that's the case, shot 455. If that's right.
Masterson
And
might need them all here, huh?
yeah, double in 8. No, double in 9.
Oh,
Yeah, 247.
flat, and he flat 10s.
All right, so Buttriff's going to sneak by.
Yep, Buttriff's going to win that match with Masterson.
Okay, then we still got Robert Marion and Brandon Knowles still
working down there.
hanging in a balance. Right now, though, Marion has the advantage. He's got a even just this game, he's up by 25 pins.
So he's sitting pretty good. It's getting late in the game, but he's sitting pretty good.
Let's just give him 9 out just to do some math. That'd be 384. There is a path. If Marion goes 9 out, well, first of all, since Knowles is going first, if Knowles strikes out, Marion would need a mark to win.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's the scenario there. And the 2-pin is up.
Yep.
And Robert Marion is still kicking. Tied for 32nd.
I'll tell you that just the way he approaches the lanes, the way the conditions are, you never know. It's not pretty and it's not fancy, but it is effective on what's out there right now.
Again, folks, the young man, Robert Marion, tied for 32nd last night. For about 2 games, he was going to be in a roll-off with Kyle King.
Yep.
Then someone else dropped out during the squad, or however they played out, of course. And then for the final 3 games of last night's squad, both players were in at -76 without a need for a roll-off. And you talk about taking advantage.
How about this right here? We're coming down to the 9th and 10th right here with D-Ron and Kevin Jenkins.
So just a quick update on some of our losers bracket matches, because they've gone right into the next round on those. So winners in the losers bracket: J.D. Nance, Ben Perry. I'll tell you in a second here. Robert Marion is going to advance in the winners bracket. And so Marion is going to face Buttroff. It'll be Marion versus Buttroff. And then, of course, the winners of these respective matches on your screen will continue on as well and face one another. So round 3 winners bracket, and then kind of technically we're in the round 4 in the losers bracket.
D-Ron leaving a ring and 10 in the 9th right there. That would have been a huge double. Now it's well, it's up in the balance right now.
Very tough thing too for Mason Edmondson, because look out.
Well, that took care of that.
All right, so the best D-Ron can do is 203. That puts him at 377. And now it would simply just be pins if D-Ron, any non-strike here, and Kevin Jenkins will officially advance in the winner's bracket.
Right. I'm telling you what, that Edmondson-Francois match, they're struggling.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Mason, right? You feel for him, because if he had any kind of ball reaction,
Yeah.
he could win the match. All right, so Kevin will officially advance in the winner's bracket. Let's give Mason the minimum here, or the max, excuse me. Wow, which is 167. That'd be 366 total. Wait, hold on. Well, there's still a path.
He's still got a chance, doesn't he?
He does.
He puts a couple strikes together here.
He definitely needs one here, and he would need at least a double 10 frame, but it is not mathematical. This is a big shot.
Just not sure. Completely lost the reaction that he had on this pair right here in front of us.
Ooh.
Wow.
I felt like that was one of his better shots.
Yeah, that was crisp. Huh. So Kevin Jenkins is going to advance over D-Ron Booker. D-Ron will drop into the consolation bracket.
Ah, he was still in it. I mean, 15 pins is still 15 pins. That's
right.
that was his advantage coming into it.
Wow, just shot himself on the foot right here.
Now he is, you know, he has put, Yes, you were right, Clashing. He needed his first couple, but now he's put himself in a situation where even if he strikes out, he could still force a mark. And he throws the purple here. I wonder, did he not throw that ball at all this game?
I didn't see it. You know, it's almost like he had such a good reaction when he left this pair. Mindset probably meant, hey, I can make this work on this pair, and how long did you stay with it? And he may have just stayed with it too long. He might be kicking himself and saying, hey, you know, that was my fault.
Marks are still important. If he can find his way into a triple here, wow. Jeez Louise.
Those two reacted like they knew exactly what they were doing.
They woke up to a new tournament.
Yeah.
That's what that ball did.
Yeah. Kevin Jenkins finishing up with a 4-bagger. Not a whole lot left in that match. He was just filling the frame. But he'll advance, and he will probably bowl the winner of the Edmondson-Lavoie match. So probably Francois here.
All right, so 340. Man.
Wow. Not something we'd expect.
It was right there for him. Well, simple math. There's 7 on the fill. For 19,366, Jenkins over Booker officially.
Okay.
Can't tell what that is. 405, 373. But Francois needs 7 and 2 shots. It's 10 on 1.
I think he's in safe. I think I would have taken that bet if you'd have said 7 and 2 shots. I would have.
No need to hedge that bet.
No, I'd have taken the over on that one without any problems on there.
Oh, that's great.
Looks like he may have moved even a little deeper, just trying something a little bit there where he had a chance. He likes that ball that starts to flip and then stops, doesn't he? And he's good at it. So Francois will advance over Edmondson.
Boy, that's tough for Mason.
Oh, man. That gets us down to our final 4 in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, so while we have a moment, let's quickly go down to 9 and 10.
Okay.
See what's going down in the losers bracket area here. We've got DJ Neifel versus Juan Garza on 9 and 10, left of your screen. And then on the right of your screen, we've got Tim Eichhorn versus Chris Clerk, it looks like.
Yep. I look down there in the consolation bracket and I see a lot of left-handers. There's one on each pair there, and I'm thinking they're not all going to be there soon. Somebody's going to have to bail. And I know JD's down there on looks like 17 and 18. It's a good shot, a consolation match right there by DJ Neifel. He's got a turkey spare strike in an elimination match. Emil, I'm going to ask a quick question here. Since we got 4 in the winner's bracket, And we have 8 left in the losers bracket. Do the winners, are they on a round bye right now, waiting for this elimination game for the?
I think that is how.
I think that is too. That's how I think they set it up. So.
Let me double check that 1 second.
Okay. Ooh. I just saw JD throw one out the window there. Got lucky on a 3-pin, or nope, he did not. He's got a 3-7 split. So what we're watching right now is we have the winners brackets down to the final 4, and they are on, we believe, a bye right now while we're waiting on the 8 in the consolation bracket to finish up. So we'll get them both down to the round of 4 here in just a minute and kind of go from there. But the winners bracket is on a 1-game break. Consolation bracket is in play right now, and there's some heavy hitters bowling each other for elimination.
Okay.
Okay, we got her figured out. Got some cameras adjusted there.
All right, so Justin, good question. Who won the match? Robert Marion defeated Brandon Knowles. It was a good match, too. Separated by 7 pins after game 1, and then both players started with the front 4 or 5. And but in the end, Robert Marion outlasted Knowles. So Marion will take on Jacob Buttroff. He defeated Tyler Masterson in another close match. And then as we watched, Francois Lavoie in a low-scoring match defeated Mason Edmondson 353-340. KJ, Kevin Jenkins, defeats D-Ron Booker 419-366. So it'll be Jenkins versus Booker in the winner's bracket. I believe after this round, there will be a small break. I think this is when the re-oil takes place. Uh-oh, Juan Garza. Juan Garza was coming off a game in the, I don't know if he got to 270. He was at least in the 240s.
Right. And he is in a bit of trouble right now. That sounds like a McDonald's commercial.
It was.
Yeah. You're loving it, Emil. You're loving it. Raleigh Gilchrist, how are you, my friend? Things good in Colorado? Thanks for tuning in with us. You should be down here bowling. If the rest of us had to take our lumps and our bloodbath, then you should be down here too. You're sitting there watching.
That's great.
You know, Emil, it's kind of funny. Talking to Mike in practice the other day after he finished the lanes, and he goes, Jim, he goes, we're going to need a lot of Kleenex for this tournament. I said, why? And he goes, because there's going to be a lot of blood. I knew exactly what he meant. I said, well, we'd expect nothing less.
That's great.
DJ Neifel's got this one right now pretty well in hand against Garza.
Got Ben Perry.
Perry and is it Clerk? He's bowling.
JD Nance. Yeah, Perry's versus JD is what I'm looking at on the board.
Okay.
It's way down there on 15.
Yeah, I see him. Yep. I saw JD. I just didn't know who he was bowling.
Checks are being given out to those who have been eliminated. Chris Clerk. Yeah, these one gamers are.
They're tight, aren't they? There's not a lot of room for error here.
Brett Wolf strikes in the 7th down there on 13 and 14. And JD actually has got a little bit of work to do, but he's on a double.
He's got to finish it out. He's in a tough match too. Uh-oh. Sailed it wide, left the light.
Oh, Mr. Garza.
How about for a double? Trip 2 for a double.
Hey, you never know. That 7th frame was the one, though.
Yeah.
5-1 there.
That one hurt.
He strikes there, and he could strike out and force DJ to show up in the 10th frame. It's funny when you get into the one gamers, right? Now everyone is like instantly back into the normal match play scenario.
Right.
Or not scenario, but style, where there's more time being taken in between shots.
Yeah, they don't have a second game to recover.
Right.
You
Not
know,
only that, but there's no other match on their pair.
No.
So they don't have to go at the same pace. They
Right.
can now go at their own pace.
Right.
And go a little bit slower if they'd like. Ooh.
Wow.
Well, you don't see Chris Clerk do that very often.
No, that's a Jim Tillery shot right there.
Oh my.
And he might have to push the reset button. I don't think it re-racked.
Yeah, you called that too.
Oh, he might have. There we go.
1, 2. I'm sorry. The 1, 3, 6, 8, 10. And JD Nance slapping it out in the 9th frame.
Must have been a big one. See how Clerk approaches this, because you don't see this much from right-handers.
How would you shoot this?
I'd probably shoot it from the left side and angle it, which is kind of what he tried to do. And he made it. Hit it on the Brooklyn side, made it look easy.
Well done.
One.
Go ahead.
Juan Garza on the spare in the 10th, and he kind of concedes that match. DJ.
Ben Perry looks like he just stoned something. Yeah.
It must be a 7.
Stone 9 pin.
Nope, it's 9. Yep. That might have been a big shot too by the groans.
40, 70. 40, 70. Yeah, I think 208 was the max. If he strikes out, he would have forced JD to throw the first one in the 10th. Andrew Kane over on 13 and 14. Well, he's still in the battle too.
Nothing's easy at this point.
We're about to lose maybe 3 lefties.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, because there's a lot of them down there right now.
Someone had mentioned earlier about, some point earlier yesterday, just about kind of house characteristics, and someone had mentioned in the building, you know, do lefties have success here? Yes. We were talking about JD and his successes. Kane just missed a spare. And then I said, but I went to the board and I was like, you know, I don't know. The last few times or winners have been right-handed. So you never really know.
And you know, for years, the controversy on tour, lefty versus righty. Oh, the left side's easier, left side's easier. Well, you know what? And we get J.D. Nance, lighten them up, the very first squad.
Yeah, it instantly brought it up.
Instantly, everybody reverts back 20 years ago and said, oh, my God, this must be a walled-up left-handed house. You know, if half the top 32s are not left-handed, something's wrong. Well, that's not the case. From pair to pair, it's tough, you know, and so you're going to have your lefties, but the lefties that are in here are good. You know, it's not a fluke. You know, they're good. There was plenty of other left-handers that are down there in the minus 250 to 300 range real easy. So, but you're right. Notoriously, we've had potentially 3 out of 4 right-handers on the show, and then JD. So, where do you go with that?
There was a pin that just fell. I don't think it's going to matter, though. I think JD just has to. I think he's going to need 8 or 7 to win officially. The first couple of shots. Chris Clerk. He did strike. His max is 196. Well, that one's not over either.
Uh-oh.
Andrew Kane.
With a 3-7.
Whoa. Oh, wait. Let's do some math down there. Yeah, if he doesn't make this, who's he bowling? J.D. Nance has officially defeated Ben Perry.
Yep, they're shaking hands. That's what it looks like.
Kane and Wolf. Oh my gosh! I just realized they're bowling each other again.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
How's that?
It wasn't going to matter a ton, but there was still life for Chris Clerk, and now that life is
extinguished.
has been taken away.
It's a big spare. Oh.
So Wolf shoots 173, and now Andrew Kane has to mark. Simple as that. Needs a mark and 4. A mark and 4 for Andrew Kane. The joke for those two in Phoenix at the Cactus Classic, they bowled each other in the first round of match play. Twice. 2 years in a row. There it is. Andrew Kane is going to advance. The two great friends. They face each other again. Meanwhile, Tim Eichhorn.
Wow.
Comes out of earlier this morning. Looks like he was just going to fall early. He had a tough game 1 in the winner's bracket match. He came back to win it. Lost the next match in the winner's bracket, and now, oh wait. Yeah, he won his first 2 winners bracket matches, then lost, and now gets a loser's bracket dub here.
Well, and if we remember right, you know, the very first game of the day, he shoots 140.
Yeah, that's what I'm
and
saying.
he missed 3 single pins. So, yeah, for him to be still hanging in there, it's a big deal.
Theo knows all about what I'm talking about. Of course, he knows their history better than I do, certainly, living in Phoenix. But, I mean, you would anticipate. Every time Hall of Fame players go against each other, you know it's going to be great.
Yeah.
What was more interesting about the Cactus Classic was they meet first round, you know, so you know it's going to be an early but difficult match.
Right.
And then the joke this year was Andrew Kane didn't bowl the Cactus Classic, which means there was no way he could face Brett Wolf. Brett Wolf made the finals.
And here they are, New Mexico Open. You know, it had to happen.
Or either Andrew did bowl, but he didn't bowl Brett Wolf. One or the other. I forgot what happened this year. Okay, folks. So I'm going to wait for the official announcement from Jeff, which is coming up right now.
All right, New Mexico Open bowlers and fans, that wraps up that first block of match play here. We're up to 32 bowlers all the way down to just 12 round won't be too long. We're already on 85 long. We're up to 14 or so.
All right, so very minimal break.
If you're wanting the 12 o'clock consolation.
And Emil, it's kind of funny. We're sitting here looking at the updated bracket now. And earlier we were talking about how important is the seeding in this tournament, when we thought being a higher seed made a difference. Right now we're looking at a 32 seed, the very last seed, bowling against a 12 seed in the championship round. Then you're looking at a 7 seed bowling against a 14 seed. And so to answer that question, I think these guys would probably agree it really doesn't matter. The scary part is your number 1 seed is still there. He's just coming up from the bottom.
Reminder, Kyle Walker and I have come to an agreement, and with the tournament winner today, you're going to pay an entry in the Asian Hong Open in the Phoenix area in October. And the winner of this one, we're going to pay an entry in the New Mexico Open in 2025.
Updating the consolation bracket, Emil, I'm looking at it here, and you're going to have J.D. Nance only against Brandon Knowles. That's a tough elimination game. You've got Andrew Kane and Tyler Masterson. You've got Eichhorn and Edmondson and Neifel and Deron Booker. Wow. That's a tough group.
Camera preferences, I'm having them oil 1 through 14. Is there pairs we should take out first? Any other considerations?
So what we're waiting for, we're waiting on them to rerun the lanes here, which is, you know, some tournaments they do that, other tournaments they let them burn. And it's kind of interesting here at the New Mexico Open. They rerun them here before the semifinals in the championship bracket and the round of 8 in the consolation bracket. And so you're going to catch some fresh patterns. So all of a sudden, you know, some of these guys that didn't like them earlier are going to have to make some new adjustments again, and it's going to get interesting from pair to pair. So I know some of the tournaments that I bowled in the past, Monte Vista, Colorado, and you know, different places like that where we get down to the finals, we just let them burn. And when there's a top 5 step-ladder final to finish, you know, there's guys, right-handers playing in around 20, 25 and throwing shiny stuff. And you know, the lefties are kind of forced out to the left side. But it is interesting to see that they re-oil here right in the middle of the finals. And so you're going to get a chance to see them start again with fresh stuff. While we're on a little bit of a break here, I am going to take the headset off, and I'm going to eat some of this red chili breakfast burrito that Emil bought for me earlier. You know, it's still pretty warm, and oh my gosh, it's going to be yummy. So we'll talk to you guys in just a minute.
We're not as young as Jim.
That breakfast burrito right there, Emil bought it about 2 hours ago. I know. And when I'm chewing on it on the microphone, you can hear it go. So he cranked my volume down, and I'm going, I'm not taking another bite until these guys are done. Buddy, how are you? Good. How are you? Good to see you. Good.
So what nights are you going to bowl? On Thursdays. I was bowling on Wednesdays. Yeah.
Should you know her?
Yeah.
Double team?
No, just Margot and I are over to
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, you're doing great.
Thursdays. D-Run is not going to bowl in the winter.
Bite a burrito.
So we lost
I've already
him.
told him.
Yeah, he was on the team.
And then, Jim Stevens, the other bowler.
Yeah.
We're up to here with him.
Oh, yeah. I'm probably glad I never bowled with him. He asked me 1 year, and I said, okay, and then got done with the wife, and I called him and said, no, I'm not going to do it tonight.
Yeah, he might get another call because he's looking for
Not on Wednesdays. That would be our field week.
And then,
No way.
and he's, I think he's down 2 on Mondays.
Oh yeah. Is he a take charge guy or pushy or what?
It's just, everything's wrong with the bowling.
Oh, I get
It's like,
You know what?
you're the one rolling the ball.
I always say you're the one throwing the ball. You know, you're kicking machines and bitching and moaning. Yeah, I wouldn't have never lasted a year with him. I can tell you right now. I'd never over them being born.
I think we've done 3 or 4 years now, and
But,
I'm done.
yeah.
I like to go home and enjoy myself.
You know what? If you're not having fun, you shouldn't be out.
So,
That's how I see it.
That's why you
I
got.
don't
That's why you got 2 bottles of water
You
over there.
bitch in the morning like that. And then,
Only in New Mexico. Like Kansas, buddies,
these
sitting
guys
back
that
home.
are pros, I mean, that's their livelihood. They can
Yeah.
do this and
but you don't see attitude.
Yeah.
might also be.
Just feel free. Looked like he could stand a little bit.
There's another seat right there.
Jimmy, how long you gonna be around?
Might have to pull me up.
Are you heading to Crete to the cabin soon?
I'll probably. I gotta go up there this week. I've got a guy up there putting a new stovepipe in it.
You told me legal.
Yeah, well,
Listen,
insurance-wise, it's all
yeah.
single, but he's got a double plaid just to get it covered. So I'll probably go up there this week.
Really?
Golf.
I mean, I need both, but I'm playing a lot of golf ever since COVID. And you know, I don't have this 2 inches here, the elbow's gone.
Right.
So I started getting in tune with the single plane swing. Well, Jim Graves golf, but it's, you know,
Right.
anyway, I can't drive further than 150, 160. I haven't been able to increase that. And I'm hitting the driver very well now. I'm staying in the middle of the lane. It's been 4 years now. But I still have problems with my 9-wood and iron.
You got a 9-wood?
Yeah.
I don't have a 9-wood.
I got a
I
7
do have
and a 9.
I do have a 2-iron though. About that long.
Long.
When I lived in SPO, we used to have the
got a
Tawa
chunk.
lanes, big
I
rock.
do.
Anyway, are you interested in that working with me?
Lanes is only
Yeah.
12.
I'll pay you. I know what you're going to say, but
My folks had a restaurant across
yeah,
the road.
You go to Los Altos?
So,
that's my home course.
You got a good driving range there. It works out pretty good.
Yeah.
go to
Here's the latest items for the next round. In the
Anyway,
winner's
when you
bracket
get
is,
back in town, you
Roger
give me a
Clinching
call.
with a taking total pinfall match of 13 to 14. And Jake will have that choice of letters.
foul ball.
Along Jake also takes off on 11 and 12.
And my backswing was
And another taking total pinfall match. The winners of those 2 matches are on the show.
It's like riding a bike.
I know.
The losers bracket are now 1-game matches the rest of the way, so a real sprint coming up here. 5 and 6 will be Nance and Knowles, the losers out. Kane and Masterson will be on 1 and 2 with the loser eliminated. 7 through 8, all the Eames, Acorn, and Edmondson, the losers out. And 5-1 Hooker will play a stay alive on 3
My last
and
4 rounds
4.
have been 95, 99, 96.
That's good.
Well, it's good for me.
That's about what I shoot.
No
I don't bowl
bullshit.
enough.
Obviously, a full rank session coming up. You can certainly say anything you want until your first ball
Getting
is
more
scored.
parts, more importantly, I'm staying in
No
the middle of
service
the
in the
barrel.
middle of your
To me, that
2-game
was the
match.
most important. Hit the ball straight. Doesn't matter if it's 150
I'm in the
yards.
trees or the bush. Oh my God.
And I'm getting on the green using, a lot more on 3. So my putting has improved. I'm deadly from 60 yards out. I mean, I put in a
If I
putting
could play
green.
with my wedge and my 9-iron, 7-iron,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Now, do you think
Once I get down to the 4 and the 5, then I start.
Yeah. Well, I use my 9 or 6 anytime after the driver. But,
We're going to take on Brent got knocked out.
I think it would be cool if the sportsman was riding a headless horse.
VIP and pussy don't even sound alike. Not walk off a mint burrito here before. I think I told you that I played in a fundraiser, a Southern Union South thing. If I would have had my other clubs, I think I would have gotten that Ford Bronco. What do you shoot? You know, I'm a bogey guy. Sometimes I get to 6 over, but it's few and far between anymore. 18 hole right. Pretty much bogey. I had a chance to shoot in the mid-80s, but on both the par 5, that's where I missed it. The 4s and the 3s, I did fine. The lowest I ever got was 74, and I just couldn't. Never got below 10. Most of the time. Oh, that's a good round. That's usually what, 2 over par? 3? Yeah. Most courses are what, 70, 71? I think Arroyo is 72. I shot with mine at Ladera. I shot a 33 twice. That was playing it twice a week for about a year. So that's my fun. That's fun. There's a few shots that I've made. One was at Ladera. I don't know.
Consolation
Sand
Squads.
trap here, and the green was right here. I was out here about 15 feet past the sand trap. Hit it over the sand trap.
Brandon Matt, 19, John Strong, 18, and Garrett Steve,
Like shooting a 2-9.
17. Anyone else? Hurry on over. There's the lane on for practice, so you'll get 10 minutes. Anyone else for the consolation now? Let us know.
Since they've been off, I wonder if they'll give them a few shots.
So there's the 24 coming up, 10 minutes practice. You're on a 3-game set across 6 lanes. You're on the odd lane, you'll move left. Even lane moves right, we're using 17 and 22.
He comes here with my son. He can show up at like 7 o'clock. My son will go home and he'll stay. And he'll come pick him up around 10 o'clock. I wondered about that. That's how my son was when I decided to go down with the ball. First started bowling here. I had a box where I had a bunch of 50 cent pieces. I probably had
It's real tough.
70.
It'd be like starting over.
I get one and throw it in there. Then I started noticing he's shrinking. I called him one day. He was taking like $1 a day coming down here and bowling 2 or 3 games.
Maybe, but I'd have to practice a little bit. No way I can get 140 or 50 that fast.
He's got 300 games in one single. One in practice and one on the lead. That was
I'm not good at it, but I didn't feel as bad as I thought it was going to be.
It's good to overcome the pressures.
That's my granddaughter. Gray shirt.
Her brother. I don't think she stays.
Well, she
I'm lost. You can't make it such a ball.
She's got some friends down here. She can stay all day too.
Yeah, I can see the message now. I have no idea.
They treat them right. you.
trying. If I don't eat shots, we'll be back alive again. I'm not chewing on the ear again. I heard that first crunch in my ear and I go, uh-oh. Not gonna work.
About the jerseys? It was subtle, you know, just a little subtle. Under the radar. Smart.
Okay, we are slowly sneaking back on here. Lanes have been oiled, and all your consolation bracket folks and your championship bracket folks are practicing right now on fresh oil. And so those matches will begin momentarily once they're finished throwing practice balls. But we have flipped into the house now. So now your final four in the championship bracket are going to be on lanes 11 through 14. And all the consolation bracket bowlers are down on the low end on lanes 1 through 8. And we've got a lot of really good matches, both in the championship bracket and the elimination bracket get ready to start. Down to 12 from 32. Everybody's getting a little tired down here, and they're grinding out. Obviously, the money makes a big difference. You know, you can only be so tired when you're guaranteed $1,400 if you lose, and everything else goes up for winning. So, you know, that tiredness and lackadaisicalness will subside real fast. I can only tell you how good that breakfast burrito was. Emil bought us breakfast burritos this morning. We both finally had a chance to eat some of ours, and wow, the chili is hot. You gotta love New Mexico. Red and green, or both. So Emil and I will both be looking for the Rolaids here in the next 5 or 6 minutes. But it was well worth it. We also have going on lanes 17 through 24. Steve Mackey, any way to put more bowlers on the lanes, he'll do it. This is the second of the sweepers down on the end on this interesting, difficult tournament shot. And he's got at least 12 to 13 players down on the high end bowling the second squad of sweeper. So those folks that did not cash can actually enter that one. So just recapping, for those of you going into the break, championship match, we're down to the final four. And in the championship bracket, we have Francois Lavoie, defending champion, former Wichita State player, attended at the Helmick Hampton for the weekend, is bowling against Kevin Jenkins on lanes 11 and 12. And on lanes 13 and 14, we have Jacob Buttriff bowling against Marion down there. And those guys have bowled well all day. And it should be two good matches. You got righty-lefty match on one pair and a righty-lefty match on the second pair. Consolation brackets, we got a lot of good bowling too. You got Mason Edmondson bowling against Eichhorn here in just a second. You've got J.D. Nance bowling against Brandon Knowles. You've got D-Ron Booker. Bowling against, I'm going to look back here real fast. They're down a little farther than I am. Bowling against Knifel, and you have on 1 and 2, you've got Andrew Kane and Tyler Masterson. So you got some good matchups all the way through the house right now. And at this point, everybody's bowling on fresh oil again. So we'll see how they come out and hit them. Any questions, any comments? You guys just send us in the chat box. I know I'm getting behind the scenes texts from my buddies in Kansas and everywhere else, and they're out. Some of them are out playing golf, and some of them are out fishing, and some of them are sitting there in a boat listening to the show. So it's kind of interesting.
Okay, finalists on 1 through 14. Hold up on that. Please throw one last shot to get to a full set of pins if necessary.
Thank you, Lacey, for that information about the bracket being updated 15 minutes ago on the 10 Pins and More Facebook page.
Higher seeds, you have choice of letters in your single game losers bracket and 2 game winners bracket matches. 12 outstanding bowlers remain. Color bars are coming on your screens. And here, you can get the next round competition in the Mexico Open Match Play Finals. Good luck, everybody.
Championship match is getting ready to start. First shot. Wow, that was a great shot. Great shot right there.
All right, tried to get the best angles that we could get for this round. There is one winners bracket match that's going to be off camera, unfortunately. They had to make some lane switches, so which kind of put us in a small disadvantage, but no worries. We got an eye on Buttriff and Marion. We'll start with Lavoie and Jenkins here, and then in the bottom right of your screen, we've got 5 through 8 on the bottom right of your screen. JD Nance, Jim, you probably just mentioned this, right?
I did. That's okay, though.
I'm not going to reiterate.
We talked about flipping the ends of the houses now for the championship and the consolation bracket.
Correct. But just from the viewer perspective on what we can watch, obviously Francois Lavoie, Kevin Jenkins, and we will go to full screen on 5 through 8, probably in a few frames, because their matches are going to end before the winners bracket matches end. Winners brackets are still 2-game matches. Losers brackets are 1 game. So just FYI. So we will go from full screen here, winners bracket, to full screen losers bracket, and then we'll get back to the winners bracket as they basically kind of get to the end of game 1 and then get set for game 2. If there is a question on where people are, what to watch, got you covered. There are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 matches.
That's
at
it.
the moment.
Yep. And Francois starts with an early double against Jenkins. Marion starts with an early double.
D-Ron just rolled it too, off camera.
For an early double. Seems to be the theme right now.
Let me update some bracket matches too. So here, I'll drop it in the chat for you as well, just in case. Winners bracket, 32nd seeded Robert Marion versus 12th seeded Jacob Buttriff. Then 7th seeded Francois Lavoie and your defending champion versus 14th seeded Kevin Jenkins.
And Jenkins starts off with a double as well, going for a turkey here.
All right, so those are your winners bracket matches.
And he gets it. Wow. Those two guys are perfect so far.
Your elimination bracket. J.D. Nance, that's your #1 seed, still in it, by the way. He's just not in the winners bracket, but he's still alive. And the crowd certainly knows it, which is pretty cool. Again, Kane versus Masterson.
Wow. A lot of strikes being thrown in the championship brackets right now. You've got Lavoie with the turkey, Jenkins with the turkey, Marion with the double, and Buttriff with spare strike.
All right, so those are your matches, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so all 6 in the chat if you need them. And as Jim mentioned, that is good of a way to start a match. We love the first 7.
Yeah. And they've been no doubters, all 7.
Well, it is fresh. So for those of you who stepped away, of course, we had a break. The lanes were re-oiled, sat for, you know, the appropriate amount of minutes. Opportunities to resurface equipment, of course. And so now it is back on the fresh. Now, in these cases sometimes, Jim, after the re-oil, good shot from KJ, sometimes you'd be like, I don't know. What's going down? Something's a little bit different. And, you know, quickly, you know, the patterns run again already, right? So it's kind of one of those, you don't know. You think you know, but sometimes it gets a little tricky because the pattern gets a little bit flatter each and every time down. So interesting to see how this is going to progress.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see here how Icorn bowls. I know he bowled near us early today and shoots 140 the first game on fresh. And then comes back and wins the match. And now he's in a match right here on fresh, and he has a completely different ball in his hand. It's a lot slower speed, and looks like he has a pretty good reaction. So he's made some adjustments from early this morning until now, but looks like a pretty good decision. D-Ron starts with a turkey. He just flushed that one up. Going for a 4-bagger. And he gets it. Light switcher on the 4-bagger. So Brandon Knowles on a nice shot right there. Kevin Jenkins on a 3-pin. So he's turkey spare. Frankie up in the 5th.
Oh. So crazy how bowling is, man.
Wow. Looked like it checked up just a little, maybe tugged it a little bit from our angle, but went from a 4-pin potentially to a 4-6 split. He gets 1. So that match is fairly even again.
D-Ron with that front 4.
Took advantage of that roll too and buried the next 2.
I think the real question here, honestly, Jim, and I'm just going to be flat out honest about it. If JD Nance's look is generally as good as it is on the fresh, I don't see a way he doesn't get there.
I don't either. I think it's going to come down to carry. You know,
Yeah.
I think if somebody gets hot and he leaves a couple corner pins, I think that's the only way he can miss. Because right now he's got such a good reaction, and obviously he had it in qualifying earlier in the week. So yeah, I agree with you there.
The only thing I would say is if he wins, this is if he wins, there's a possibility of facing another lefty, which you do have to accommodate for to some degree.
Sure.
I think. But that's a big if, because Brandon Knowles he was also good on the fresh.
Yeah. And they both have that turn, that hard turn,
Yes.
where they can play up the edge with speed. They both like to do that.
Especially during qualifying. Now, obviously, I know this is not qualifying, but it is a clean slate because you get a fresh start literally at this point with the re-oil. As D-Ron off camera And bottom right of your screen, though, just wrapped a
Wow.
a 10 pin. You can see Knowles bottom right, though. You can also see Kevin Jenkins.
Kevin comes up light. There's a 3-5. Knowles is playing way out.
Just trying to get the right angle over there, too, for
Wow.
he just left an upper deck 7.
Wow.
That's 4 of those I've seen. Brutal.
Over the top. Man.
Uh-oh. Tried a pair re-rack. Swept away KJ's spare.
Needs a 3-5 reset over there.
Yeah, I was trying to get the right angle.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this match right here with
Since we got some time, let's just go full screen to our elimination.
With JD Nance and Brandon Knowles, this match right here is fairly even. They both have a double. It's just interesting because they're mirror images on the other side of each other. Both of them throwing stuff that's got a little surface, firm up the edge on their respective sides. And I think it's going to come down to who carries the best. Buttriff leaves a 5-count split and opens.
Again, the one match, just don't have a camera on, unfortunately. And depending on how the Lavoie Jenkins match goes, or which one finishes first, I'll turn the camera that's on them then to the match on the right. Just so some things we get to right from the streaming perspective, there are some logistical items that always come into play. Every bowling center has its little quirks. Tenpins here has some ceiling fans that come about halfway down to the ceiling, which of course generally is right where we need to place a camera.
Right.
So I've been trying to get underneath fans all week.
Right.
Or somewhat over the top if I can, depending on where we are. We'll be good for the championship because it's offset.
Right there, yep.
So
wow.
Apologies for the time.
We were just talking about self-inflicted mistakes, and JD off the hand lost it firm, and he farther left than normal. And
one game match.
One game match, and that's a big one. Edmondson almost did the same thing. Tyler Masterson on 1 and 2 with the turkey.
So KK says how it's watching JD Nance is infuriating. How does he throw it so fast? It is a big part of his game, without question. But right now 50-80, 240 left, and Brandon Knowles looks like he did when he started qualifying.
Yes, he does. JD needs to slow everything down a little bit here and change the pace, because Knowles isn't. He's got a good look too.
And that's why the key word was if, because he had to get by first Brandon Knowles. And Knowles is really good.
Yeah, this is a tough consolation matchup right here for both of them.
And then just next door, I mentioned D-Ron, front 4, 9 spare, 9 spare.
Couple 10 pins, yep.
Knife was going strike, 9 spare, open, strike, 8 spare, 9 spare. It's weird to say, but those two frames might be the deciding factor.
You're exactly right. You're right.
Update on Buttriff. He opened in the 7th. Tough count, too. I think he went 4. Yeah, he got 4.
He go 4?
He went 4-4 in the 7th.
Okay. I was thinking he went 5-3, but 4-4. I didn't see that.
Based on count, it looks like he got maybe 4 through the middle.
Wow.
He can still max at 219. And his opponent, which is Robert Mary, can strike out to shoot 234. Again, that's game 1. Still 2 game matches over there. Rack for Knowles. Tim Eichhorn with a double.
Jenkins on a big double.
After this, just so everyone is aware, We've got one more set of elimination matches. They're going to be on 5 through 8 again. Or we'll have some, I should say, on 5 through 8. And the winners of the respective winners bracket matches will then move to 5. So we will have the battle for the top seed on 5 and 6. Look a little, oh man, that might be the one, Jim Tillery.
And you know what? That might make up for that Jam 7 that he just left.
That might be
A
the
little
one.
shaker. We'll see. It was a big double, though. Oh. Boy, it doesn't take much. You know, Dion's soft with the speed. Very different than JD and Brandon next to him. You know, he's got that soft speed, but they're all playing that same area. Soft hand. Masterson comes off his string on 1 and 2 with the 10 pin.
Be a good finish between Jenkins.
Oh,
and Brandon Knowles.
a little emotion there, huh?
Showing some emotion.
Yeah, he's a pretty quiet kid. I don't see that much out of him.
Well, I think Brandon understands, well, a couple things. One, the situation at hand. 2, he knows he's bowling the hometown pick.
Exactly. And he knows he's a #1 seed. You know, he can knock him out of the tournament right here.
At any point, JD can still get going. He'll have the crowd behind him. So, you know, Brandon can't afford mistakes and certainly to miss.
Yeah, that was a big shot right there. Now it puts pressure back on JD. He needs all these.
Yeah, he's got to have them all. Great shot.
He was just a little fast and wide on the one before that.
Robert Marion still striking down there. How many times have we said that today?
And you know what?
Robert Marion, tall, quiet.
Just down and in, make spares.
Here's why I love Robert Marion too. My guy always wears jean shorts. And that just brings me back to my teenage years where we all wore jean shorts. He's got a polo on. He's cooling, man. I like Robert Marion a lot.
He is. He's just chilling out there, isn't he?
Must have from Nance. Bang. Gives it right back just a little bit.
You know what? Kept him alive.
And heard somebody on the concourse say he ain't going nowhere.
I heard that too.
So again, Knowles knows who he knows.
Knowles
You
knows.
see what I did there?
I
Jim
do.
Taylor?
I like it.
It's like Bo knows, but
Bo knows.
it's like Knowles knows. That's a branding opportunity for Brandon here.
Well, JD can finish with 232 if he turkeys in the 10th.
This is a big shot. Oof.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's
Great
power.
shot. Great
Yeah.
shot. That was huge. All right, so 39, 69, 98, 18, 238. So a mark here.
Mark does it, doesn't it?
Yep.
Mark does it.
Count is important, but mark here. JD can only get to 232. If he did not strike there, there was a possible situation where Nance could have stepped up with ball in hand. FYI, Francois shot 242, but he might be trailing. Jenkins can get to 248. In front of us here,
Wow.
Brandon Knowles to keep on going.
Uh-oh.
Oh my. Wow.
Ooh.
Washout, certainly makeable.
6 count.
He's got to not only have it now, and of course then count is supremely important on the fill. So now it's a 2 for situation instead of just a 1 situation.
Yeah, he's got to make it to win this match. But he's also got to get count. Holy cow.
He's got to make it, then he's got to get 8.
Uh-oh.
He gets 2. And J.D. Nance has been handed a gift. 221 Brandon Knowles had the ball in his hands. It was his to win.
He's got a strike on the first one. In fact, he's got a strike on the first two.
Yeah, that would be 211 if he doesn't strike.
Yeah.
Strikes here, that's 72. There could be a possibility of a tie, so he does
Yeah.
need 2.
Yeah, he's got to have this one for sure.
Strike 9 spare would be a tie. The first one, no. And the run for J.D. Nance, and I think he's okay with that one, simply because
Yeah,
he gave the impression like, all right, that probably wasn't the best one.
wasn't my best. Yep.
But if I'd got that break, great. He understands it. See, that's a professional. He's
Absolutely.
not a pro in the sense of the word, but you know, bowlers know.
Sure. And you know what? He gave Brandon Knowles a fist bump right there. Kind of conceded and said, hey, you know what? That's a good match. And that was a good match. Those are two powerful players right there.
Well, much like Olympus, the #1 seed has fallen. Here on lanes 5 and 6, J.D. Nance, the hometown favorite, is looking to get back to the finals for the 3rd consecutive year and maybe get it done this time. Is going to come up a little bit short. Had an opportunity, one that didn't look like he was going to receive, excuse me. Meanwhile, to our right here, Tim Eichhorn can shoot 227 and needs every bit of it.
Uh-oh.
Because his opponent can strike out to shoot 237.
That's similar to what Knowles just did. Goodness.
Trying to get you back to Lavoie and Jenkins here momentarily. Lavoie shot 242. Jenkins 244. Robert Marion 220. Well, after seeing that, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Buttroff left. 4 through the middle.
Same, yep.
And Eichhorn cannot convert in the 9th. So Knowles is going to advance, and he's going to face the winner of the Andrew Kane, Tyler Masterson.
And Kane just missed us.
Yep, and it's going to be Masterson with a 203-175 victory.
Masterson, holy cow.
D-Ron Booker is going to advance. So matchups now in the losers bracket. Knowles versus Masterson. Booker versus to be determined. Count is on the side of Mason Edmondson. So I'll take you back to our winners bracket here. D-Ron again is going to advance. Came out the aggressor in that matchup. He goes front 4, 9 spare, 9 spare, 8 spare, 9 spare, and then might throw the back 4.
With a different ball.
For 240.
Doing some changing. Ooh, it's a big double right there.
It was a double. Eichhorn doubles. One more strike gets him to 202. Jacob Buttroff shot 186. Buttroff 186 and Marion 220.
So Marion, huh?
With the early advantage and got a good, nice little pin cushion to work with off the top.
198 for Eichhorn.
34 pin lead.
That's big.
Robert Marion, absolutely. Again, important to note, winners bracket losers are not eliminated. Kevin Jenkins. So let's look at who's left over at this point, Jim, as well.
Okay.
Still got D-Ron. You got D-Ron, Masterson,
Knowles. And
Knowles.
potentially Edmondson.
That's enough.
That's enough, yep.
All right, back over. DJ Neifel had a really good tournament.
He did. He bowled well.
I don't remember where I saw him, but it's been recent. It had to be in Phoenix, I'm guessing, and well, he was really good. Really good player. Don't know how old he is, but he's definitely young. And the youth right now, and I'm not saying he's like youth, like 16, 18 youth. But, you know, if you're under 25, there's a lot of U25ers these days.
These 20 to 25-year-olds
really
are
good.
they're coming out of the woodworks.
Yeah, Brian, Brandon, again, I've been talking about the story, and I still didn't get a chance to talk to him, but he shot 300 junior gold back in like 2016 or so, and I was there to capture the video of it. And I talked to him a little bit about it, and I just remember him I'll see him on social media. Been seeing a lot of cool vids of him lately in the winner's circle. He looks like he's really starting to figure it out as a player. Meanwhile, Lavoie, he's already figured it out as a professional, a multi-time U.S. Open champion, and maybe to become the second two-time and second back-to-back champion here at the New Mexico Open. Officially 216 to 198, Edmondson defeats Tim Eichhorn. Jacob Buttroff back against the wall in this match. And important too, folks, the winners of these winners bracket matches are automatically on the show. Okay, so that's important. They are bowling for a spot in the finals.
Yep.
The winners will then bowl each other to determine who's going to be the #1 seed. Wow, of course that's important because this is a true double elimination format, meaning the #1 seed will have to be defeated twice to lose the $13,500 prize check coming their way.
Buttroff washes out there.
Jacob having that conversation with himself right now.
He's in a bit of trouble, isn't he?
137. Meanwhile, Jenkins.
He needs a double.
Bang.
Wow.
You know, every time I see KJ, he bowls pretty well. And I felt like the last couple of times out, he's had some nice spare by Buttroff. I felt that KJ's had some early exits, and perhaps uncharacteristically, and maybe characteristically, right? Just meaning, you know, things that you can control.
Sure.
You know, miscues, makeable spares, those kinds of things. He's had some early exits, and but the way he's throwing it today, all about business.
He's smooth, and it's strong right now. You know, and sometimes it depends on who you catch. You know, it's luck of the draw. And you catch a guy that's hot, and you might bowl good and lose. You never know.
Francois still rolling with the pitch black.
He's walking with a little swag right now. You see that? He's got a little more pep in his step.
Well, he can't miss.
I know.
I mean, that's what it feels like.
Yeah,
right?
that's what he's thinking.
He's trailing by 2 pins or coming into the match.
Right.
He shot 240s, kind of like the Mason Edmondson and Kyle King match earlier today.
Right.
Edmondson shoots 278. Kyle shoots 233 and he's down 40 pins. So Lavoie again with 4 in a row. 8 spare, 9 spare double for KJ.
And we've got consolation match starting right in front of us.
Yeah, we'll have Knowles and Masterson on 7 and 8. Booker and Edmondson on 5 and 6.
And I guess these guys get a practice ball since they moved.
Yeah, they may get more than one. I don't know the ruling on that.
Right.
We'll find out here shortly. Francois with 5 in a row. So what do we got to do to get a room at the Helmick Hilton?
You know what?
Because I got a lot of Hilton honors points.
Emil, if you know how to play pool and bumper pool, and you can eat hot dogs and burgers, and I bet you Dennis would find a room for you.
Hey, what do I got to do?
He's listening to us right now.
I know he is.
So Dennis, if you're listening, we might need an extra room booked for next year.
I got plenty of points.
I figured you might.
I can cash in, man. I've been saving them up for like a family vacay, but I mean, if it gets me one night in the Helmick Hilton,
it might get you 2 or 3.
I mean, I'm okay with changing rooms.
No,
it's okay.
You're good.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
One time about, I'm going to guess about 5 or 6 years ago, Dennis will know this. I think every Wichita kid that was here was staying at Dennis's house,
I think he told me that.
including Matt Helmick and you know, all those Wichita kids. They were sleeping on the floor and on the side mattresses on the couch. And
you know, well,
there were 12 to 14 of them over there, I think.
College students used to that right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You say there's a free bed? Absolutely.
Yep.
Or a free room in general? Sure. Just give me a blanket.
I was going to stay.
There's meals included? I'm here.
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah.
All right.
Dennis, you hear that? You got to be responding here on a text message at some point.
Oh, KJ. Wow. How about that break right there?
That's a big four-bagger. That might be a key shot in this whole thing.
Wow. You need some good stuff to go your way sometimes, as our losers bracket matches are underway. 5 through 8. We'll take you there after these winners bracket matches have been determined. Buttroff, you can see him on the right side there. Oh, and he walks it out. I mentioned that switch earlier for Jacob, and not a lot of individuals have it.
Right.
Like literally the ability to just kind of turn it on. And but man, he's got it. He's just able to do it. Oh boy, Francois just continues.
Continues to strike. He can't lose if he doesn't miss, right?
It's a great way to look at that.
That's probably what he's thinking. He said, if I don't miss, I might be 2 down, but he's already got a spare on the board. I can't lose if I keep striking. Brandon Knowles with a good shot, left a lap 10. And Masterson. And then paired next to us on 5 and 6, you got Mason Edmondson and D-Ron Booker.
That replay today, it just hasn't been working well. And I really hate that. All right, Francois looking for 7 in a row. And again, they're in situations where you just can't miss. The good news here for Francois, he is with the advantage simply in the count perspective right now, but any non-miss and he goes back to not being the leader, which is crazy. Oh, and there it was. Wraps a 10. So now, because these two can max the same score, Francois effectively is now back trailing again by 2 pins.
Yep. You're in the helmet Hilton for next year.
I was just playing.
So was Steve Klompkin, and so was Francois. Until it became a reality.
Right. No, but because it's called the Helmick Hilton, I just couldn't resist talking about Hilton points.
Oh my gosh. And it's not just grab a room, spend the night. You got to.
They wouldn't even see me there.
I believe it. You'd be here most of the time.
I spend all my time in the building. Good spare by Lavoie. Again, now he is back trailing by 2 because he and Kevin can shoot the same score this game, 279. Early miscue on a bucket by Masterson, bottom right of your screen. You got that right.
That was just a.
That was a
mistake. Yep.
Very much a.
I bowled with Tyler a lot when he was young, and this is the first time he's bowling right in front of me, and I'm thinking, well, this is kind of cool to be able to watch this kid, but at the same time, I look at it from his perspective and say, dang, I'm bowling in front of the old guy.
Yeah.
So how does that? Maybe I need to go down here and. Wow.
Off camera, good shot from Knowles. He wraps a 10 pin. In the Buttroff-Marion match, Robert Marion, he had a split back in frame 4, just to give you a score update. Buttroff opens in the 7th, again on the split. So Jacob can shoot 240. That's his max this game. He trails by 34 pins. So at the moment, Marion is still in the lead.
Big strike.
Good shot from Buttroff. Marion about to step up after KJ makes the spare in the 7th.
Wow. I got a feeling, D-Ron, we're in for a doozy of a matchup between D-Ron Booker and Mason Edmondson.
Man, we're going to check it out in a moment.
Oh, no.
KJ, good shot, 6 pin.
He's behind right now, isn't he?
He is now trailing. But Francois is not going to finish first. I'm sorry, Francois is going to finish last.
Well, he got that to the edge, and did you see it bounce off of there? Wow.
There's hook on that on 7.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Yeah. That was 1, and it absolutely did a left turn as soon as it got there.
Anyone have any questions on who they're looking for? If you have a particular player, oh my! And Robert Marion just left the 6-7-10.
It's getting tight. there's a.
So Lavoie will step up in frames 8 and 9. Got a chance to kind of put some daggers in KJ, but Jenkins will have that response time. There's 1 for Lavoie. But he just goes about his business, man.
He does.
Uh-oh, Robert Marion. Oh, he nearly made it. Unfortunately, though, of course, that's another pin and count lost. So his max this game is 191. 220 already on the board. That's 411. He can get to series-wise. Buttriff needs 226. That's the magic number now for Jacob Buttriff. He's pacing in the 2-0 range. So he's going to need a double of some kind.
He's got a strike.
Could happen here in the 9th frame. And Buttriff is going to finish the match first, so he can step up and win it.
Uh-oh. Ooh, that could have been worse, Francois.
Ooh, Tyler Masterson. Nice spare. Nice split, I should say. Split conversion.
It's a big cover after that bucket.
And Buttriff leaves a 7-pin. So his max is now going to drop to 220.
Wow. There's a lot of good matches going on right now. Whether you like high scores or whether you like low scores, you're seeing some good competitive matches.
Thank you, Debbie. I hope that crafting is going well for you as you sit and watch and listen. Yeah, so 220 is the max now for Buttriff. That would put him at 406. That would still force Robert Marion to have to double, though. Because Marion would need 187 at that point. So very important 10th frame here for Buttriff, at least a double. Meanwhile, KJ, let's do that math real quick. He's got 247 left. That's 491. Buttriff got the first. Ooh, so all 3 in the 10th here from Kevin would force a double in the 10th frame for Francois to win. So, yeah.
Both,
that's where we are right now.
Everybody strike to win. Uh-oh.
Great shot, KJ. Quickly up Buttriff to his right. Buttriff going to be coming on the right of your screen here. Brandon Knowles, bottom of your screen. And Buttriff just doubled in the 10th frame. And I lost another pin somehow. There it is. Which is my MO.
Oh, great shot by D-Ron.
Boy, D-Ron coming out firing.
This guy's on the front 7 between the both of them.
I would say he and Edmondson will get down there in 1 second. Big shot coming up here for KJ. Didn't like it.
Uh-oh.
Did not like it. Buttriff throws all 3 in the 10th. 406 for Buttriff. So Robert Marion, magic number 187.
And he's on, you said he can get to 191?
He needs a double and 6. Double and 6 for Robert Marion. It is light And Jacob Buttroff
Survives that.
is going to the finals. He's on the stepladder here at the New Mexico Open. He won it in 2015 and will have another chance to do so. Robert Marion, though, not eliminated. Now, mark here. Van Lavoie. Francois Lavoie needed a mark.
He wins it.
And he, too, back on the show in back-to-back years. And I believe 3 out of the last 4. If you include 2022. He missed, 2021. He missed 2022, won it in 2023. So you got 2 powerhouses already on the show, Jim Tillery.
Wow.
Francois Lavoie and Jacob Buttroff.
Now,
already
both
on
of
the
those
show.
guys are guaranteed. They're going to bowl each other. One of them's going to drop into the consolation bracket. And we just don't know what position they're going to be in. Is that correct?
No, so they're on the,
Or are they guaranteed to be 1-2?
they're on the show. They're going to bowl for the 1 seed. So their next match is for the right to be the number one
seed.
The winner of the match is the 1 seed. The loser is the 2 seed.
Automatically the 2. Okay.
Yes. These 2 losers, Jenkins and Marion, now fall into the consolation. They will face the winners of these respective matches that we are now in front of us.
Gotcha. Uh-oh.
All right, so if you're just joining us, our first 2 participants on the show have been determined. Francois Lavoie's got a chance now for sure to repeat for the first time since '05. It's only been done once. Only been done once.
Wow.
Meanwhile, D-Ron Booker.
That's smooth coming off there. There's no bounce right there with that ball. He's got a pretty good smooth reaction.
Jim Hillary, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are you a fan of Sade?
You know what? I have a Sade record at home.
I know you do. I bet you did.
I do. I absolutely do. And it's a pretty cover.
You're familiar with the term or the song Smooth Operator?
Oh, yeah. That's fitting for D-Ron right there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead and frame that album up for me.
I'll do it. You want it, I'll do it. We'll have D-Ron sign it, huh?
We should.
Uh-oh. Sit. Uh-oh.
Maybe.
Oh, short stick. Just a little.
All right, so again, just to recap for you, the first 2 winners bracket matches are complete. Knowles, week 10. Next year's dates, thank you to Mr. Steve Mackey. August 15th, August 17th. Those are next year's dates. For those of you who said you want to bowl, there's a lot of people in the chat saying, you know what, I'm going to bowl next year.
Yeah,
well,
I've read
August
that too.
15th.
You know what? Here's your opportunity. You want to come out and bowl? Here, bring your arsenal and enjoy it because we've got plenty of spots.
Edmondson again strikes. Again, the winners of these respective losers bracket matches will face one of Robert Marion and Kevin Jenkins. Let me see which matches they. Buttroff and Lavoie will be on 5 and 6.
So it's kind of funny. We just put those release dates out for next year's 21st annual New Mexico Open. Steve Mackey, the owner here and the promoter, he goes, you know what? We already got sponsors signing up. And he goes, you tell those folks out there that if they say, well, I didn't know when it is. Well, you got a year in advance to mark it on your calendar. So,
yeah, I'm actually about to do that right now.
So get yourself here. Don't be afraid. You know, there's a lot of us that had a lot of red blood in the water this week. So come on down and bring your urethane, bring your plastic, bring some of your favorite resin, and we're going to shoot some pool. We're probably, some of us are going to go in the bar and have a few drinks, and then some of us are going to play golf. There might be some storytelling, but get yourself here to the New Mexico Open next year. We have a great deal of fun.
D-Ron.
Oh,
Trips to 4. He got away with one just a little bit. This is inching towards, you talk about a step ladder. At this point, no matter who else joins Buttriff and Lavoie, you know it's going to be special. But the season that D-Ron has had, and unfortunately now Tyler, boy, spare game is leaving him at the wrong time.
he's had,
He's got to shoot at some tough ones, obviously.
well, he's had 2 buckets that he's missed. He's had 2 pins, and he's missed one of the 2. So everything's been light, which tells me he probably just hasn't gone right with both feet and target enough. But
Well, what a matchup here. How about this fresh condition again for Edmondson, who, a whole, I guess, a round ago, right, after multiple games, multiple matches on it, he got to a point where he had no look. Went to a late ball change, and it was a little bit too late. I mean, this could be a different story we're telling right now. If Edmondson beats Lavoie a couple of rounds ago, it's Edmondson who was in that winner's bracket.
correct.
Lavoie could be bowling D-Ron just to stay in the tournament.
Wow.
But Mason fighting for his tournament life still. Bang. Oh, Mark, I told earlier, I'm an old school guy. Shot by Tyler, gives the old hand clap to the crowd. Hey, I made a spare. We've all been there. At least he's having fun with it. After he spent all 8 games watching this thing, riding the roller coaster, seeing if he was going to make the show, or make the cut, excuse me, to the top 32. And he got in by 2 pins. I think 2 pins equaled 4 spots, ultimately.
Yeah.
He was 28th, I think. Or 29th, one or the other.
Wow.
There's Knowles. Smooth operator.
Tell you what, this is a big shot for these boys in the 9th frame.
This is it here.
Both on 279 paces.
This is, and D-Ron's going to finish
How about?
first. So Mason's got to set himself up.
He was a little fast with that one, wasn't he?
3, 5, 6. The one thing I mentioned this about Mason, and I don't know his game, but I have seen him bowl a couple of times, and I really like where he's at. The one thing I've just noticed though, if he gets a little forward at the line, I talked about his footing.
Right.
If his heel comes off the ground, it seems like he's a little bit forward, and that's where he kind of misses at the bottom.
Right.
Misses his power and his leverage.
Wow. Brandon Knowles with the turkey, he pretty much clinches that match right there.
Yeah, that one's all but done.
Yep.
I like this format in this sense in the losers bracket because, oh no, Mason.
You know what? That's
Oh boy. Now it's a
So-
much different scenario here for D-Ron.
so. Emil, let me ask you this: that shot right there, those 2 shots we just saw right there. How big is a 2024 Masters win in that situation on your opponent, and you don't even have to throw a shot? Does that weigh on an opponent's mind, knowing that?
You think no, but I mean, ooh, D-Ron lucky. That was almost an 8-10. He left one of those. I think it might have been on lane 6, actually, yesterday. He left one of those, so he's got to be careful. Yeah, I think in the moment, Jim, I'm going to say no.
Right.
In the moment.
Okay.
But J.D. Nance is out of the tournament, so the new hometown favorite is D-Ron Book.
Absolutely.
Not that he wasn't before, right? But they don't have to split the cost now.
Exactly.
The votes aren't split. Now we go from J.D. Nance, and we're going to put all our efforts toward getting D-Ron to the show.
Right. Right.
I think that's more of a mental edge, if you will.
Right.
You know, Mason knows he run the Masters, but like you said earlier, right, when you got opportunities to beat
to knock somebody out,
players like that, you thrive in that scenario.
Right.
All right, here it is. D-Ron still got a mark. This one's not over. Must mark to win. There it is.
Ball game.
Has to do the official tallies here, the formalities, as I like to say. He needs 4 and 2 shots. But boy, that frame, the frame. 178 for Tyler. Great bowling. Really great tournament for Tyler Masters.
Very good.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Fantastic job. Oh, D-Ron.
Wow. I'm framing that album up for you, and we're gonna have him sign it. That's gonna be between all of us that are listening. But you call your wife and tell her Sade is coming home. Sade is gonna be arriving in our mailbox here soon.
Boy, Mason Edmondson. It won't be the last time. Well, first of all, it's not the last time I'm going to see him because I've already seen him a couple times in events like this. I just can't remember if it was here or in Phoenix, but man, he's got a world of game. A couple things that you go differently for Mason. And the match against Francois, if he makes the ball change earlier, he beats Francois that match.
Correct. I agree.
And then here, of course, 9th frame, he misses, but then unfortunately misses the spare. And those are the two differences.
Two keys
for Mason in these last couple matches.
Yep, absolutely.
But those are things that, again, with the experience, and he's going to win a lot. And Mr. Knowles will continue his run. So the losers bracket matches now will go over to 1 through 4. So I'm going to take a little bit of an opportunity to kind of get reset up on some camera situations here.
So losers brackets 1 through 4.
Yep.
Winners brackets 5 and 6.
Yep. Nice job, Tyler. All right, I'm going to go do that, Jim. You hang tight here.
Sounds good.
We know 2 of the 4 bowlers are going to be on the Stepladder Final TV show today, as they are the last 2 undefeated bowlers, Jacob Buttriff and Francois Lavoie. Isn't that a surprise, everyone? Jake and Frankie are going to be playing for the 1 and 2 seeds. The winner of this 2-game total pinfall match is the 1 seed and guaranteed $6,700. The loser of this 2-game match will be the 2 seed and will have a little bit more work to do in the stepladder. They'll play that match on 5 and 6. There are 4 bowlers left in the contenders bracket, because that's much nicer to say than losers bracket, because there ain't no losers at this point. On 1 and 2, a single game match between Knowles and Jenkins. On 3 and 4, a single game match between Booker and Marion. The losers of those 2 games will finish 6th and 5th. The winners of those 2 games will advance to the show. The order that they advance is based on their qualifying seed. So if D-Ron is the higher remaining seed, if he wins this match, he would be the 3 seed on the show. Everything else would be up for grabs. That's our scenario. We're going to get lanes 1 through 5 turned on for about 5 minutes of practice. You can surface during this practice session. Folks at the desk, 1 through 6 on for practice. And Mason and Tyler will grab your scorecards.
So we've got our championship bracket match set between Jacob Buttriff and Francois Lavoie. That'll take place on lanes 5 and 6. The winner of that match will be the 1 seed on the TV show. The loser of that match will be the 2 seed on the show. The 2 consolation bracket matches, we only have 4 left there, going to be between Robert Marion and D-Ron Booker on lanes 3 and 4. It's a 1-game match. And on 1 and 2 will be Brandon Knowles against Kevin Jenkins. And that'll also be a 1-game match. So we've got some pretty good ones still remaining here. And it ought to be a wild finish.
Jacob's match takes 45 minutes or so they should be done bowling just a little after 2. We'll foil and brief the finalists for the step ladder. So if we got family and friends, tell them to come on down to Tenpins if they're in the area to get the step ladder started around 3:15 or so. And of course, you can watch these matches, all the remaining matches, including the finals, at BowlstreamTV.com. Do not miss it. Get this man's hit count up. Billions.
Emil's sitting here adjusting cameras so we can get potentially all 3 matches on film here. Again, lanes 5 and 6 is your championship bracket match between Jacob Buttriff and Francois Lavoie. Your consolation bracket final 2 matches are between Robert Marion and D-Ron Booker and Kevin Jenkins and Brandon Knowles. It's kind of funny that Emil was asking me about 2 sleepers. My 2 sleepers from today are still in the tournament. And just by the way Robert Marion bowls, I thought he would have a chance, and Brandon Knowles. And both are still in the consolation bracket, but they're still there. And that was all based on just what I had seen pattern-wise and how they roll the bowling ball on this. We are finishing up practice balls here before these matches start. We're on the last practice ball or two. And adjusting a couple of cameras for you. Rick, we'd love to have you come out to this tournament next year. Birkenbein, I'll dust that album off, brother. But that one's still going to Emil. And I do believe that step ladders, 3 o'clock. Is that the estimate? 3:15-ish. Dennis Helmick, if you're listening, I think it's approximately 3 o'clock for the step ladder. So our bowlers are done now, and we've got computers ready, so our matches will start. Okay. Buttriff with a strike. Robert Marion with a light 2-pin to start against Iran. Looks like Brandon Knowles is going to start on 1 and 2. He'll start the match down there against Kevin Jenkins. Unfortunately, he opened the first frame. Francois dead flush. This ought to be a great championship match right here. Two very talented players with good heads on their shoulders. And right next to him, you've got the 2024 Masters champ. For you guys that haven't been out to the New Mexico Open, this is like a PBA event in itself. The talent of the field that we have here is indescribable. Kevin Jenkins on the strike.
So this is these are the guys that are out already? Oh, gotcha.
Okay, Steve Mackey just handed me an update sheet. We'll give you guys some final standings on these players right here. This is finishes in money. 29th place, Steve Klumpkin. He made $862. Mason Robinson was 28th. Averaged 197 in his 2 matches today for $700. Brian Skidmore was 27th. He averaged 196.1 today for $925. That includes a little Pro-Am money. Nathan Estrujillo finished 26th and made $700. Dwight Burns, 25th, 197.9 average and $850. Going down the list, if there's anybody else that you want to hear, I'll certainly do it. We'll just go run down the list here. 24th place was Kyle King. He went 1 and 2 in the matches today, averaging 192 for $900. 23rd was Dennis Brown, averaged 193 right on the nose. He was 1 and 2 for $900. 22nd place was Jason Silva, averaged 193.1 for $1,225. And 21st place was Eileen Linares, averaged 200.15. She was 1 and 2 for $900. David Haynes was 20th, 197 average for $1,262.50. 19th place was Art Uzenian, averaged 199.6 for $975. David Tolson was 18th, averaged 196.7 for $1,050. Hunter Mays 17th, averaged 213.23. That's the highest so far. Unfortunately, he got bumped out by higher scores. He was 1 and 2 for $1,050. Ben Perry out of Arizona was 16th. He averaged 192.5. He was 2 and 2 for $1,275. 15th place Juan Garza, 198.07. He was 2 and 2 for $1,200. 14th place was Brett Wolf, averaged 208.8 today, and he was 2 and 2 for $1,275. Chris Clerk was 13th. He averaged 208.07. He was 2 and 2 in match play for $1,200. DJ Neifel was 12th, averaged 201.2 today. He was 3 and 2 for $1,475. In 11th place, Tim Eichhorn, averaged 200.3. He was 3 and 2 for $1,475. 10th place, Andrew Kane, averaged 211.1. He was 3 and 2 for $1,400. The ones that just got knocked out, J.D. Nance finished 9th with 3 and 2, and he averaged 223.66, highest by far, and he made $2,050. Tyler Masterson just finished 8th with a 202.3 average for $1,700. And 7th place was Mason Edmondson, averaged 208.6, 3 and 2, and he made $1,850. So lots of sponsorship money there, lots of good bowling from those guys and gals. And so we'll have the final 6 here in just a minute.
That's good stuff there from Steve.
Yeah, that's breaking it down.
Yeah, and I like the just the averages part too. And there were a few times where he was referencing. Oh my bad, that's your call.
You're pulling on my cord.
My bad.
Knock it off, Emil. That was bad, wasn't it?
But the averages, and Steve had referenced some player averages. You know, he's got obviously a ton of information in his brain from this tournament, but he would reference averages throughout the weekend, just about certain players and what they averaged, you know, in a certain year.
Well, and I thought it was interesting to look at J.D. Nance at 9th. You know, he had the highest average by far today at 223.6.
Is that just today?
Just today.
Wow.
And nobody else averaged over 210. Well, I take it back. Hunter Mays, 213, but that's a big number to be out.
Just talked about what you said. You know, the draw you get.
Yep.
Right, because he was in some matches that were high scoring. Which makes sense because his opponents had to beat him with high scores if they were going to win.
Well, and he lost a high scoring match there to Brandon Knowles to get eliminated, and he lost a tough 2-game match to start the day right in front of us to Robert Marion.
Very true.
So I guess that average doesn't surprise me. And, you know, he averaged that all week. So
just FYI, it's going to be a little bit of what I would call a long distance view on 1 through 4.
Okay.
So we're going to go to it, but it's going to be a long distance view. I tried to get away from the fan. It's not going to be as sharp, especially from the scoring perspective. So just bear with it on that part, but you'll be able to see what's happening.
Wow.
And I'm going to go to it after the wash shot because, again, same situation. This winner's bracket match is still 2 games.
Yep.
These matches here on 1 through 4, 1 game to determine who's going to be on the finals. And I heard Jeff talk about how the seed tiebreaker basically is broken in the loser bracket. I'm going to go ask him about that.
I think it was higher seed or something that I heard, but let's clarify that a little bit for our viewers.
That would make sense.
Spare for Francois Lavoie right there. He's finding the pocket, just not a lot to show for it right now. And Buttriff has double, spare double on the board. Deron Booker with a double. Robert Marion, the 4-pin there. Ooh. Ring and 10-pin for Francois, ring and 7-pin for Jacob. I guess turnabout's fair play.
Thanks, Carl Ong, in the Agent Ong Open. Carl has been here the last couple days checking out. He said he'd never been. And so a couple things here that I will talk about. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Brandon Knowles just threw one in the channel. Unfortunately, that's not his first time. It's his first time today, but I think he did toss one in the channel yesterday. But if for those who've played right basically all weekend, or left for that matter, we've seen channel dwellers.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen balls in the channel from third arrow, from fourth arrow.
There have been a lot of them. Yeah, that's the one we need T-shirts printed out for, right? We were talking about.
Yeah,
Channel dwellers or become friends with the channel or something like that.
Well, you definitely can't be afraid of it.
No, not at all.
That's for sure. All right, 1 through 4 look, and Knowles makes the spare. The problem there is his opponent has the front 6.
Kevin Jenkins has the front 6, and that's on 1 and 2. You know, we've seen that. It's one of those bad draws for the righties in that situation.
Yeah, and Knowles has been on 1 and 2 today. Earlier, where the game 1 was iffy, game 2 was great.
Right.
He bowled Robert Marion on that pair.
And that's the pair where the Deron and his opponent struggled, but the 2 left-handers that were below him both bowled well. So it just might be a bad catch for Brandon at this point. Deron working on a double. Working on a turkey. Wow, that's smooth. Gosh.
Again, folks, if you're just joining us, Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Jim Tillery has been with me since 8 a.m., and I appreciate him. Jim, I'm going to see if we can get you to hang out for the show. You've been here the whole time.
Well, I'd be happy to do it. And if Steve and Dana, if they want to switch out with me, that's certainly their prerogative, and I'll be happy to do that as well. So whatever you guys want to do, I'm in for.
Yeah, I'll talk to Steve.
Okay.
We always have Dana and Mike have joined us in the booth the last couple of years.
Okay.
But Jim, you've been great today.
Well, I appreciate that. It's fun working with you as well. We've done this once before, and probably not the last time down the road. We'll do some more.
KJ stops his string.
Is that an 8-pin over there? A little heavy.
That is an 8-pin. We are trending in the direction of having, we could have 2 lefties. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, we will have 2. We already got 1 on the show. Just thinking about transition. KJ getting closer and closer to clinching the spot. Just real quick about the Agent Ong, though. Between Carl and Steve, their respective tournaments, they have essentially partnered. And the winner of this or today's New Mexico Open will earn a spot into the Agent Ong Open coming up in October in Phoenix. And then the winner of the Agent Ong Open will win a spot into next year's New Mexico Open.
Wow, that's cool. I saw that. I think I saw that maybe earlier this morning on Facebook. Somebody had posted that, one of the Harvey boys. And I think that's a really cool thing.
Nice little breaking news partnership scenario there. My apologies for stepping away from KJ. I didn't see him on the approach, the angle of that camera. I can't quite tell who's up on 1 and 2.
He left a ring and 7 there. That was pretty stoned.
Of
wow.
course, he's left-handed, so he's out of the frame to start. My apologies there. Meanwhile, Lavoie.
On a double. Much needed double.
Yeah, I don't think he liked it, though, the way he came back shaking his head.
I think he tugged it a little, but he did tug it with a little speed, and it just switched out that 7. Yeah, I'd like to go out to Phoenix and bowl that Agent Ong tournament out there in October. That might be my next scheduled event.
Great event. Carl put it together last year. Already was working toward number 2 as soon as it was over. And it's got multiple squads, qualifying squads to bowl. I believe there is re-entry. I think if my memory is correct. He's got sweepers throughout the week as well, so other ways to cash in. Here's Knowles. Maybe make it interesting, and no.
No. I think he kind of sees the writing on the wall also. Well, if I go out to Phoenix, I don't know if there's anybody out there that has the Helmick Hilton. I don't know if there's any reward points. I know a lot of the Phoenix boys, but I might need a place to shack up for a few days. Any of my Phoenix friends out there. Wow. Buttriff went running Brooklyn on that one.
Always interesting how one match's pace is different than another. And, of course, it depends on the pace of the player. Buttriff is generally a fast player anyway.
Right.
I'm looking at, of course, KJ had the front 6, so it was faster moving on 1 and 2.
Wow, that was out there.
Well,
I think I might have a taker.
That's right. Well, I don't know about it. I don't know if he's offering up his house.
I don't know either. I don't either.
He's telling you should come bowl his tournament at least.
Exactly.
Oh, D-Ron.
Wow, and he smiles. He knows. He knows. Yeah, we'd certainly love to go out and bowl and spend a few days out in the Phoenix area in October. That'd be great.
Again, your winner's bracket match is just entering frame 1. I'm sorry, not frame 1. The 9th frame. I've been here a lot, folks. I'm sorry.
That's a big double for D-Ron right there.
It was indeed. What I was going to say was, as Francois wanted to re-rack, they are entering frames 9 and 10 of game 1. Again, that's a 2-game match. And KJ, that one, folks, is official. Kevin Jenkins is into the finals of the New Mexico Open. If D-Ron wins this game, D-Ron will be the number 3 seed, which would make KJ the 4th. If Marion were to come back and win, then KJ would be the 3 and Robert Marion would be the 4. Ugh. That might be the one right there for Robert.
That might be his.
He had 220 from that moment off the sheet. And of course, D-Ron with the big double there. He would have been in the 220s if he had, of course, missed in the 9th, or didn't strike, I should say, in the 9th, spared strike situation off the sheet. So it had to take a disaster from D-Ron now.
Ooh. This match just got a little more interesting, didn't it?
Let me ask you real quick before we get to it. And Robert Marion just takes the 10 off the 6, and that's going to all but do it. I don't know, but I'm going to assume this might be Robert's highest finish at this tournament, perhaps.
Yep. What a run today. He might have the simplest of the games out here right now, but he had a big run. You're making the top 6 with this field on this condition. It's saying something. Hey, I'm getting lots of takers on my Agent Ong Open. I got a note that said, we'll find you a place to stay. Now, I'm not sure if that's good or bad.
That's great. Hey, Paul, that's a great question. Jim, Paul asks, can you mention a little bit about what the players have decided to throw equipment-wise, and obviously one type of equipment has been consistent throughout the weekend.
Well, you know what? Hey, Paul Moore, my buddy out of Kansas City. These guys have alternated from urethane to some resin, some surface, some non-surface, but for the most part, there's a urethane ball in the bag for most of these players this week, and they're pretty much staying outside. It depends on the pair. You know, pair to pair they're different, and later in the block they're different. So some of these guys have gone to resin later in the block where they can hook a little more, but for the most part, most of these guys are liking urethane staying way out. I mean, for the righties, you're looking outside 5 until it starts breaking down. And today, because they re-oiled, I don't really think they've gone to a whole lot of resin. I think most of it's been urethane.
Yeah, since the re-oil, urethane was preferred on the fresh for the majority of the field. Not everybody, but the majority of the field, I would say, especially if you were going to play or at least attempt to play right. The one person, actually, Robert Marion, I think he threw urethane, but he was in and out of it a little quick too, but he's so good at playing up the boards and playing right with reactive that you know, it wasn't like a big jump for him, if that makes sense.
Correct. Well, him and Eileen Linares, you know, and even Tyler Masterson, they can get up the back of the ball, get that forward roll rather than that side tilt, and they've been able to do it. Oh, I think that match with D-Ron is over. I don't think that little baby split's going to matter, but
yeah, that one's in the books.
That one's in the books. This is a big shot right here for Buttriff. I think he's got to have this to win, doesn't he?
Well, 2 games. Still 2 games.
Oh, it is 2 games.
Yep.
You're right.
So,
Winner's bracket.
yep.
My fault.
Still 2 games. We got a little time.
I was. See,
but you were on the money, though.
I got cut up on the edge here.
You were on the money.
He's got to have that to lead.
You
to
were
lead.
correct.
So our winners in the consolation matches.
I spare for good measure.
Is D-Ron showing off now? He looked like he was just showing off a little on that one.
Actually, D-Ron talked a lot about his arsenal, and you know, he came in with the urethane game plan and wanted to be as simple as possible. Really, he knew what he wanted to do. It was rare that he got to reactive. He did get to reactive today in some of the at least one of the earlier matches he was in. But it's been IQ 78U, pitch black, and maybe one more urethane. And I don't. His reactive that we saw him throw early was either an IQ Tour or an Ion Pro.
Was that on 1 and 2 when he was down there in trouble a little bit? He switched.
I think it was on 7 and 8.
7 and 8.
I think he was bowling. Shoot.
Who was it?
I forgot, but it was a very close match. I want to say it was Kevin Jenkins.
You might be right on that.
It was Kevin Jenkins on 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Because KJ got off to a great start.
So what do we got here in the championship match, different pin-wise?
All right, so it's an 8-pin differential, 234, 226.
Buttriff up 8.
Buttriff is up 8. Again, this is the battle for the #1 seed. Sorry, so here's the question. Does any player or either player have an advantage to being the #1 seed? If you could make a case for either Francois or Buttriff or both, how it might benefit one or the other, if it does at all, in your opinion?
Well, because it looks like we're going to have 2 righties, 2 lefties on the show. So to be honest with you, I think it's just one less match. They're going to finish in a higher position regardless. That always makes you feel good.
Right.
So they'd both like to be the 1 position, but you know, if they're the 2 position, I don't think it affects them. I think they're just happy to get on the show right now in any of the 4 spots. But right now, these 2 national tour guys, it's a pride thing. And so I don't think either one of them wants to lose to each other.
That's fair.
So our 4 seed's going to be Kevin Jenkins, isn't it?
Yes, 4 seed's going to be Jenkins. D-Ron Booker will be the #3 seed.
He's joined by.
Wow. What a show we got going on here. Emil, this is exciting.
And so the stage is set, folks. Jacob Buttriff, Francois Lavoie, one of them is going to be the 1 seed. One of them will be the 2 seed, but the opening match has been determined. It's going to be Deron Booker versus Kevin Jenkins. And from what I heard earlier, if that's still correct, the championship should begin around 3-ish Mountain Time. That's good enough time for me to move some stuff and get set. All right, Buttroff. There's the slow wheel. Wow, man. He's someone that you could just make a documentary about, and you would really enjoy watching, you know, multiple. And there's slow-mo video of Buttroff, obviously, out there, but
Right.
just to really dig into the release.
The fundamentals with that release, you know, I've watched it. I don't know how he does it because it hurts me to watch sometimes because it looks like there's a lot of cupping.
The severe, not severe, but I feel like there's another level of his double jointedness.
Right, I agree. As I can try to cup it like that and come out of it, and I just, it hurts. You know, I'll drop the ball. But it works for him, and he makes it work. Tell you what, Francois, that's a Brooklyn. I can't say anything. I threw a couple Brooklyns this week.
I don't know who didn't throw a Brooklyn. Who didn't throw a Brooklyn this week?
I don't know who I was bowling with the very first pair.
I think that's the real question.
Yeah, I don't remember who I bowled with on the first pair in qualifying, but gentleman, second frame, he goes runaway Brooklyn, comes back and he apologized. He goes, "I'm sorry, guys." And Brian Skidmore and I look at each other and go, "What are you sorry about?" I said, "I'd like to take about 7 or 8 of those myself." There's no apologizing for Brooklyn on this stuff. I'm telling you, we got a lot of folks tuning in right here, commenting. That's fun. A lot of new folks.
Steve Mackey checking in on what's happening. This is his busiest time of the weekend. Actually, maybe except the Pro-Am part, because the Pro-Am was full, sold out. But he's been writing a lot of checks, signing a lot of checks, and taking it all in here. 20th anniversary.
Yeah, I kind of like it when Steve signs checks. I wish he'd sign some more coming to this meeting, to me, but I like it when he's signing checks. As he's walking away, he rolls his eyes and walks away. He doesn't like signing checks that much. Wow.
Great shot.
He's got that, he's got a good look.
I'll ask the chat the same question I asked Jim. Just curious if anyone believes that the #1 seed here would be more beneficial to either of these players. I think ultimately no. But it's always nice to have the one in the pocket, if you will, in case you need to use it. The one thing that I've learned so far in this tournament is I think each time it's gone to the if necessary, the #1 seed hasn't won, in my experience here.
Right.
And so you want to get it done in the one that is not the if necessary.
Right.
JD averaged 8 pins more than he did last year.
Lavoie is going to be on the show. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the battle for the #1 seed. We have already determined the show participants, but now who gets the advantage, quote unquote? Who gets that extra if necessary match? If they need to use it, it's going to be Lavoie or Butcher as the #1 seed.
I'm telling you, this, Francois right here, he's in a little bit off the gutter, but his ball it's just not sitting there right now, and he's a little bit lost. Hard part is Jacob is lined up, and I think Francois knows that. He's going to take as much time as possible, take some re-racks, try to stall, do some delay tactics here while he's trying to figure some things out. But I think right now he's fishing.
I will say this. If Buttroff gets the 1 seed, I talked about him being able to flip the switch on. I feel like he can do it, a lot better than other players, which is hard to do, right? To just flip the switch.
Right.
And for one game, for the cheese,
it's hard
to bet against
You
Jacob.
gotta like his chances. There we go.
Especially with what he's been able to do, and obviously he's so good that the side of the lane that he bowls on is obsolete.
Right.
We know he's left-handed, but he's just good. So I do think that could be a situation. Now for Francois, I think if he gets it, I think it just might. I won't even say it's going to be. It could be an easier thing for him. I do think though he'd be able to utilize the advantage, but he also would understand, right, what it's like to be in that position before, and then have someone beat you twice, like Dylan Taylor.
Correct.
Right. So he would know. Okay, let's go ahead and end this thing as soon as possible. We're not even going to let this get to it. So, right, it's just a different mindset, I think, based on the experiences. Francois has been the top seed before. Again, Dylan Taylor climbed the ladder that year.
Correct.
To win the tournament, and he beat Francois twice.
Yes, he did. 2 pretty low-scoring games, too. It was a tough pattern.
So you've got the number of titles for Jacob, but we've got 3 major champions on the show. PBA major champions.
How's that for ratings? you want a good New Mexico Open final. You've got exactly what you want if you're Steve Mackey. Uh-oh. Butker missed that 2-7. He does have an 8-pin lead going into this second game. So he's got a little bit of a buffer there, but that was certainly not what he wanted in the 5th.
8-time champion.
8-time.
8-time titleist.
And Francois?
Buttroff. Major winner, of course, is Jacob. Francois has won a couple of U.S. Opens. He's got 6 titles. D-Ron just won his first title, of course, being the Masters, and that was nice.
I think he just tripped the bucket. Not the 2-pin or the 3-pin, but the bucket.
It's getting interesting.
It is.
Good thing they're going to a fresh pair.
They're coming over here to 7 and 8.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening on 5 and 6 right now.
Are they coming to 7 or 8 or 9 and 10?
7 and 8 is the championship.
7 and 8, okay.
Just an FYI, folks, because we will have time, we will close it down and go to our designated finals event on the Bowlstream TV YouTube channel. So I'm going to put that link in the chat. That way you can just go ahead and have it open. And all you got to do is just click, and it'll be right there for you. I thought that was a better shot overall.
Man.
And it just kind of...
It gave him to him. Even the computer thought it was a strike.
Yeah, it kind of charged and then kind of stopped. We'll have time. I'll go over, be able to change the camera around real quick. finals link. Again, that's in the chat. Go ahead and drop that, or I'm sorry, open. Click. You'll have that open and ready for you. And if it's going to be about 3, I heard 3:15 earlier. I could easily see it being a little bit earlier just because.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape right here. It's only 2 o'clock right now.
So, Jim, it's been fast-paced all day. And we literally get down to the final game between these two before we get to the show. And now it feels like, as you just kind of mentioned, okay, everybody's to some degree kind of indecisive just on what's happening, unsure. How much is it? Are they thinking and or considering, you know, taking some of this information that they're gaining now just to have in case the lanes end up in a similar situation on 7 and 8?
Well, these two guys right now are pretty close, and they're within a pin or 2 difference, and Jacob's got an 8-pin lead. I don't think they're thinking about 7 and 8 right now. I think they're just trying to win this match, get the number 1 seed over the 2 seed. But I think if it was already over, I think you'd see a lot of, you might start seeing some things coming soon. But now they might start changing a little bit and trying a couple things and getting ready for this show on 7 and 8. But right now, I think they're just trying to get through each other here and survive this match. And you talked about slowing down, you know. All of a sudden, the bowling center gets real quiet. There's not many, well, there's nobody else bowling in the whole center. And there's people in the bar watching. There's people behind this, you know, by the tons watching. And so now all of a sudden it got a little more real.
Well, of course, so the other thing too, the other difference, of course, there's a financial difference.
Absolutely,
of course, as well. Which I don't know what second is. I'll get the full prize fund for that once Steve has it ready for us for the step ladder. But there is a difference there as well.
Well, you figure 13,000 in seconds probably going to be.
Yeah, someone's going to be guaranteed X amount of dollars.
Absolutely, guaranteed for probably about 6 or 5 or 6,000 per second.
I would say so.
Maybe even a little more. So now these two guys are playing for a lot of money as that 1 seed. So now all of a sudden this cat and mouse game is still back and forth, and it's just a couple pin difference still. 3 frames to go, and Buttriff has that 8-pin cushion from the first game, but. Regardless how many times these guys have done this, all of a sudden there's a little more excitement going on.
Yeah, it is slowed down almost to a halt.
Yeah, yeah.
After being on just almost rapid replay mode for the entire day.
Ooh, almost same thing. But it's got an. Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I was going to say, I do think, though, based on experience watching these stepladders unfold here these last few years, there have been some matches that kind of get into this mode where there is some indecisiveness because of ball reaction is not the best. And so the matches do start to slow down a little bit because there is some additional thinking happening.
Sure.
You know, there's no title on the line as we just talked about. But, again, the opportunity to be the top seed, have the advantage of if I lose, I get another opportunity to win, and I'm guaranteed X amount of dollars.
Right.
No matter what in that sense too. So.
Well, I'll tell you, this one's getting tight, and I wouldn't expect anything different on the show today. I expect very close matches, very methodical shot making, and pretty intense situation. Truth be known.
Yeah, I said we were gonna have time to set up some stuff, but I don't know.
These last 3 frames are taking a long time. Boy, they're fishing right now.
Let me look at the bracket here again.
This is
So I'm trying to go back to see who bowled last on this pair. So, and I believe it was Mason Edmondson and D-Ron Booker. Now, D-Ron bowled pretty well on this.
correct.
Wait, and as did Mason. This was a 2 What D-Ron have? Like 250, 240?
Yeah, because
that was a 250.
Mason opened in the ninth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 250, 230.
And it was same situation, righty versus lefty. Very intriguing how this is.
You folks that are watching, whether you're right-handed or left-handed, you're seeing two of the best players in the world right here bowling what we've been bowling on all week and making it look just like we've seen it all week.
I'm so glad you said that, because basically throughout all of match play, and again, when you got we started with 2 matches on a pair today, which allowed the transition to happen quicker, and I think something to develop quicker on both sides. Now, where it has really just been the one-on-one matches,
right,
and minimal traffic since the re-oil. Now it is looking more like what the players bowled on, what you bowled on for 8 games.
And
every
it
squad.
You're throwing 2 shots of frame basically, and you are mentally exhausted. It's unreal. Wow.
This was and now slightly different, but Buttroff carried an 8-pin lead, and especially after game 1. I mean, it's 230 to 220 after game 1. But we've seen today a couple times
how quickly it changes.
Game 1 was not good for some in a match for both players, and then boom, 240 the next game.
That's what made it so tough in qualifying this week, is you could go pair to pair, game to game, come off looking like you had a really good look and shoot, 220, and then you go to the next pair and all of a sudden you're struggling to shoot 170, and everybody's going, well, what happened? What happened? And you're going, well, that's a good question. And before you figure it out, the game's over, and you got 170 in the books at best, and you're moving to another pair. Big shot.
The big wheel.
Big shot.
All right, so let's do a little bit of quick math just because.
Okay.
All right, so Butcher's going to step up. He still has the advantage after having 234, of course, already in the bag. And these cats now not quite even, certainly not even this particular game. Butcher was still up 3, and of course he just struck. His max is 439. Double here, and he's solid. Actually, the first one might do it. Oh, no.
Recalculating. Well, I don't know. You know what? You're still on a strike.
If he makes it, it's 185. $193 would be the magic number. That's just the tie for Francois. He doesn't have 193.
He can get to what, 192?
So this is if he makes it and strikes.
Uh-oh.
That's on line. Nicely done there. Wow.
Now, a strike closes it out, right?
Yeah, 418 is the max for Francois. 419 is the max for Buttroff.
Wouldn't have expected anything less.
Buttroff must strike here. If he strikes, he's the #1 seed.
And that's going out the window with a 6 count. So what do you do on the second ball? Do you get it in a little? Do you? Who knows?
I think he might make just a small parallel. It's very small. Watch the big wheel kind of wheel. Looks parallelish to me. Bang.
Ball game.
There it is.
Ball game.
Jacob Buttroff is the #1 seed for the New Mexico Open Finals in this 20th anniversary. Francois will be the #2 seed. D-Ron Booker, the #3 seed. Kevin Jenkins, another lefty from Phoenix. He'll have a lot of support here as well. He will be the #4 seed. All right, folks.
Wow.
419 to 392 officially. And real quickly, Jim, before we close the door briefly here and get you set for the finals, give me some of your brief thoughts on what we watched today across match play, which was fantastic from the start.
I think we saw what we saw all weekend. I think we saw some really tough, low-scoring, grinding matches. I think we saw a lot of those low scores that we saw all week, but I also saw a lot of guys come out and be very methodical, squeeze the gutter on both sides. I didn't see anybody in left of probably 9 or 10. I mean, that might have been as deep as Francois was right there, but everybody else was right of there. So you're seeing the top 32 that made a lot of quality shots playing out on the gutter on both sides. And it just shows the talent of players that we have in the finals. But I thought it was great match play today. I thought there were some guys that bowled better than expected. I thought there were some guys that got knocked out early that we thought could make a run.
Sure.
All in all, I think you saw a variety of righties and lefties. Some of the lefties knock each other out. But when it came down to it, you got probably all 4 guys. You probably have the right 4 guys in the final for the show. And when you have 3 out of 4 national tour titleists, what more are you going to ask for?
He's made a killing at this event over the last half-decade, as well as 2 U.S. Open titles and Team Canada forever. Now bowling out of Wichita, Kansas, Rancho.
Jeff Hamer doing introductions.
Your top seed got that striking heat on the field ball to shut out Frankie and be that #1 seed. He will have to lose twice. It's still double elimination in the step ladder in order to lose his title, which means he needs to win once to win his second career New Mexico Open victory, and that $13,500 top prize are all shooting for. He's got 27 PBA regional, 8 PBA national, and most importantly, 33 career JBT titles. Tempe, Arizona, Jacob with Bud Travis.
Wow. What a field. What a show. This has been fun. I still think it came down to shot execution, spare making, and mental adjustments. And I think all in all, these folks that have been watching with us on the broadcast, I think saw that. I think the guys that made the best shots are here. 7 and 8.
All right, I think Jeff, did he say what time? No, he didn't. Where's he at? Where's he talking from?
I don't see him.
He's hiding. Oh, he's down there. All right, folks, 3 p.m.
3 p.m. start time for the match play finals.
So I'm going to say be at your computer at 2:45 just in case.
Wow. What a finals. What a finals. It's been exciting. It's been fun. And we still got some more bowling to go.
Someone asks, and you will receive there, Matthew. Oh, sorry. That's not right. D-Ron is not the 2 seed. He is the 3 seed. Francois Lavoie is the 2 seed. D-Ron Booker is the 3 seed. Kevin Jenkins is the 4 seed. All right, so 3 p.m. Mountain Time. 3 p.m. Mountain Time. I might even go on a little bit early just to ensure that we're all good and you see a picture and you feel good that we're good. So I might go on a little bit early just so you know what's happening. But so you got about a little less than 45 minutes to figure out if you need some popcorn, a refill on your beverage, maybe get dinner started, et cetera and so forth. Maybe you just got out of your house of worship. Maybe you just took a nap. Who knows? But be back here in about 40 minutes time.
Well, and you know, I'm going to go down and visit with these 4 players real quick.
That's right. Please do.
And see if they want us to send any shout outs or
Get
to
some
anybody
notes.
out there.
Get some notes. I'm going to go set up and take care of some technical items.
You want something to drink, my friend?
Another water would be great.
I'll grab you one.
All right.
See you folks in a bit.
Jim Tillery, he's been great all day. Thank you to Jim, and thank you to all of you. We are not quite done yet, folks. We've got a finalist, or a champion, I should say, to crown 4 finalists to help get us there. Again, New Mexico Open finals will begin at 3 p.m. Mountain Time. 3 p.m. Mountain Time, but be at your computer, I would say about 10 to 15 minutes prior as we get set and ready to go. Want to thank Jim, Steve Mackey, Dana Miller-Mackey, Mike Miller, Jeff Hemer, the entire crew here at Tenpins and More Rio Rancho. What a day. Finalists are excellent. Again, one more time. Jacob Buttriff, number 1 seed. Francois Lavoie, the number 2 seed, and the defending champion, looking to go back-to-back for the first time since John Young won the inaugural event and its preceding one, of course, in 04 and 05. D-Ron Booker, how about the year he's had? New Mexico has another hometown hero to root for, and D-Ron Booker and Kevin Jenkins, the southpaw from Phoenix. Man, should be a good show. I'll see you in just a little bit. This has been a presentation of Double Elimination Match Play. The finals are on the way. Click that link that was pinned to the chat. Have it open and ready to go. I'll see you in just a little bit. For Jim Tillery, my name is Emil Williams Jr. Again, this has been a presentation of Match Play here at the 20th Annual New Mexico Open. You watch it live and only on Bullstream TV.